Okay, so we start Rome today, and we will spend the next 4 classes on the rise of the Roman Republic and then the rise of the Roman Empire. So Rome, traditionally, we believe Rome was founded in the year 753 BCE, but we don't know, okay? That's just what tradition says. That's what the Romans believe, but we actually don't know, okay? So around this time, Rome, it's just like a small, insignificant kingdom in the middle of Italy, okay? It was founded on the Tiber. This is Rome. And it's part of Italy called the Latin area, okay? So these people are known as the Latins. Now at this time, and over the next centuries, Rome would be a small, poor kingdom, always at war with its neighbors, okay? Primarily the Sabines over here, and then you have other tribes as well. At this time, the dominant civilization is what we call the Etruscans. And the Etruscans are the most advanced civilization in Italy during this time. And it is very similar to Greece in that there are different city-states, and they trade with each other. And because they are by the sea, they are able to access cultures and ideas and goods from all around the world, okay? Then across the Mediterranean, you have a place called Carthage. Here is Italy, Sicily, okay? An island called Sicily. Sicily is important because it's basically the main island of the Mediterranean. So if you want to control the Mediterranean Sea and the trade, you have to control Sicily, all right? So across the sea is Carthage. And Carthage is it's a colony of Phoenicia, which is in the Levant, okay? And over the next few hundred years, Carthage would become the dominant economic power of the Mediterranean because they're very good at trade and they're very good at sailing. Okay, so they'll travel and sail all around the world and found new colonies, and slowly they'll build up their own little empire across the Mediterranean. And they are, for the longest time, the wealthiest city in Europe, basically. Okay? And of course, over here are the Greeks, right? And we spend a lot of time discussing the Greeks. So around this time, about 500 BCE, if you would look at these 3 major civilizations, right? Or sorry, actually, there's actually 4, right? The Etruscans, the Greeks, the Carthaginians, and then you have these Romans. No one could expect or predict that the Romans would become the great empire that it did become, right? So what we will look at the first class is, how did Rome become so powerful? And the easy answer is, it's good at war. It's really good at war. And then the question then is, well, why is it good at war? Why is it better than the Greeks or the Carthaginians? And the answer is, because the Romans are not afraid to die, and because the Romans have a different conception of citizenship than the Greeks. Okay, remember the Greeks were extremely jealous of citizenship. It was very hard to become an Athenian. It was very hard to become a Spartan. You basically have to be born into the polis. Same thing with the Carthaginians. They were not as strict as the Greeks, but they were pretty inflexible as well. They're very proud of being a citizen. Rome, because it was the poorest and smallest, it had no choice. If you wanted to immigrate to Rome, they welcome you as a citizen. And as such, they could, throughout its history, draw on the vast manpower pool in the surrounding areas. Okay? And as such, with their almost unlimited manpower resources, they could eventually overwhelm the Greeks and the Carthaginians and become the dominant power in the Mediterranean by about 200 BC. Okay, that's the easy answer, and that's what most historians and most scholars believe. But I want to be more precise. Okay, I want to show you that ultimately it's the value system, or what is known as the character of these different civilizations, that ultimately determine their fate and future. Okay, does that make sense? All right. So about 500 BCE, Rome becomes a republic, and at this time, the Etruscan culture is dominating Rome. In fact, for 3 out of Rome's 7 kings previously were Etruscan. Okay, so culturally and traditionally speaking, the Etruscans have this huge impact on Rome. But because Rome is very good at war, it's slowly able to expand and conquer the Etruscans and basically control all of Italy. Okay? And because the Romans are expansionists by nature, they are a warlike people, they are basically a war machine, they now want to control Sicily and the coast. Okay? And this brings them into conflict with the Greeks. Because remember, the Greeks, when they build colonies, they build it either on islands or near the coast, because that's what allows them to trade and also connect with the Greek diaspora around the Mediterranean and the Aegean. Okay? And in about 280, the Greeks in southern Italy, they call for help. And remember, at this time, the Greek world is dominant throughout the world. Okay? So Alexander conquered most of the world, and his generals now control most of the territory. And one of the successors to Alexander, his name is Pyrrhus, okay? He decides this is an opportunity for him to build his own empire. So he responds to the Greeks who call for help against Rome, okay? So Rome is threatening the Greeks in southern Italy. The Greeks are asking for help from the compatriots. Pyrrhus comes with an army to help his compatriots. And remember, at this time, the Greeks have the best military in the world because of the hoplite phalanx. And Pyrrhus is destroying the Romans. Battle after battle, Pyrrhus is destroying and decimating the Romans. Eventually, Pyrrhus says this: wow, I'm winning so many wars, I'm winning so many battles, and if I continue to win battles, I will be completely out of men. I will have no more soldiers left. Okay, and this is where the phrase Pyrrhic victory comes from, right? You can win, but the cost of victory are so high, you might as well have lost. All right? And so what this means is, even though the Romans were militarily inferior to the Greeks, the Romans weren't afraid to die, and they inflicted so many casualties on the Greeks that the Greeks eventually had to withdraw, okay? And this will start many centuries of war between the Romans and the Greeks. Remember, at this time, in the beginning, the Greeks are wealthier, more numerous, and more militarily dominant than the Romans. But eventually, because of the Roman way of war, Rome will eventually conquer the Greeks, okay? So that's the Greeks. Eventually, the Romans want Sicily, and this brings them into direct conflict with Carthage. And this starts what is called the First Punic War. Now, there's a problem. Carthage is a naval power. Rome is a land power. Rome has no navy. So what Rome does is, slowly over time, it builds its own navy. And at first, it sucks. They lose a lot of ships. And so the Romans build more ships. And they get slaughtered by the Carthaginians at sea. So they build more ships and more ships and more ships. And eventually, they overwhelm the Carthaginians. And so after 20 years of war, in what is called the First Punic War, Rome becomes a dominant naval power in the Mediterranean. Carthage becomes second. then something strange happens. Okay? Carthage, it is a trading power, it is a maritime power, and while it's able to dominate its neighbors, okay, it establishes an empire in northern Africa and in Spain, it loses a lot of wars against the Greeks and the Romans, who are just better warriors. Okay? But then the Carthaginians produce a man named Hannibal Barca. Hannibal Barca. And Hannibal Barca is considered by many military historians to be the greatest general who ever lived. As a military strategist, Hannibal had no competitor, okay? And Hannibal Barca, he hates Rome with a passion. He understands this. He understands that Rome is fundamentally an expansionist military power. Rome will not stop until it has conquered the world. So even though technically Carthage and Rome are at peace, eventually Rome will come for Carthage. So it is better to take the fight to Rome first than to wait for Rome to come to you. Okay? Now, Carthage at this time, it is basically a republic like Rome. And it's run by something called Council of Elders. Okay, and these are the wealthiest citizens in Carthage. And there's elements of democracy and oligarchy as well, but it's primarily republic, okay? It's run by these people. And these are merchants. These are wealthy people. War is bad for business, okay? So they were not supportive of Hannibal in his desire for war against Rome. So Hannibal did two things, okay? The first thing is he was in charge of silver mines in Spain. And what he did was he conquered a lot of Spanish territory for Carthage. And so he was able to amass more wealth. He took this wealth and he used it to basically bribe the Council of Elders to leave him alone, okay, and to support his military adventures in Spain. And again, these are business people. If it's profitable, they will support you. And then what Hannibal did was he did something that was unimaginable before. He took his army and he crossed the Alps, okay? He crossed the Alps, sorry, the Alps are here, into Italy. He is now at Rome's doorstep. And again, before Hannibal did this, it was thought impossible to cross the Alps, especially in winter, with an army, okay? But Hannibal did that. He lost a lot of men and elephants, war elephants, in his crossing, but he was able to cross. And when he crossed, he was able to summon a lot of allies to his side, okay? Because Rome was at war with everyone in Italy and with the Gauls to the north of Italy and France, okay? So Rome had a lot of enemies. And so Hannibal was able to replenish his forces once he landed in Italy. He was also a very charismatic speaker, a great general, okay? Rome heard about this, and at first Romans were shocked, but they weren't scared. Rome is a war machine, okay? So they decided to send an army against Hannibal. And army after army fell against Hannibal. Hannibal was able to defeat Roman soldiers and armies using superior military tactics and strategies, okay? Then the Romans decide, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. We'll take 2 years off, and we're going to build the world's largest army, okay? 80,000 men. And at this time, Hannibal had about 40,000 men. And then we'll take these 80,000 soldiers, and we'll just throw at Hannibal and crush Hannibal, and the war will be over, okay? And that's the strategy. That's just the Roman way, okay? The Romans are not creative. They are just brutal, bold, and direct, okay? That's just their way of war. And so And so Hannibal meets his 80,000 soldier army at a place called Cannae. And they fight something called the Battle of Cannae in 216 BCE. And this is the most famous battle in human history. Okay? Remember, the Romans outnumber Hannibal 2-1. And what Hannibal does is he decides on a place to face the Romans. Okay? And in this place, it's a small valley. And so even though the Romans are numerically superior because the valley is small, they're forced to march in a straight line as opposed in a wide line. Okay? If you have more numbers, you want to march in a wide line. But because of the geography, they're forced to march in a straight long line. Okay? So they're marching this way. Hannibal is uphill with his army. And he does something strange. He organizes his army not in a straight line, but in a concave line. Okay, like this, concave. And the Romans look at this and they laugh because they've never seen anything like this before. And they think it's a sign of weakness. It means the military under Hannibal, it's undisciplined. They're just amateurs. This will be over in an hour. Okay? So the Romans are marching confidently against Hannibal. They're attacking. On the wings of both armies are the horsemen, the cavalry, okay? So what happens as the Romans march against Hannibal is Hannibal sends his cavalry against the Roman cavalry. And they overwhelm the Roman cavalry, okay? And now they're turning back in to attack the flank or the back. Meanwhile, the Roman attack, it's so powerful, the surge is so strong, that the concave of Hannibal's army turns upside down. Okay? It turns upside down. When it does so, it traps the Roman army in a circle. Okay? Do you see this? Okay? Now they are inside a circle, and the army is coming around and attacking from the back. Okay? Militarily, we call this the double envelopment strategy. Okay? Double envelopment strategy. And so the Romans are circled completely, and what follows is the greatest massacre in history, militarily, until World War I. The army of 80,000 that the Romans sent lost almost 70,000 men. 70,000 men died that day. And again, no military would lose so much men until World War I, when they had much larger armies, like millions of people, and when they had like machine guns. All right? So this is like the greatest military disaster in human history up to this point. The disaster is so great that right now Rome has lost 20%, okay? 20% of its adult male population. To put that in context, in World War I, the Germans lost anywhere between 10 to 15% of their adult male population before they were forced to surrender to the Allies. Okay? So Rome has lost 20%. It's lost a third of the Senate. The Senate is the highest governing body of Rome. So a third of their leadership is dead. At the same time, Hannibal is able to convince the Greeks to start a second front against the Romans. Okay? So at this point, the war is basically over. And Hannibal sends envoys to Rome and says, listen, the war is over. I'm willing to negotiate a peace settlement. I am willing to negotiate peace terms. And then something strange happens. And this is unique in human history. Okay? The Roman Senate, they come together and they discuss the situation. It's bleak. It's hopeless. But They're Romans. Romans do not surrender. So the Senate told Hannibal, we will continue the war. We will raise another army. If you want to come attack us, come. We will be ready for you. And this is completely unexpected, okay? Hannibal does not know what to do. And this war continues, and this again is 216. This war continues for another 15 years, and then 15 years later, the Romans have won. They destroyed the Carthaginian presence in Spain, and they've conquered, and they've landed in Africa and forced Carthage to surrender. All right? Okay, so this is the mystery. Why did the Romans not surrender? And how were the Romans able to defeat not just the Carthaginians, but also the Greeks? And also, like, everyone else, okay? Because at that time, Hannibal basically united the entire world against Rome, and Rome, in the end, even though it was very costly, right? They did win. So that's a mystery. Okay? So, first thing we need to understand is traditional military doctrine about who wins wars, it's basically wrong. Traditionally, we understand the military about three things, okay? Manpower. How many soldiers do you have? Technology. How good are your weapons? And resources. How wealthy are you? Okay? Traditionally, we've understood war making. Like, if you're good at war, you will have these three things, okay? Lots of soldiers, lots of technology, and lots of money. And if you analyze it this way, then Rome should be no match against Carthage, right? Carthage is a lot wealthier. It has more technology. It has the greatest general in Hannibal. But then at the same time, the Athenians should not have been able to defeat the Persians. At the same time, Alexander and the Macedonians should not have been able to defeat the Persians. In fact, throughout human history, we have a lot of instances, cases where smaller armies have been able to defeat much larger armies. So think of Genghis Khan, think of Muhammad, okay? So clearly this is wrong. But if this is wrong, what is a better way to understand military strength? Well, I would argue how strong a military is based on three criteria. The first is cohesion. Do the soldiers like and identify with each other? Are they united? Okay, cohesion. Second is the idea of discipline. How well trained and experienced are they? And the third is devotion. How committed are they to winning? Okay? So if you want to see how powerful a nation is militarily, you have to ask yourself these three questions. Are they cohesive? Are they disciplined? Are they devoted? Okay? And I would also argue that each nation has a certain culture, a certain value system, which gives it a certain character. And this character will tell you if they are likely to win a war or not, okay? All right, so let's examine briefly the characteristics of Rome as opposed to the Greeks and the Carthaginians, okay? So let's do a table. Let's just say, okay, you have Greeks, you have Carthage, you have Rome. All right, we know a lot about the Greeks. And there are three major concepts that define Greek culture, okay? All right, so the first question is, what makes you a good person? For the Greeks, it was the idea of arete. Okay, arete just means excellence. You could be an asshole, you could be a jerk, but if you have arete, like you have talent, then you're a good person, okay? And the arete that the Greeks are most concerned about is the ability to speak well and the ability to fight well, okay? That's arete. Second is, what is the thing that matters to you, okay? The most valuable thing in your life. Well, why do you fight? Well, for the Greeks, it was the idea of freedom. Okay? And for them, the idea of freedom means the ability to speak your mind in front of your peers. Okay? The freedom of speech, basically. And the last question for the Greeks is, what is the purpose of life? Okay? And here the Greeks have an easy answer. It's eudaimonia. Remember, eudaimonia is Greek for flourishing. You can only be happy as a person if you are achieving your true potential, if you are flourishing as a person. Okay? So, that's Greek culture. And if you think about it, this explains why the Greeks were the most creative civilization in human history, right? They're very creative. At the same time, they're also very selfish, right? And that's why they were never able to come together, except in times of national emergency, like when the Persians invaded. And only then, but even then, only a few of the Greek city-states came together, and some even joined the Persians, okay? So the Greeks are notorious for being creative, but also for being selfish. So that's Greek culture. Now let's look at the Carthaginians, okay? Now, unfortunately, we don't know anything about the Carthaginians. The reason why is Rome wiped Carthage out of history, okay? Rome destroyed Carthage, killed everyone, and erased Carthage from the history books. But we do know they are a mercantile empire, meaning they are focused on trade. We also know that in their political system, it's the wealthiest citizens who have the most political power, okay? And so they are basically a merchant culture, a mercantile culture. And from that, we can make certain guesses about their value system, okay? So what is good for the Carthaginians? It's the idea of being lucky, right? You succeed in life if you're lucky. That's how business people, right, are. And that's why they're very superstitious. The Carthaginians are notorious for being extremely religious and superstitious. And one example of this is, of all these major civilizations, the Carthaginians are known for practicing human sacrifice. In fact, in times of war, they will even go as far as practicing child sacrifice, killing children and sacrificing them to the gods in return for divine favor in times of war. Okay? So they are known for focusing on fortune and luck. What do they care about? They care about their own interests, right? What's profitable? What's their purpose in life? Accumulating wealth. Right? Does that make sense? Because these are business people. They're merchants. So that's how they structure their society and their culture. And that's why, for most of their history, they were extremely wealthy, okay? They were notorious for being extremely clever business people who made a lot of money for themselves. Okay? Rome, let's look at Rome, okay? What is good for them? What's a good person? The answer is piety. Piety just means duty to the gods, to the city, Rome, and to your father, okay? They believe heavily in filial piety. The best person was someone who practiced filial piety, okay? What did they think was most valuable in their lives? It's the idea of liberty, okay? But liberty is a different conception for the Romans than for the Greeks. Remember, for the Greeks, what mattered was the opportunity and the ability to speak your mind in front of your peers, okay? That's what freedom was. The Romans believed liberty was about respecting the law, the institutions, and the history of Rome. But it is only by respecting the law could you be free. Otherwise, we'd all just be savages, okay? That's your conception of liberty. Now, the last question then is, what's the purpose of life? And for the Romans, what really mattered to them is the idea of re publica. Re publica. This is Latin. And it's translated as usually public virtue, for the public good. Okay? And this is where we get the term republic from. And so for Romans, the highest honor, the highest privilege, the purpose of life was to serve Rome and make it stronger and better. Okay? Does that make sense? Standing for political office and being head of the military was the highest honor Rome could bestow on you. That was the entire point of your life. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay? So if we just do a compare and contrast, we could easily figure out, oh, it's the Roman ethical system that will allow them the most cohesion, discipline, and devotion in their military. And therefore, over time, in a war, the Romans should be able to defeat both the Carthaginians and the Greeks. Okay, does that matter? Does that make sense to you? Okay. Any questions so far? Is this clear, my argument? Carthaginians. Yeah. Okay. All right. So Rome, in the Third Punic War, from 149 to 146, they would go and destroy Carthage. They would burn it to the ground. And then they would burn all the books that Carthage ever produced. So we don't have anything written by them. But we have a lot written by Greeks and Romans, right? Because the Greeks and Romans were always in conflict with the Carthaginians. And what's interesting for us is, before all this conflict started in about 300 BCE, the Romans and the Greeks had nice things to say about the Carthaginians. Okay? They were good fighters, they were brave, they were very prosperous. Carthage was like the wealthiest city in the world. Okay? They had all these praises for Carthage. And after, when war started between the Carthaginians and the Romans, then they focused on like child sacrifice. The Carthaginians were offended the gods because they practiced child sacrifice, which is barbaric, and that's why the gods smited Carthage. Okay? Remember, back at this time in human history, we didn't believe in human agency. Everything was ordained by the gods. Okay? So if Carthage is destroyed, it's because the gods will it. Why do the gods will it? Because the Carthaginians practiced child sacrifice. Okay? And that's what the Romans and the Greeks insisted. Of course, that means we have to be skeptical of what they say, right? But at the same time, we've done a lot of archaeological excavations around Carthage, and we have found human remains that show signs of human sacrifice. Okay, so we also, Carthage comes from Phoenicia, right? We know a lot about Phoenician culture. Okay, so we've lost a lot of information about Carthage, but we're able to piece them back together slowly. Does that make sense? Yeah. All right. Okay, but again, unfortunately, we know nothing about their culture, right? We don't know nothing about their literature, about their mythology, about their religion, because it's all been destroyed. The writing has all been destroyed by the Romans. Okay. So these three characteristics that define the Roman identity, right? Piety, liberty, and re publica. I want to explain them slowly, okay? So what the Romans really did well is they basically created history as mythology, okay? So the Greeks separated mythology from history. Mythology is what the Greeks did. History is what humans did. Okay, so basically the Greeks invented history. The Romans, they basically elevate their history into mythology. Their history became their religion. Okay, so let me explain what I mean by that. So there are legends that surround the founding of Rome. So Rome was supposed to be founded in 753 BCE by Romulus, okay? And there are legends surrounding Romulus. And there are lots of legends surrounding Romulus. But the idea is this. There was a king, and he was overthrown by his brother. And the brother banished the king's daughter to a temple to be a virgin for the rest of her life. But then she got pregnant. And then so the brother says to the king's daughter, "Why are you pregnant?" And the daughter says, "I was visited by Mars, the god of war, and he impregnated me." Okay, the king's brother obviously does not believe her, so he banishes her, and he orders for the twins who are born to be killed. Okay, but as the case with these legends, the person charged with killing the twins takes pity on them, and somehow they are left to die in the woods. A she-wolf, a wolf, comes and nurses them before another shepherd comes and adopts them. Okay? Eventually, they realize who they are, and they help the king overthrow the brother and take back the throne. Now the brothers are asked to go and basically found their own city. So they go to Rome, and it's all just hills, right? And they decide this is the place to build their kingdom because there's a river, the Tiber, and there are all these hills that provide good defense. Okay? The problem is this: they're twins. There's two of them, Romulus and Remus. So, and only one can be king. So they get into a battle, and Romulus kills Remus. Okay? And that's the founding legend of Rome. And from this legend, we can sort of understand or make some extrapolations about the Roman psychology. They believe that violence is at the core of human existence, right? I mean, sometimes you have to kill your own brother, and that's the right thing to do because that is ordained by the gods. Okay? So that's the first legend. Second legend is this: Romulus has to build Rome, and he becomes a very open person. He welcomes immigrants into Rome, and he grants them citizenship and status right away. Okay? Rome becomes a nation of immigrants. Eventually, their rise startles their neighbors, and their neighbors go to war with them at once. But the Romans are so good at war that they fight back the neighbors. The neighbors are called the Sabines. The Sabines decide, listen, we can't beat them in war, but at the same time, Rome only has males, right? Rome only has males. So we will just isolate Rome. Our daughters will not marry into Rome, and in 20 years' time, Rome will have no population, okay? Romulus hears of this plan, and he devises a strategy. What he does is he organizes a huge festival and invites all his neighbors. So fathers bring their daughters to attend this festival. At this festival, the women are kidnapped, and they're basically raped. That night, Romulus visits every one of these women and apologizes for what has happened and promises that they will be safe in Rome, that they are now citizens of Rome, and therefore they will be protected by him personally, the king. The fathers and the brothers are obviously very upset about this, so they organize this huge army, and they march against Rome. The Roman citizens come out to face them in battle, okay? And just as they're about to clash in battle, the women come and run between them and beg their new husbands and their fathers and brothers not to fight. At this point, Romulus appears and says he will make everyone a citizen of Rome. Okay? And by doing that, he basically doubled the population of Rome. All right? Again, from this legend, we can understand the Roman psychology, which is everything can be sacrificed in the pursuit of Roman glory, and basically to ensure that Rome survives. Okay, because what matters is Rome. Okay, it's a cult of Rome. All that matters is the survival of Rome. Morals don't matter. Nothing matters. All that matters is the survival of Rome. So after this, Rome starts to grow slowly. And this is a period known as the Seven Kings. So there's 7 kings who rule Rome, and they do so for a very long time, about 200 plus years. And most of them are very, very good kings, except the last king. His name is Tarquinius Superbus. Okay, Superbus is Latin for arrogant, so he's often referred to as Tarquin the Proud. Okay, so the Tarquin the Proud, he is, as his name suggests, a very arrogant king. And what makes him arrogant is his hubris. He refuses to listen to the nobility. In fact, those in the nobility who challenge his authority often get killed. All right? He has a second son, and the second son, he's a jerk. He likes to abuse his power. And one thing that he enjoys doing is raping the women of Rome. There's one woman who's notorious, or who's famous for her virtue. His name is Lucretia. And the prince thinks raping her will be the most fun, okay? Because she will be the most insulted by this. So he rapes her, and then she goes and confronts her husband, okay? Her husband. And her husband has a friend. His name is Lucius Brutus. Lucius Brutus happens to be the nephew of the king, and he is very much opposed to the tyranny of the king. And Lucretia says to her husband and to his friend Lucius Brutus, "I've been raped. Will you promise me to avenge my honor?" And the husband and Lucius Brutus see she's distraught, okay? And so they sue her and promise her they will do everything they can in the morning. And Lucretia, she doesn't really believe them. So what she does is she takes a knife out from her dress and she stabs herself in the heart and she dies before them. Now they're honor bound to avenge her death. And so what Lucius Brutus does is he calls a meeting of the nobility, and they decide to gather to overthrow the king. The king is out campaigning for war. He's basically at war. And what they do is they lock the gates of Rome. Now the king is furious, okay? And so what the king does is he decides he's going to go back to Etrusca, where he's from, and he's going to rally his friends, the kings, okay? Because if the Romans can overthrow him, well, other people can overthrow their kings, right? So this is a bad precedent. So he's going to organize a huge army to march against Rome. Meanwhile, Lucius Brutus, he's instituting the Republic, okay? Now the thing about the king is that all powers are invested in the king. These powers include military, judicial, deciding cases, legislative, making laws, administrative, bureaucratic, right? And religious, okay? So these are the 5 major duties of the king. And this is where his power comes from. So what Lucius Brutus and the Romans do is they separate his powers not into individuals, but into institutions that are now elected by the people, okay? This is the heart of republicanism. So the military will now run by the council. The council is basically the head of the state, okay? And again, he's elected. The judicial is run by the praetor. Legislator is the Senate. Administrative is the aedile. And the religious is the Pontifex Maximus. And again, they're all elected by the people. Now, what's important to understand is it's usually the nobility who are in these offices. But back then, there wasn't much separation between nobility and ordinary people, okay? So nobility are what we call patricians, the patricians, and the ordinary people are what we call the plebeians. And honestly, there was not much difference. The patricians are just come from the longest the families who have been in Rome the longest, okay, the oldest families. And they were wealthy, but not that much wealthier from ordinary Romans. So maybe you have 1 cow, right? Well, I have 3 cows. Also, the people could go visit each other's homes without any ceremony. Okay, so you could be the head of state, you could be the council, but if I'm an ordinary person, I can just come to your house and have dinner with you. Okay, there were no doors, there were no guards, there was no separation. Okay, so Lucius Brutus instituted a new system where the king's powers were divided among different institutions. And now people didn't have to obey the king, they had to obey the republic. And the republic was three things: the laws, the history or traditions, and the institutions, okay? That's the republic. And this system, unbelievably, incredibly, will not change for about 500 years. Okay, so it's pretty stable. Now, what's important to remember is these are not innovations. The Romans just basically copied this from the neighbors, okay, the Etruscans. Right? So the Romans have a republic. The problem with the republic is everyone's equal. And so if you come from a privileged background, you find this very annoying. So now there's a conspiracy to bring back the king. And this conspiracy was discovered, and everyone was caught and imprisoned. It turns out Lucius Brutus has two sons, okay? He has two sons, and they were both part of this conspiracy. They were tried by the Senate, and they were all sentenced to death, including the two sons of Lucius Brutus. Okay? The problem is this. The problem is the council has to oversee the execution of the prisoners. Whose council? Lucius Brutus' council. Okay? So Lucius Brutus has to oversee the execution of his two sons. Now, if Lucius Brutus is like, you know what, I'm going to resign my office, or hey, you know what, I'm sick, everyone would be like, we understand. Take the day off. Don't worry about it, okay? Instead, Lucius Brutus showed up for work, and he oversaw the execution of his two sons. All of Rome came to the execution, okay? It was a public event. Everyone was watching the face of Lucius Brutus, okay? We know the two sons are going to die, they're going to get beheaded. But everyone wanted to see Lucius Brutus' reactions. He was crying throughout the execution. These are to his two sons, right? He has no more sons. This is his legacy now. And his two sons are about to be killed. In fact, he's the one charged with killing his own sons. And he has to do it. He has no choice. So everyone's watching him. And throughout this process, he's crying. His tears are flowing down his face. He can't help himself. But he's still standing still, and he's still slowly ordering the execution of his two sons. And the Romans are just shocked by this public display. Okay? This is the idea of devotion, right? You are so devoted to Rome that you're willing to sacrifice your own children to ensure its survival and its glory. Tarquin the Proud hears about this, and he gets really angry. So he allies himself with kings, and they march against Rome. Lucius Brutus is consul. He's in charge of the military, so he marches his army against Tarquin the Proud. One of the sons of Tarquin the Proud sees Lucius Brutus, and he charges ahead because he wants to kill the man who insulted his family. Lucius Brutus sees the king's son running. They're both on horses, right? Running, galloping towards him. And Lucius Brutus gets angry. And so he charges ahead as well. Lucius Brutus throws his spear, javelin. The king's son, the prince, throws his spear as well. And they spear each other to death. And they both die. Okay? And so Lucius Brutus is, at this point, considered the greatest Roman who ever lived. Okay? And for most of Roman history, he'll be considered the greatest Roman who ever lived, until Julius Caesar. Okay? And it was in the memory and honor of Lucius Brutus that they would assassinate Julius Caesar. But we'll discuss this next class. Right? Okay, so the king's army is overwhelming the Romans, and the Romans have to flee back into the city. There's a drawbridge that connects Rome to the mainland, okay? So there's the river Tiber crosses around Rome. There's a garrison that's supposed to be protecting the bridge, but they see the army coming, the enemy army marching towards them. They get scared and they run all into Rome. One guy, his name is Cockles, he decides, I can't run away. Because if I run away, the army just marches into Rome and kills everyone. So he decides to make a last stand. And it's just one guy. There's one random guy, okay? And what he does is he starts shouting insults at the enemy army. He's like, you guys are slaves. We're Romans. We will always be free. And the enemy army, and like there's thousands of them, okay? They have absolutely no idea what's going on. There's this one guy on a bridge shouting, insulting them, okay? So they freeze. Eventually, they realize, oh, this guy is just distracting us because his friends, the other soldiers, are trying to cut down the bridge. So they run to him. At this point, two other Romans, okay? Two officers run besides Cockles, and together, the three of them hold off the invading army together, okay, with their shields. They fight for their lives. Eventually, the bridge is about to be cut down, okay? The two officers run away, and Cockles makes the last stand. And the bridge falls, and what Cockles does is, before it falls completely, he jumps into the Tiber, and he survives. He doesn't drown. So this tells us, hey, anyone can be a hero of Rome, right? Lucius Brutus, he's the king's nephew. He's nobility. But Cockles, he's just an ordinary Roman who had the courage, he had the devotion to fight for Rome, okay? And by doing so, with his devotion, he's able to save Rome by himself. So Rome right now is surrounded by this huge army. And one young man, his name is Mucius, and he's a Roman nobleman, okay? He goes to the Senate, and he says to the Senate, listen, we're being surrounded by an enemy army. They're huge. We're starving to death. I have a plan to win this war. I'm going to swim across the Tiber, sneak into the enemy camp, and kill the enemy king, and this war will end. The Senate gives Mucius his approval, and Mucius sneaks into the enemy camp. It's payday, which means the soldiers are getting their wages, right? Mucius sneaks into the front, and he sees on the podium there are two individuals who are giving out wages to the soldiers. They both look like the king. One's a king, and one's a secretary. They look the same. Mucius doesn't know who's the king and who's the secretary. You know, at this point, an ordinary person would be like, I'll come back later, okay? Like, let me figure out, let me spy first and figure out who the king is, and then when a better opportunity arises, I'll kill the king. Mucius is like, it's 50-50, man. So he takes his knife, rushes to the podium, and stabs one of the men who happens to be the secretary, okay? So he's arrested, and the king is now interrogating him. He wants to know if there are other spies in the camp. And the king says to Mucius, tell me the truth, or I will burn you alive, okay? And he shows Mucius the pyre, okay, with this huge fire. Mucius says, I am one of 100 young Romans who have pledged their lives to kill you to free Rome. Okay, he's lying. This is not true. You kill me, there'll be 99 more. Okay? We are not afraid of you. You say you will burn me if I do not tell you the truth? Now what he does is he puts his hand into the fire. His hand is burning, okay? And he holds it together. And what makes him hold it together is what he sees is the face of Lucius Brutus as he orders the execution of his two sons, right? Because ordering the execution of your two sons is a lot harder than burning your hand alive, okay? Than burning your hand. And the king, he looks at this, and he thinks, the Romans are the craziest bastards I have ever met. Screw this, I'm going home. And he lets Lucius go. And the war is over. Okay? And that's how the Roman Republic survived the invasion and became the Republic. So this is the history of Rome. And this history is something that can be taught to anyone who becomes a citizen. If you are a Roman, it's because you believe in this history. Believing in this history, knowing this history, is what makes you a Roman. Okay? So that's the first concept. Piety, loyalty to Rome. Second concept that makes Rome unique or powerful is the idea of liberty. Okay? What Claudius did, what Lucius Brutus did, was preserve the liberty of Rome. Remember, what liberty means is respecting and following the laws, institutions, and history of Rome. Because that's what makes Rome, Rome. That's what allows you to have freedom. Okay? And that's why in 216, even though Hannibal had defeated the Romans refused to surrender. Because surrendering would mean surrendering their liberty, right? Because Hannibal would impose peace terms that would make basically Rome into a client state of Carthage. They would lose their liberty, right? And if you don't have liberty, your life isn't worth living. Give me life or give me liberty, okay? The third element of Roman greatness is the idea of re publica, right? So what this means is every nobleman, if you have the ability, you want to serve Rome, okay? So what they did was this. They turned Roman politics into a competition to produce the best man. Okay? It was basically a meritocracy. So once you had the financial means, you stood for election. And this system was basically a meritocracy. Okay? You first stood for election to become an aedile, and then you became a praetor, and then you became a consul. Once you were a consul, you had the opportunity to win the highest glory. Okay? What you could do is become a governor of a faraway province. And if you are governor of this faraway province, and you can win more territory for Rome, then you'll be given something called a triumph. Triumph. Triumph is a big parade where you are celebrated by all the Roman people. And that's what every Roman soldier aspired to become a great general who would receive his own triumph because he's won new territory for Rome. Okay? And that's why, even though a third of the Roman Senate was wiped out by Hannibal, they didn't give up because the other people were like, okay, now here's my opportunity to prove myself, right? And one of these young people, his name is Scipio, he would go on and lead an army into Spain, conquer Spain, and then lead an army against Hannibal in North Africa, in Carthage, and destroy Hannibal. Okay? Because the point of life is to receive the triumph. And if you receive the triumph, then you will be remembered by Romans in their history, which is what gives your life meaning. Okay. All right. So do we understand these concepts? Piety, liberty, and republica, because they are the essence of the Roman identity. And they are what made Rome great. Sure.
Can you explain again why the king executed his two sons? I didn't quite get it.
Okay. All right, so sorry. Lucius Brutus, okay? Lucius Brutus overthrew the king, and he established the Roman Republic. The Roman Republic is now a nation of laws. His two sons are princes, and they lost their privileges. So they partake in this conspiracy to bring back the king, right? This conspiracy was discovered, and as punishment, they were all sentenced to death because they wanted to destroy the republic and bring back the king. Okay, does that make sense? So, what the story, and again, we don't know if these stories are true. They're probably not true, okay? But what this story is telling us is if the founder of the Roman Republic can sacrifice his family in order to make sure the republic survives, well, you can as well. Okay? No sacrifice, every sacrifice must be made to ensure Roman greatness. That's basically the message. Right? Any more questions?
Are these recorded in books or oral history?
That's a great question, okay? So how do we know this? The answer is this. For most of this time, this is what we call oral history. Okay? So this is like, mythology, and it was basically passed from generation to generation. This oral history was written down in books. But because Rome was at war so much, Rome was conquered once, and Rome was burnt down, and so we lost a lot of the written history, okay? Now, the problem with oral history is there are different versions of oral history, okay? So there are different versions of these stories. And then a man named Livy, during the time of the Roman Empire, when it was first founded, he sat down to write the official history of Rome. And this is where we get all these stories from. Okay? And again, we don't believe these stories to be that true, okay? Lucius Brutus was probably a real person, but whether or not he did these things, we don't know, okay? It's debatable. But what matters is, this is what Romans believed, okay? Do you understand? What matters is what they believe as opposed to what really happened. And this is what creates the Roman identity. All right? Great. Any more questions? Okay. So, yeah, I mean, that's basically it, okay? This is what made Rome great, and that's what allowed them to come back from the defeats that Hannibal inflicted on them to eventually win the war. Okay? Any more questions?
Yeah, I've got a question about when talking about how Rome built a 80,000 people army.
80,000 army against Hannibal, yes.
Yes, so they built it within 2 years or something.
Hmm.
But before that, the enemies are like 40,000, and that's a lot more than the Romans. Then how did it take the time to build the army? Why wouldn't the army just be
Okay, that's a great question, okay? So, like, you want to know more about Hannibal's invasion of Italy, right? Okay, all right. So, what Rome is able to do is offer citizenship to anyone who fights for Rome. And Rome has been, for the longest time, been fighting its neighbors, right? Once it conquered its neighbors promised to send soldiers to Rome in times of war. So Rome is able to draw on soldiers from all around the Italian peninsula. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing is that when Hannibal invaded Italy, he was doing so with many Gauls, okay, who are the invaders of Italy. And these Gauls have traditionally been the enemy of the Italians. So when Hannibal did so, Rome's neighbors rallied to support Rome, okay, because they saw the Gauls and Hannibal as invaders who threatened their culture. Okay, that's the second thing. The third thing is Hannibal had an invading army, right? But he had no organizational and logistic support. He had no food supply because he was basically doing this on his own initiative. Carthage is too far away, okay? And Rome had the best navy in the Mediterranean. So there was no way that Carthage could resupply Hannibal. Sorry, so there's no way Carthage could resupply Hannibal, right? So Hannibal was forced to spend a lot of time foraging for food. Do you understand? And that's ultimately why he lost the war. Because it's possible for you to win all these battles because you're a military genius, but you still have to feed your soldiers. And what Rome did after the Battle of Canaan was they recognized this fact. They recognized that Hannibal's main problem was logistics, and they started to they decided we will never fight Hannibal in a battle again. We will cut off his food supply. Okay, and so Hannibal had to spend most of his time foraging for food. Meanwhile, Rome could rebuild itself by freeing its slaves, okay, and by recruiting more neighbors to join their cause. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. That's why armies don't win wars. Nations win wars. Does that make sense? So another thing that you need to understand is while Hannibal was winning glory in Italy, the council of elders in Carthage, were they happy about this, do you think? These are business people, right? Are they happy about this? They're not happy about this because, one, it's going to cost them a lot of money to continue the war. And listen, Italy is poor, so there's no profit to be made from conquering Rome. Okay? That's the first problem. Second problem is if Hannibal were to win glory in Italy, he would come back and make himself king of Carthage, right? Does that make sense? So Hannibal was being undermined by Carthage itself, even though Hannibal was trying to save Carthage. Does that make sense? And that's what makes Rome unique. Rome has been united for most of its history, whereas most places like Greece and Carthage were divided into different political factions. And that's what caused Carthage to ultimately be undermined. So ultimately, Rome was able to come back from this defeat and defeat Carthage because Carthage, again, saw Hannibal as big as a threat as Rome, okay? This would be costly for Carthage because after the war is over, 50 years later, a Roman senator named Cato the Elder, he visits Carthage because he's curious what's happened to Carthage after the end of the war. And to his dismay and to his shock, Carthage has become wealthier than ever before. Okay? 50 years of peace means that Carthage is able to accumulate more wealth than ever before. It has so much wealth that it is able to pay off the indemnity that Rome imposed on it. Okay? It's basically able to pay Rome off. And Cato the Elder, he is traumatized by this. He goes back to Rome and says, we have to destroy Carthage. Okay, there's a huge debate in the Senate. He says, listen, if we let Carthage survive, Carthage will always be a threat to us. And the other senators were like, listen, Cato, I know you want to destroy Carthage, but remember, Carthage threatens us. If we destroy Carthage, we, Rome, will no longer have an enemy. We will no longer have a threat. We will change as a people if we destroy Carthage. But Cato the Elder insisted, and eventually an army was dispatched to destroy Carthage. The Romans have a habit of always blaming the enemies for starting the war, okay? So they didn't want to instigate the war. So they made up these dumb excuses and said that Carthage was violating the peace treaty. And the Romans said to Carthage, listen, if you surrender all your weapons, we will go away. The Carthaginians believed the Romans and thought if they surrender all the weapons, they go away. The Romans got all these weapons. They were like, we didn't expect this, man. So the Romans said to the Carthaginians, you know what? We also need you to move your city from the coast 10 kilometers inland. Okay? And at this point, the Carthaginians knew Rome was going to destroy Carthage. So there was a 3-year siege, and then at the end of it, Rome conquered Carthage, killed everyone inside, enslaved others, burned all the books, and wiped out Carthage from history, as well as the history books. Okay? So that's a Roman mentality. Devotion means all or nothing. Okay? You don't surrender, but you also don't show mercy to your enemies. Okay? So Hannibal was right. Rome was a threat to Carthage. But because Carthage has a merchant culture run by business people, they could never recognize the threat. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. Any more questions?
Well, I have one more question.
Good.
You talked about the beliefs in Rome and like the piety, liberty, and the
Public virtue. Yeah.
yeah. But what else does being a why do people want to come to Rome? Just because of that citizenship, those beliefs, and what good does Rome being a Roman citizen? What benefit do they get?
Okay, so why do people want to come to Rome? Well, the fact of the matter is that for most of history, people didn't want to go to Rome because Rome was considered a, like for example, the Greeks didn't want to go to Rome because they thought Rome was uncivilized. But Romans wanted to go to Athens because they thought Athens was the height of civilization, right? The Carthaginians certainly didn't want to go to Rome. Okay, Rome was like Macedonia. So basically like North Korea, you can even say it's like North Korea, okay? It's a militaristic society that's barbaric, right? The Greeks like to watch theater, the Romans like to watch gladiator shows, or lions eat people, okay? So for most of its history, people avoided Rome. When it became a republic, you had no choice but to go to Rome because that's how you could build your career. It was the capital of the world, okay? Does that make sense? So another way of saying this is there were many people who wanted to be Greek because they were attracted by the culture. Nobody wanted to be Roman. The Romans made everyone into a Roman through the conquest. Okay? So the Romans were repugnant in many ways. Okay? They just were a repugnant people. Okay, any more questions? Any more questions? Okay, great. So next class, it's a fun class. We do Julius Caesar. Okay? Okay, so today we're doing Julius Caesar and the fall of the Roman Republic. Julius Caesar is considered the greatest historical figure of all time. He's also one of the most controversial, okay? So today, we're going to look at 3 questions about his life. And I want to provide an argument about his life, okay? So the first question we're going to look at is, what did he want? What were his motivations for what he did? Did he want to become a king of Rome? Or was he trying to save the Roman Republic? Okay, so this is a historical debate that's been around for us for about 2,000 years, and no one has resolved it. Second question I want to look at is, why was he so successful at what he did? I mean, he was a man who basically took on the Roman Empire, and he won. Okay, so how was he able to accomplish so much in only 55 years? And the last question is, why did they kill him? Because he was killed, actually, by his friends, by his allies, by people he grew up with, by people he fought wars with, by people he pardoned and showed mercy and generosity to. Okay, so why did they kill him? All right, so my central argument to you today is that Julius Caesar was so successful because he was a myth maker. Okay, a myth maker. A myth maker are individuals who change the course of human history because they see themselves as a man of destiny who must change the world for the better. And they do so by constructing a new reality that begins to absorb the old reality and alters it. Okay? And they do so through their words, their speeches, their writings, and through their actions. So they see themselves as the main character, the protagonist, in a novel that they are writing. All right, so this is a hard concept to understand, but let's use some examples to better understand this concept. So the first example let's look at is the idea of Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs was an entrepreneur, but he was first and foremost a myth maker. Okay? So Steve Jobs, the joke about Steve Jobs was Steve Jobs had a secret weapon. It was called a reality distortion projector. Basically, Steve Jobs lied to people. But he lied to people in such an appealing manner, in such a beautiful way that it changed the reality. Basically, Steve Jobs imposed his reality onto others. And today, that's why we use Apple computers, right? We all have Apple computers. Why do we do this? Because we are participating in the myth that Steve Jobs created for us, right? That if you use Apple computers, you are using the most advanced technology, and you are participating in a pleasing lifestyle. Okay, so it's about technology, but it's also about lifestyle. It's also about attitude, and that's why we are all using Apple computers today, because we are trying to participate in this myth. Okay. Another example is the idea of movies, right? Movies are reality creation machines. When you go see a movie, if it's a really good movie, it will stick in your mind, and it will change the way you perceive reality. Okay? So someone like Julius Caesar, what he was trying to do in his life was create a new narrative that would redefine reality. The last example I want to use, and I'm really sorry for using this example, is Donald Trump. Right? Because Donald Trump wants to make America great again. And so through his speeches and through his actions, he's trying to construct or conceive a new understanding of America that absorbs the imagination of everyone around him. Okay? Does that make sense? That's what a myth maker is. And that's why ultimately Julius Caesar was so successful. Okay? But the problem with being a myth maker is by creating new myths, you are disrupting old myths that people rely on for their understanding of the world. Okay? You're creating something called cognitive dissonance. And people don't like cognitive dissonance. It makes them uncomfortable. So they killed Julius Caesar because his new myth of Rome was surpassing the old myth of Rome, and that made the old guard uncomfortable, and that's why they had to kill him. All right, so that's my argument to you today. All right, so now that I've made the general argument, let me provide some historical background so we understand the historical context that Julius Caesar was operating in. Okay, so let's go back to 216. Last class we talked about 216 BCE, and this was the Hannibal invasion of Rome. And remember, at the Battle of Cannae, Rome lost about 20% of its adult male population. And at this point, Rome should have surrendered or negotiated peace terms. But Rome instead chose to fight on. And it fought on because it had a mythology about itself that was based on three principles, right? The three principles are piety, liberty, and republica. And because of these three principles, every Roman felt felt he or she had to make the ultimate sacrifice in order to save Rome. Okay? And so everyone made a sacrifice. The rich made sacrifices by basically paying for the war. Okay? Also, the rich freed their slaves so that slaves could become citizens in order to fight for Rome. The poor also made a lot of sacrifices because they had to fight in the army, but also because the way the Romans decided to defeat Hannibal, and it worked, is something we call a scorched earth policy. Scorched earth policy. Basically, make the land unfarmable. So then your army has no access to food. Okay, and that's how they ultimately defeated Hannibal, because they burned all the land, and they couldn't grow food on the land, and so Hannibal's army could not feed itself. Okay, so everyone made the ultimate sacrifice. The rich and the poor fought alike. The rich paid for the war. The poor lost their land. Okay, and this was all possible because of the nature of Rome at that time. Remember, Rome at that time was poor, very small place where everyone knew each other, and ultimately it was threatened with existence. Okay, Hannibal proved to be an existential threat to Rome, and that's why everyone became united and made the ultimate sacrifice. Okay, and for Romans, this was the finest hour. This was the moment they celebrated when their very existence was threatened by Hannibal, but they came together and made the ultimate sacrifice and ultimately defeated Hannibal. The problem was this. The problem was, like, after Rome won the war, the question then is, who got the rewards, right? Everyone made the sacrifice. The poor lost their land. The rich lost their money. And because the rich controlled the government, remember, Rome is a republic, it's not a democracy, it was decided the rich would get most of the rewards of the war. In fact, the poor got very little. Okay, so an example here is the idea of common land. Common land is, what do you do with the new territory that you conquer in Spain and from the Carthaginian Empire? And normally, common land would be given to everyone, right? Maybe in proportion, but it would be given to everyone, especially the poor who lost their land. But Rome made the decision that the rich would be compensated for lending money to the Republic during the war, meaning the rich got the lion's share of the new land. But not only that, the remaining common land, the rich just pretended it was theirs, okay? Meaning that they illegally occupied common land. They didn't pay for it, it wasn't theirs, but they just assumed it was theirs. And so now Rome had a problem. Rome was great, it was poor and small, and was threatened by its neighbors like the Etruscans, the Carthaginians, and the Greeks. But by 146 BCE, Rome had vanquished all its major enemies. And basically, it was an empire. And by 146, Rome had become a contradiction. Okay? The contradiction is this. It is an imperial republic. Okay? It is an empire now, but its form of government is a republic. And this was a contradiction. And suddenly, these three values, okay, piety, liberty, and republica, these values that made Rome strong were now problems for the Roman people. Okay? So let me explain how. Let's look at republica. Republica means public virtue in Latin. It's the idea that the best and brightest in Rome are in competition with each other to promote the Roman national welfare, okay? To bring glory to Rome. If you were the best and the brightest, then your responsibility to your family and to the gods and to the nation was to win new territory for Rome, okay? And so the first thing you had to do was basically win political office. And when Rome was poor, it was basically a meritocracy, right? You had to prove like you were the best speaker or you had the best resume in order to be promoted. But now that you have money, what you realize you could do is just bribe people, okay? And then so very soon, bribery just became a fact of politics in Rome. Once you won political office, you can then become a general to go off to provinces to fight wars, to win new territory for Rome, okay? But because you got into so much debt to win the political office, when you went to a province, you did two things. First of all, you exploited the local people, okay? Because you need to get back that money that you spent. And the second thing that you did was you start wars for no reason. Okay? You antagonize the locals in order to start wars. But if you start wars, you win a lot of money, right? You can enslave the people and make money that way. But also, you will receive something called a triumph. Okay? Triumph. Now, triumph is just a military parade that establishes you as a hero of Rome. And not only do you benefit politically, but your entire family benefits, okay? So your sons, your grandsons, your great-grandsons will all be remembered and celebrated because of your triumph. And they are much more likely to win political office, okay, in their careers, okay? So the triumph is a very, very big thing. The problem is, while the best and brightest were in competition with each other, the poor were suffering, okay? So the first problem is land. Remember, during the Hannibal Wars, the Second Punic War, the poor lost a lot of land, and they were never compensated for it. But then what happened is, as Rome was continuing to fight these wars, the poor was being drafted into the army, and they were going to like Spain and Syria. These are faraway places, and they were stuck there for like years. That meant their land couldn't be cultivated, and therefore they got into debt. And they couldn't pay off the debt, so what happened was the rich would come in and buy off the land at very cheap prices. And so the rich became major landowners. And this was a problem because, first of all, the poor didn't have any land in order to grow food, so they were forced into the cities. Okay? But their problem is the rich didn't want to grow food to feed the people, right? They want to grow food as cash crops for export. So suddenly, for the first time in its history, Rome couldn't feed itself. It had to rely on imports from the provinces. Okay, so the land was a huge issue. But then you also had issues like debt, right? So the poor couldn't pay off their debts, and they became overwhelmed by interest. And so this created lots of problems for Rome, okay? So you had a lot of violence, you have a lot of corruption, you have a lot of inequality, okay? And so this started a cycle that Peter Turchin calls elite overproduction, right? So in times of peace, and as your population grows, you're going to have too many elite who are now in competition with each other. And it's usually between the upper nobility and the lower nobility. Okay? So the upper nobility are people who are established. They're the wealthiest citizens in all of Rome. They're very happy with the system as it is. The lower nobility are people who are born into wealth, but they want more. They want prestige. They want honor. They want the triumph. And so they're struggling against the upper nobility for political power. And usually you do that by aligning yourself with the people, right? And the people, who now number in the millions, are pissed off because they have no land, they're too much in debt, and no jobs, okay? And so these two factions in Rome would be called, the upper nobility would be called the optimates. Okay, optimates just means best people. We're the best. And our responsibility is to uphold the tradition of Rome, which is piety, liberty, and republica. Okay? And these people, lower nobility, who want to change, they're called populares. And that's where we get the term populist from. Okay? So in 146 BCE, after Rome had become an empire and had defeated all its enemies, these two factions start to emerge, and they clash with each other. Okay? So historians normally believe the first clash happened with the Gracchi brothers, okay? The Gracchus brothers. And these are, again, lower nobility who had a very simple idea, land reform. Okay? The idea is very simple. You have rich people who have too much land and not using the land properly. They're using the land as parks for themselves, as like these private parks for themselves, or they're growing cash crops, which does not feed Rome. Most of this land, which is again common land, the rich are occupying it illegally, is not being used productively. So what they proposed was a simple land reform law. Okay? And the idea is this: Rome, the government of Rome, would buy out the rich from the land they are illegally occupying. Okay? Does that make sense? The rich won't be kicked out the land they're illegally occupying. They'll be compensated for it. Okay? So this makes perfect sense. Not a problem, right? And once Rome buys out this land, it will then redistribute it to the poor, so the poor will have like a social safety system. They're able to feed themselves. And they'll usually grow grain and other crops for sustenance, and this will enable the feeding of the Roman population in general. Okay? So this sounds very simple to us, but the rich didn't like this idea because they didn't like change in general. Okay? They liked the idea of piety, liberty, and republica, which means things must stay the way they are. And what's really important is the rich cannot be challenged by the poor. Because if that were the case, then the social system would be overhauled, okay? So the rich were so pissed off that they assassinated both brothers, the Gracchi brothers. And most historians believe this is the beginning of the fall of the Roman Republic, because it tells us that the system is incapable of change. Okay? The system as it's set up, which focuses on piety, liberty, and republica, it's a contradiction now. And this contradiction cannot be internally resolved. All right? So any more questions? Any questions before I proceed on? I know this is a lot, and maybe I haven't organized it properly, but are there any confusions about this history so far? Again, I'm just providing some background and context before I move on to Julius Caesar. Yeah?
Are both the optimates and the populares, are they hereditary elites? Or hereditary nobility?
Okay, yeah, this is a great question, okay? What's the relationship between optimates and the populares? Okay, there's exactly like 20 noble families in Rome, okay? And so these people, the optimates and the populares, all come from these 20 noble families. And they're like cousins of each other, okay? So the optimates are maybe like the fathers and the grandfathers. And the populares are like the sons. Does that make sense? Right? Because the fathers don't want any change, but the sons want political power. And so they're all related. They all grow up with each other. They all know each other, okay? Does that make sense? Okay. All right. Michael, are you good? Is this clear to you so far? All right. All right. So the first major conflict is the Gracchi brothers. Second major conflict that happens is something called a social war. And the social war is basically this. The people who fight the wars are the allies, the Italian allies of Rome, okay? People who live in the neighboring provinces. They're the ones who fight the war. And after Rome keeps on winning these wars, Rome refuses to grant citizenship to them. Okay, so these neighbors rebel, and there's a civil war going on in Rome, and Rome loses this war, and Rome is forced to grant citizenship to these neighbors. But the question then is, what is the nature of citizenship? Like, how much rights do you get? How much power do you get? Because Rome is a republic, and so one thing that's hard for us to understand is not all voters are equal, okay? So if you're a rich voter, you have more power than if you are a poor voter, okay? So the question then is, these new citizens of Rome, what sort of voting rights will they have? And this is an issue that became a huge issue over the next few decades, okay? So the social war. Then you have these slave revolts, these, what they call the servile wars, okay? Then you have these piracy going on. So Rome, the Roman Republic is constantly in turmoil and in conflict, okay? And the war between the Optimates and the populars becomes so intense that ultimately they fight a civil war, okay? A civil war means two armies killing each other, okay? And so the civil war was between Sulla and Marius. And the civil war becomes so intense that both Sulla and Marius do the unthinkable, and they march their armies into Rome and kill their enemies. And this has never been done in Roman history before. As a general, you're not supposed to take your soldiers and march against your own government, against your own city, and kill your own people, okay? But that's what they both do. Sulla wins the civil war, and he understands, like all Romans, that this can't go on, okay? There has to be a solution. And Sulla's solution is, well, you know, if the problem is a conflict between the populars and the Optimates, let's just kill all the populars. And then the problem will be solved. Then you have stability in Rome. Okay? And this is what we refer to as proscription. Proscription. And proscription means this. There's a list, a public list of about 1,000, 2,000, okay, individuals. And these individuals are basically sanctioned to be killed. So if you go kill them, you'll be rewarded by the state, and you'll be given the property of those you killed. Okay? And it's called proscription. And this is a new invention by Sulla in order to resolve the conflict between the Optimates and the populars. One of those individuals who was designated to be proscribed, his name is Julius Caesar. And he's about 19 years old now, okay? And Julius Caesar comes from a very prestigious Roman family called the Julii, and he's the nephew of Marius. And that's why he was proscribed, okay? Now, the good thing is, if you're rich, you can bribe your way out of these things, okay? And Julius Caesar's family was extremely wealthy, and he was able to bribe Sulla into letting him go, okay? So Julius Caesar's life was spared. And Sulla believed that by doing this, by killing off the populars, by making the Optimates the supreme power in the land, this conflict would go away. But after Sulla died, this didn't happen, okay? In fact, the conflict became even worse, okay? So Julius Caesar grew up in this conflict, right? He grew up in a time of the Imperial Republic, a contradiction. And he saw himself as the man of destiny to save the Republic by implementing the reforms necessary in order to restore stability in Rome. Okay? He basically wanted to make Rome great again. Any questions so far? Is this all clear to you guys? Okay? All right. So let's talk about the life of Julius Caesar. Okay? From an early age, Julius Caesar saw himself as special. But not only that, but from an early age, Julius Caesar cared a lot about his public image. He cared about how people perceived and remember him. Okay? So here's a story to highlight the myth-making genius of Julius Caesar. Okay? So when Julius Caesar was 25, he was sent off to Anatolia to work as an official there. Now, the problem with sailing at this time is there's a lot of piracy, right? Because there's a lot of corruption, inequality, and poverty in the empire. And so when he was 25, Julius Caesar was captured and kidnapped by pirates. Not a big deal because he's of the nobility. And it's obvious he's of the nobility. And so the pirates asked for a ransom. His family paid the ransom. And Julius Caesar was free to go. Okay? Now, very simple story. But what Julius Caesar did was he embellished the story. Okay? He made certain adjustments to the story that made it memorable to people so that people would discuss it everywhere. Okay? The first embellishment he made was this. The pirates asked for a 20 silver talent ransom, okay, which is a lot of money. And Julius Caesar said, when I heard this, I felt insulted. How dare you ask for 20 silver talents? I'm worth at least 50. Okay? So, hey guys, don't ask for 20, ask for 50. My family can afford it. Okay, so that's the first embellishment. The second embellishment he made was, Julius Caesar said, I became friends with the pirates. We drank together. He's a very charismatic individual. And I told them while we were drinking, hey guys, after I go home, I'm going to come back and capture all of you and crucify every one of you. And the pirates like, that's really funny, man. Okay? So that's the second embellishment. The third embellishment is Julius Caesar, after he was released, he set up a navy, and he went and found every one of these pirates and crucified every one of them. Okay? And that's the third embellishment, because we actually don't know if he actually did this. But again, the thing that Julius Caesar understands is it doesn't matter if the facts are true or not. What matters is how appealing are the details, right? So this story, you'll remember forever, and you will tell others about it. So through this, he's creating a myth of himself. Okay? Does that make sense? And again, there's no way any of these things are true, right? He's like, oh, 20 talents, I'm insulted. Ask for 50 guys, okay? And while he's drinking with these guys, and these are pirates. These are like psychopaths, right? He's like, I'm going to come back and kill every one of you. Every one of you. Right? But again, that's the myth-making genius of Julius Caesar. So, again, as a young man, the greatest honor in Rome is to achieve the triumph. And you do that by starting wars. So, through bribery and through charisma, Caesar is elected a praetor. And then as a praetor, he goes off to Spain. He fights these wars against the tribes of Spain. And then he wins a triumph, okay? And what he wants to do is he wants to basically use the triumph as the springboard for his political career, to win the consulship. At this point, okay, the Optimates hate Julius Caesar. Because Julius Caesar, again, he's a myth-making genius. He's telling all these stories. And it's pissing off the Optimates because they see Julius Caesar as, as he's just a braggart, okay? He's arrogant. He just brags all the time. He's appeasing the people. He's exactly what Romans should not be, okay? He's impious. He doesn't care about liberty. He doesn't care about the public good. All he cares about his own personal glory. And he's got a reputation for this. He's also got a reputation for being a libertine, okay? Meaning like he sleeps with men and women everywhere, okay? And the Roman Optimates, okay, people who include Cato, Scipio, and Cicero, okay, these are the three most famous, they hate Julius Caesar with a passion. They think Caesar represents all that's wrong with Rome. Here's a young man who has talent and charisma, and he's a genius of some sort, but he's using it not for the glory of Rome, but for his own personal political advancement. Caesar represents to them the corruption of the Roman Republic, okay? And they develop, you can use this phrase, Caesar derangement syndrome. Okay? They have decided that they will do whatever they can to destroy this guy. Okay? So Caesar wins a triumph, and he wants to get the consulship. Okay? The problem is, you can only be a general to get the triumph, but you have to give up your generalship in order to stand for election for the council. Okay? So the Optimates give him a choice. You can either have the triumph or you can have the consulship. It's your choice. And they think this guy, he's so arrogant, he will never give up the triumph. Okay? And Caesar surprises everyone by giving up the triumph. He's like, I don't want this crap. I want to stand for election. All right? So that's the other thing that's really surprising about Julius Caesar. He's unpredictable, okay? Or you can also argue he understands the mentality or the motivations of his opponents, but his opponents do never understand him, okay? They always underestimate him, okay? So Caesar is consul, and as consul, he wants to do what everyone wants to do and promote stability in Rome, okay? So he's promoting land reform. And here, the Optimates try to obstruct him wherever they can. Okay? The other thing is, after the consulship, Caesar wants to go take over Gaul, okay? And Gaul is a northern province in Rome. And there he wants to win glory for himself. Okay? That's a plan. The Ottomans understand this, and so beforehand, they decide the next consul will be sent to Italy, okay, which is like basically Rome. If you're in Rome, you can't fight wars. You can't fight wars, you can't win glory, you can't have triumph, okay? And that's the idea. We'll let Caesar be consul, but we'll have him in Italy building roads and cutting wood and cutting trees, okay? We're not going to let him go fight wars in Gaul, that's for sure. Caesar knows about this, and he does something that's really unexpected. He forms an alliance with two other individuals that the Senate hates, okay? The first is Pompey, and Pompey is considered the greatest general of Rome. Okay? He's called Pompey the Great. And he's also pissed off the Senate because Pompey the Great wins all these wars for Rome, and he has to settle his veterans, right? He has to give land to his veterans, but the Senate refuses, okay? So Pompey's pissed off at the Senate as well. And then there's Crassus. And Crassus is the richest man in Rome. He's the wealthiest man in Rome, and he's pissed off at the Senate as well because the Senate is blocking a lot of his political career, okay? So they form a secret alliance called the First Triumvirate. And so they do a lot of these deals, okay? So Caesar, as consul, will help settle the veterans of Pompey. They'll promote some tax reform that Crassus wants. And then in return, Pompey and Crassus will give him Gaul as the province that he will take over once he leaves his consulship, okay? So that's the plan. When Caesar becomes leader of Gaul, the provincial governor of Gaul, okay, the proconsul, from 58 to 51 BCE, at this point, Caesar becomes a legend in Rome. Okay? This is where his myth-making genius really shines. He goes and commits genocide in Gaul, basically. Okay? In the words of Caesar, I went to Gaul, I killed 1 million Gauls in war, I enslaved 1 million Gauls, and then I let 1 million Gauls live. Okay? So he basically committed genocide against the Gauls. And it was all for his personal glory. And he was starting all these wars in Gaul in order to accomplish 3 things, okay? The first thing he wanted to do was money, okay? He got into a lot of debt because he had to bribe a lot of people in order to secure his consulship, and he has to pay them off, right? So he made a lot of money. the money that he had left over, he sent back to Rome to organize feasts and festivals for the Roman people. Okay? The term we use today is called bread and circus. Bread and circus. Okay? So that's what Caesar was doing in order to ingratiate himself with the Roman people. Okay? So that's the first major purpose of these wars. Second major purpose of these wars is to create the world's greatest army. Remember, Rome is mainly at peace at this time. And if they're fighting wars against a lesser opponent. Okay? The Gauls are tough warriors. And his Roman soldiers are getting the best training in the world through 8 years of constant fighting with the Gauls. Okay? So through this process, he created the most loyal and the most disciplined army in the world. And they're all loyal to him personally. Okay? Because he's the one rewarding them, and he's the one who brings victory to them. Right? The second thing. The third thing, which is the most important, is he creates the myth of Caesar as the great conqueror. Okay? Romans love generals. Romans love conquerors. And while Caesar was in Gaul fighting these wars, what he would do is he would write down dispatches or maybe reports, right? Then he would send a soldier back to Rome, and in the Forum of Rome, okay, the main public place, he would stand up and he would read the accomplishments of Caesar of that week. And the things he was doing was, it basically captured the imagination of Rome, of all Romans. Okay, so for example, he attacked Germania. And Romans thought the Germans were so barbaric, it was impossible to attack them. The second thing that Caesar did to capture the imagination of Romans is he invaded Britain. Britain in the imagination of Romans was this mystical, imaginary place, and no one knew what it was. And Caesar launched 2 major expeditions against Britain that didn't really do anything, but that wasn't the point. The point was Caesar ventured into the unknown. Okay? It's basically the equivalent back then of the moon landing. Does that make sense? Because it was just unheard of. Like, why would you go to Britain? Aren't there like dragons in Britain? Aren't there like sea monsters in Britain? And Caesar went there twice. Okay? So at this point, the Romans worship Caesar. Okay? Caesar's bribing them with like bread and circus, and he's winning all these military exploits in Gaul, and he's constructing a new reality of Caesar as the great conqueror. Okay? So does it make sense so far? Okay? He's a myth maker. So while Caesar is doing this, the optimates in Rome, back in Rome, Cato, Scipio, and Cicero, they now see what a threat Caesar is. They realize this guy's not beatable. If he runs for elections, he's going to win all the elections. His allies are going to win the elections. So they decide to strip him of his command, of his military command, and put him on trial for all the things he did illegally. Okay? And Caesar, he's not a nice person. He's done a lot of illegal, immoral things in order to accomplish power, right? So the Senate has a major case against him. And at this point, Caesar recognizes that, listen, these guys mean war. So what Caesar does is he basically declares war on Rome. He crosses the Rubicon, okay? And the Senate is appalled by this, and they appoint Pompey, who again is considered the greatest general in Rome at this point, to counter Caesar. Okay, and this starts the second civil war. The first civil war was between Sulla and Marius. Okay, so now it's Caesar versus Pompey. Any questions so far about this?
One quick question.
Sure.
Is the Senate just the optimists?
Oh, that's a great question. Okay, so the Senate is about it's about 300, 400 people. It's a lot of people. Okay, but the power in the Senate is not distributed equally. So think of the Senate as maybe many circles, okay? If you have the most power, you sit at the front. Why is that important? Because you're able to speak if you sit at the front. Does that make sense? So even though technically voting, everyone has the same voting rights, the people at the front are those who are able to set the agenda and control the debate and make speeches. Everyone back here are not allowed to say anything, okay? Because you go in turns. The people who sit up the front are the optimates because they come from the most prestigious families and they have the most illustrious political careers, okay? Does that make sense? All right. So when Caesar invades Rome, basically he's declared war on the Roman Senate, okay? So let's look at a map of Rome at this time. And this is the year 49 BCE. All right, so Rome is an empire. You have Italy here. This is Rome. Over here is basically Northern Africa. Over here is Spain. Over here is Greece. Then over here is Anatolia, Syria. Okay, so that's the Roman Empire. Okay. At this point, when Caesar crossed the Rubicon, he controls basically Gaul, which is poor, okay? And he controls Rome. The Ottomans and Pompey, they control Spain, Greece, Anatolia, Syria, and Northern Africa. That's a problem for Caesar because, remember, Rome gets its food from the provinces, okay? So in other words, all Pompey has to do is wait. This is what we call a containment strategy. Containment strategy. Look, Caesar can't do anything, right? And eventually, because Romans are starving because of this blockade, then the Romans will rise against Caesar. Game over. Okay? That's all the Ottomans have to do, just wait it out. Over time, Caesar will lose the loyalty of his troops and of the Roman people, and then he will be weak, and then at that point they can attack him. Okay, the war will be over. Does that make sense? All right. So the odds are against Caesar because it's basically one man versus an entire empire. Okay, but Caesar has two advantages. Okay, he has two major advantages. The first advantage he has is he has, again, the world's greatest military, who have fought 8 years in Spain. They're extremely disciplined. They're extremely devoted to him. Okay, that's the first major advantage. The second major advantage is the division within the Ottoman opposition. Okay, because even though the Ottomans, Cato and Cicero and Scipio, they hate Caesar. They don't trust Pompey either, right? Because as this war continues, more and more power will accrue to Pompey, right? He's going to have more and more power. So even though Pompey wants to drag this war out, the Ottomans don't want this war to drag out. They're afraid that by getting rid of Caesar as dictator, they will make Pompey the dictator. Because the Ottomans, what they want to do is maintain the status quo, right? They don't want a new king to arise. They don't want a situation where Caesar loses but Pompey wins. Okay? Does that make sense? So Ottomans are pushing Pompey to end the war as quickly as possible. All right? And this division will be costly. In fact, it will basically cost Pompey his life. So, given these two advantages, the divisions within the Ottoman opposition, and given that Caesar has the world's greatest army, Caesar decides he must take the offensive. Okay? So, first thing he does is he takes his army to Spain and crushes all opposition in Spain. When he crushes opposition in Spain, he does something that's not very Roman, okay? He offers clemency to the enemy. He basically tells his enemies, okay, we're all Romans. We're all fighting for the greater good of Rome. So I've won this war. Will you promise not to fight against me? If you promise you won't fight against me anymore, I'll let you go. Okay? And when he did that, some chose to just go home. But there were also many who chose to go and fight for Pompey in Greece. Okay? All right? But that's what Julius Caesar is doing. He's winning these wars against his opponents, and he's letting them go. He's forgiving them. So that's the first thing that Caesar does. And then he marches to Greece. And again, at this point, Pompey doesn't have to do anything. And Pompey doesn't want to do anything because he knows that Caesar has a superior army. Okay? These are two of the greatest generals Rome has ever produced. Okay? Caesar and Pompey. They understand each other. They understand warfare. And Pompey just wants to use the containment strategy and starve Caesar out. Caesar wants to fight a battle right away. Okay? And what tips the balance is the Ottomans, Cato, Scipio, and Cicero, who forced Pompey to fight a battle. And in August 48 BCE, at a place called Pharsalus, the two armies meet, okay? Pompey and Caesar. Pompey chooses to use the anvil and hammer strategy. Okay, remember what the anvil and hammer strategy is, where your infantry locks the enemy army into place, okay? It locks in place, and then from behind, the cavalry comes in and wipes out the enemy infantry. Okay, that's the strategy. This is what Alexander the Great, this is the strategy that Philip and Alexander the Great used against the Greeks in Persia. Okay? The problem is the Julius Caesar's army is so disciplined and so experienced that they withstood the cavalry charge. And they wiped out the army at Pharsalus, okay? Then Caesar took his army to Egypt, conquer that, to Syria, conquer that, and to Anatolia, and conquer that, okay? The Senate asked for a report from Caesar, like, how's the war going, what's happening, okay? And Caesar said the most famous line that he ever said. And again, he's a myth-making genius, right? He basically said, Vini, Vedi, Vici. Okay? Beautiful Latin. The most powerful Latin phrase ever spoken in human history. It means, I came, I saw, I conquered. Okay? And again, this captured the imagination of the Roman people. After Caesar calmed the Roman East, he goes to Africa to fight Cato and Scipio at the Battle of Phasis, okay? And again, Caesar wants to show clemency. He wants to show how generous and merciful he is. But at this point, his soldiers, who are getting very old, they just want this war to end, and they want to go home. So at this battle, what they do is they defy the direct orders of Caesar not to engage. They took it upon themselves to attack the enemy. And at this point, they're winning the war, right? They're winning the battle. Caesar orders them to show mercy. The veterans, his veterans, massacre their enemies to ensure they can't fight back again. Okay? The last battle is in Spain at the Battle of Manda. And here, the enemy is on a hill. And you're not supposed to fight uphill, okay? You're not supposed to go up a hill and fight the enemy there because you're at a major disadvantage, right? Caesar's soldiers now are so experienced and disciplined that they can do that. They can just march up the hill and destroy the enemy, okay? So that's how powerful Caesar's that's how powerful Caesar's army is at this point. They basically wipe out every army they fight against. Like, we conquer the Roman Empire. Okay? Does that make sense? Caesar goes back to Rome in 44, and this is the year he will be assassinated by his friends. He launches legislative reform to reform the Roman Republic, okay? He launches land reform. He launches debt relief. He creates something called the Julian calendar. The Julian calendar is what we still use today. Before Julius Caesar, the Romans used the lunar calendar. And then Julius Caesar, working with astronomers, they designed together the Julian calendar, which is exactly what we still use today. Okay, that's a major reform. He offered clemency to all his enemies. Basically, if you're willing to work for the good of Rome, he will invite you back into the Senate. Okay? He offered citizenship to his soldiers and to Italians. Okay? He brought in citizenship in Rome. So what Caesar was doing was he was basically trying to resolve a lot of the contradictions that led to instability and civil war and revolution in Rome before then. Okay? And he was successful. And he was considered a genius. And he was loved by the people. In fact, he was everywhere. He had busts of himself everywhere, okay? And then he minted coins, money that had his face on it. So he was basically creating what we call a cult of personality. Okay? And he wanted to continue to expand the Roman Empire. His plan was to go fight a place called Parthia, which is the old Persian Empire. And then he wanted to go conquer Germania, okay? He basically wanted to conquer the entire world. That was his ambition. His ambition was to make Rome great again. And he almost succeeded, except ultimately he was killed by his friends. He was assassinated in 44 BC. Okay? So let's look at those three questions again. Okay? First of all, what motivated Caesar? Second question is, why did he succeed? The third question is, why did they kill him? Okay? So I think what motivated him is exactly what motivated someone like Sulla and Marius and other great generals of Rome. They want to make Rome great again. They're nostalgic for the Rome of the Hannibal Wars, right? When everyone came together and made the sacrifice necessary in order to protect and save Rome. He wanted to return that era. Okay, and that's what motivated him. He didn't want to become king, and if he became king, he didn't want to stay as king. Remember, Sulla won the war, and he could have made himself king. But he didn't do that. He implemented a lot of reforms and then retired, because that was the Roman way. Okay, that's what the ancestors did. And he wanted to be loyal to the gods, to the ancestors, and to Rome. Okay? So Caesar didn't want to become king. He just wanted to save Rome. Second question then is, how is he able to succeed? And this is a more difficult question, okay? So again, the argument is he's a myth maker. What does that mean? Okay, so there are different individuals in society that promote the social good, okay? Or they're able to accomplish great things in different aspects of society. The first is a general, right? The general. The general, he is bold and disciplined. And he's fair, right? That's why the soldiers follow him. He's bold, he's disciplined, and he's fair. He's also concerned about organization and logistics. How do you move an army from place to place? How do you feed your army? Okay? That's what the general does. That's what the great general does. That's what Hannibal did, okay? Then you have the politician. And the politician, he's basically like an avatar of the people. He's able to capture and represent the emotions and the dreams and the longings of the people, okay? He's very charismatic and he's very manipulative, okay? He's able to tell stories that capture the emotional imagination of the people. That's what the politician does. Then you have the administrator or the legislator, okay? And this person is very concerned about details and law and legal aspects, okay, regulation. And the person, you can say, is almost a systems design thinker. Very big picture, very macro, and trying to figure out how the different pieces fit together. If you think about it, these three individuals, the general, the politician, and the administrator, the legislator, they're very different personalities. They're in contradictions with each other, okay? So for example, Pompey was a great general, but he's a terrible, terrible politician. Okay? Hannibal was a great general too, but he was not a very good legislator, okay? The thing that made Julius Caesar distinctive is he was all three together, okay? Because what enables you to be all three together is the imagination. That was Julius Caesar's secret power, his imagination. He was able to imagine himself as different people at once, and therefore he was different people at once. He had multiple personalities. And that's why he was so unpredictable. That's why he was able to understand the motivations of his opponents. And that's why he was able to accomplish so much. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay? And so he became a myth maker. The problem with being a myth maker is you ultimately have to change reality. And by changing reality, you make people who are accustomed to reality uncomfortable. Okay? And so that's why he was killed. He was killed by not his enemies, but by his friends. Okay? So there were four major conspirators against Julius Caesar. They were Decimus Brutus, who was basically Caesar's lieutenant in war. You had Trebonius, again, a major lieutenant of Caesar. But you also had Cassius. Cassius was actually fighting for Pompey, but Caesar thought he was such a great general that Caesar pardoned him, okay? And you also had Marcus Brutus, who Caesar actually saw as a son. Okay, so these are the people who are closest to Caesar, and they ultimately killed Caesar because even though Caesar was making Rome better, he was changing Rome, which caused them to feel uncomfortable and anxious about the future of Rome. Okay, does that make sense? So an analogy is this. Let's just say that one day the Chinese government says, we're going to outlaw rice, white rice, because white rice has proven to be scientifically bad for you, okay? It's not nutritious for you. Instead, we're going to make every Chinese eat steak and potatoes and broccoli so that Chinese can be strong and healthy, okay? How do Chinese feel about this? They'd be pissed, okay? Do you understand? So, it's unfortunate that Caesar did nothing wrong, and everything that Caesar did was for the good of Rome, but change, reform, causes cognitive dissonance, okay? It makes people anxious and uncomfortable, okay? It disrupts your identity. And that's why there's conspiracy that ultimately killed Caesar, okay? Does that make sense? Okay.
How did Caesar challenge their identity being Rome's?
Okay. Okay. So the question, how did Caesar challenge the identity of being Roman? Okay, that's a great question. All right, so let's look at his reforms. First of all, he had the Julian calendar, right? The Julian calendar. So he was challenging people's sense of time. Do you understand? So before you had the lunar calendar, now you have the Julian calendar. Second thing that he did was he was doing all this stuff by himself. Okay, he was winning these military victories by himself. He was introducing much needed reform legislation by himself. He was a great man. But if you're Roman, what you have been taught is these three ideas: piety, liberty, and republica, which is to say, no one is above Rome. Everyone is equal in the eyes of Rome. This general who won against Hannibal or Carthage or the Greeks, it wasn't because he was a great man. It was because he was fighting for Rome. Okay? So the fact that Julius Caesar was a genius, that he was so brilliant and he was able to accomplish so much, it made them jealous, right? It made people jealous. But at the same time, it made them see him as a threat to the very stability of Rome. Does that make sense? Because people like Julius Caesar aren't supposed to exist. Rome does not need kings. In fact, Rome is anti-monarchy. Okay? So they were very much afraid that Julius Caesar thought himself as a god, and he would make himself king. And in fact, Julius Caesar, had hubris, right? Obviously, if you believe that you by yourself can change Rome, you have hubris. But he was not showing enough deference to the Senate. He was creating a cult of personality. He was being very arrogant. It seemed very much like he wanted to become king. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. So there's a lot of evidence to suggest that Caesar wanted to become king. And that's what made them uncomfortable. Okay? But what I'm saying is, the real issue is the idea of cognitive dissonance, where the very existence of Caesar challenged their perception of what Rome was and what Rome meant. Okay? Does that make sense? But very good question, okay? Any more questions?
One more question. You mentioned at the very beginning, Caesar allied with Pompey and
Crassus.
because Pompey hated the Senate?
Oh, okay. So Pompey and Crassus and Caesar, how did they form their alliance, right? Okay. So the first thing to understand is Pompey and Crassus were both optimates. Okay? They were supporters of Sulla. Remember, Sulla is the one who crushed the populars, right? So Pompey and Crassus were conservatives. They were optimates. Caesar was a popular. So their alliance was secret. It was completely unexpected. And that's why they were able to accomplish so much. Because politically, they were at odds with each other. The reason why they formed an alliance is just basically expedience. Pompey had issues that he wanted to pass through the Senate. Crassus had issues that he wanted to pass through the Senate, and Caesar as well. So they decided it would be politically expedient to work together. And that's a genius of Caesar, okay? He's very charismatic. He's very manipulative. So he was able to form an alliance with people who were technically his enemies, okay? Pompey and Crassus were his enemies. They were politically at odds with him, but Caesar was able to put aside political differences and form an alliance for the sake of interest and expediency, okay? Does that make sense? But obviously, this would not last very long. Okay? Any more questions? Okay. Okay, so next class, we're going to look at the world that Caesar created. Okay? Because after he dies, the Republic falls. So we will look at what happens after he dies and look at the birth of the Roman Empire. Okay? So we are doing Octavius and the birth of the Roman Empire today. Okay, so let's review where we are. The year is 44 BCE, and Julius Caesar has just been assassinated. And the three main conspirators, there are 60 senators, but the three main conspirators are Marcus Brutus, who is considered the leader of the conspiracy, Cassius, and Decimus Brutus. Okay? And after they assassinated Caesar, obviously Rome is in turmoil. And Mark Antony, who is currently the consul or the head of state in Rome, he reaches an agreement with these conspirators. And the agreement is this. Mark Antony, who is a staunch ally of Julius Caesar, he will not seek retribution. And in return, the conspirators will declare that Caesar was not a tyrant. He did not want to become king. Okay? So a peace settlement was reached to avoid a civil war. The problem is that Mark Antony was working behind the scenes to work up the Roman people against conspirators. And eventually, public sentiment was so much against the conspirators that they flee to the provinces. Okay? And then Mark Antony read the will of Caesar, okay? Caesar's will. Remember that there's private property in Rome. And so when a man dies, he has a will, and then this will stipulates how this private property will be distributed, okay? And there are three really surprising things about the will. The first thing is that Caesar right now is the wealthiest man in Rome, and he stipulates that upon his death, every Roman citizen will get 3 months of a soldier's wage. That's a lot of money, okay? That's extreme generosity. He also stipulates that a lot of his private property will be turned into public parks for the benefit of the Roman people. So this will demonstrates Caesar's love of his people, okay? The second thing is actually more surprising. Mark Antony believed that he would be named the heir to Caesar's legacy and wealth in the will. But in fact, Caesar names this complete stranger to be his heir. His name is Octavius. And Caesar names Octavius to be his adopted son. And so Octavius' name is actually Gaius Octavius. And upon his adoption, he is now named Gaius Julius Caesar Octavius. This is like much too complicated, so historians use the shorthand Octavian. Okay? So we will now name this person Octavian, and this is the historical shorthand, even though this is not his real name. So that's the second big surprise in the will. And the third big surprise is this. Caesar names secondary heirs. These are individuals who will inherit Caesar's property and legacy if Octavian were to die. Mark Antony is a secondary heir, but so is Decimus Brutus, one of the men who conspired to kill Caesar. Okay? So this will of Caesar's, it is shocking. And it shows to the Roman people that Caesar really loved them and that Caesar loved everyone, including the people who conspired to kill him. Okay? Mark Antony is very upset about this will. So that when Octavian right now, he's only 18 years old. Okay? He's only 18 years old, and he returns to claim his legacy. Mark Antony is so upset that he refuses to meet with Octavian, and he refuses to give Caesar's property and wealth to Octavian. Remember, the first stipulation of the will is that every Roman citizen will be given 3 months of wages. Okay? And Octavian, what he does is to honor Caesar's will, he borrows money. Okay, this is a lot of money in order to ensure that every citizen got 3 months of wages. So in this situation, okay, and this is only a few months after Caesar's death, this is now a volatile Game of Thrones situation. Game of Thrones. Mark Antony considers himself the legitimate heir of Caesar and refuses to acknowledge Octavian. Octavian has returned and demands to be acknowledged as the heir. Okay, so that's one conflict. The other conflict is you have these three conspirators: Decimus Brutus, Marcus Brutus, and Cassius. And they're not in Rome, but they're in the provinces with huge armies. Okay, so Decimus Brutus, he is in Gaul. Marcus Brutus and Cassius are in the Roman East, which includes Anatolia and Syria, okay? Extremely wealthy provinces where they have many loyal soldiers. And they understand that eventually there's a conflict coming, so they raise a huge army, about 100,000 soldiers, to prepare for the eventual conflict. And this is like the largest army ever assembled in Roman history. You also have a name named Lepidus, who is a very competent administrator, and he has his own army, and he actually wanted to avenge Caesar, but Mark Antony stopped him, okay? So Lepidus is also part of the equation. In the center is a name named Cicero. Cicero is considered one of the greatest orators in Roman history. It's very common as part of a liberal arts education to study the speeches of Cicero, okay? And Cicero is the last remaining optimate. And the optimates are the ones who are conservatives and who believe in the primacy of the Senate. So Cicero is right now in charge of the Senate. And everyone in this Game of Thrones has a different motivation, right? So Cicero, his main motivation is to maintain the supremacy of the Senate. So he wants a balance of power. So what he will do is he will play everyone off against each other in order to maintain the supremacy of the Senate and therefore his authority. Okay, that's Cicero. Octavian wants to be the heir of Caesar, but so does Mark Antony. And Lepidus also wants to be a heir as well. And then on the other side are Decimus Brutus, Marcus Brutus, and Cassius, who are fighting for their own legacy. Okay? So this is the situation in 44 BCE. And it's a Game of Thrones situation, and you would expect the one who would most likely lose this Game of Thrones would be Octavian, right? He's 80 years old, he's got no army, and he has no allies in Rome. But what happens over the next 15 years is, one by one, Octavian destroys all his enemies. What happens first is that Mark Antony goes to war with Decimus Brutus. Decimus Brutus is in charge of Gaul, and Mark Antony wants the armies of Decimus Brutus. So Mark Antony marches against Decimus Brutus, and then Cicero, to maintain the balance of power, he authorizes Octavian to raise his own army to challenge Mark Antony. Okay? So now they're at war with each other. Eventually, Mark Antony loses, and then he steals basically Lepidus' army to march against Decimus Brutus again. And at this point, what happens is very strange. The three of them, Lepidus, Octavian, and Mark Antony, they sit down together, and they agree to share power and form their own dictatorship. This is what we call the Second Triumvirate. Okay? The Second Triumvirate is brutal. The first thing they decided to do is kill all their enemies, anyone who could challenge them, including Cicero, who was previously the patron of Octavian, right? So they killed about a third of the Senate and replaced the Senate with their allies. Then Mark Antony and Octavian marched against Marcus Brutus and Cassius. Okay? Decimus Brutus has been destroyed. They now march against Marcus Brutus and Cassius. And in 42 BCE, they fight the Battle of Philippi in Macedonia. Okay? Philippi is a city named after King Philip. And in this battle, Mark Antony and Octavian triumph in the largest battle in history at that time. Okay? And after this battle, where Marcus Brutus and Cassius are killed, Octavian, Mark Antony, and Lepidus agree to share the world. So Octavian would get Rome, Lepidus would get Northern Africa, and Mark Antony would get Egypt and the Near East, Anatolia, Syria. So Mark Antony basically gets the lion's share of the Roman world, okay? And they agree to share it. Then what happens is Lepidus comes into conflict with Lepidus comes in conflict with Octavian, and Octavian gives a speech to Lepidus' soldiers who all defect over to Octavian. Then Octavian comes in conflict with Mark Antony. And in 31 BCE, at the battle of, what's that battle called again? 31, Actium in Greece. It's a huge battle where Antony's forces are aligned with Cleopatra forces against Octavian. In this battle, what happens is basically Mark Antony and Cleopatra, they run away from the battle, and then they return to Alexandria, and then Octavian goes and hunts them down, and they both commit suicide before they're captured. And then this ends in 27 BCE when Octavian returns to the Senate, the Roman Senate, in triumph, and they declare him Augustus Caesar. Okay? Augustus Caesar. His name has now changed to Augustus Caesar. And he's considered the first emperor of Rome. Okay? So this is the brief history. Now I want to ask the question, how did Octavian, again, who in 44 BC, he's only 18 years old, he has no army, and has very few allies in Rome, how was he able to triumph over everyone, okay? All right, and there are different explanations. The first you can say is just, well, he got lucky, okay? Yeah, I know he was lucky, and that is a possibility, but you don't become emperor by becoming lucky, okay? So that doesn't suffice. Second is, you can say he was brilliant. Julius Caesar was brilliant, right? King Philip of Macedon was brilliant. These are all brilliant people. Very few people say Octavian was a brilliant person. He didn't have the charisma of Julius Caesar. His oration was good, but nowhere near as good as, say, Mark Antony's or other Romans, okay? And it's generally agreed upon that he was a terrible, terrible military leader and strategist. He lost a lot of wars. He lost a lot of battles during this conflict. Okay, so he was not a great military leader. So he was not brilliant. I mean, he was brilliant in his own way. He was brilliant politically, but he was not brilliant in the traditional sense. Okay. The third explanation is, well, he's just ruthless. He will do anything for power. And again, this is true. There is some truth to this. But guess what? In the Roman world, everyone was ruthless, right? Mark Antony was especially ruthless. Mark Antony killed his own wife. Okay? So that doesn't explain it. Fourth is the legions, the army. They remembered Caesar, Julius Caesar, and now that Octavian is considered the son of Julius Caesar, the legions swore loyalty to him. And that is true. Okay? But they also swore loyalty to Mark Antony. And you can argue Mark Antony had a stronger claim to Caesar's legacy than Octavian. So that by itself doesn't explain it either. Next explanation is Marcus Agrippa. And Marcus Agrippa is considered Octavian's partner. And he was considered a great general. And it was actually Marcus Agrippa who was responsible for all of Octavian's major military victories, especially the Battle of Actium, which basically ended the Civil War. And this, again, is true. Marcus Agrippa is a brilliant military leader. But so were Cassius, Decimus. Okay? There were other brilliant military leaders. The other issue is that in this ruthless world of Roman politics, how could Octavian trust Marcus Agrippa? And why did Marcus Agrippa stay loyal to Octavian? Okay? Okay, so these are 5 explanations, and there's all some truth to that. Okay? But I want to offer you today another explanation. And the explanation is this. The death of Caesar allowed Octavian to become emperor. Okay? And here's my argument. Remember last class, we said that Caesar, his greatness was in his myth-making genius. He created a myth of himself that he was a man of destiny who would save the republic. But his myth was counter to other myths that were more dominant in Rome, especially the myth of Lucius Brutus, right? Lucius Brutus, the man who created the republic and killed the king. And so Caesar had this great myth, but it was against other dominant myths. When Caesar was killed, it made his myth the dominant myth of Rome. In fact, it turned his myth into reality. And it was this new reality that propelled Octavian into power. Okay? So another simple way of saying this is that it was the love of the Roman people that propelled Octavian into power. And we see this in history all the time, right? So for example, in Canada, Doug is from Canada, so am I, there's a man named Justin Trudeau. The most incompetent politician you will ever meet, okay? But he's prime minister, and he's been prime minister for like 10 years, right? Why? Because his father is Pierre Trudeau, who is considered one of the most popular prime ministers in Canadian history, right? So it was basically people transferring their love of Pierre Trudeau onto the son. Okay? So that's one example. The other example, of course, in America is George W. Bush, right? Whose father was George H.W. Bush, who was considered, a very good president. Okay? So is it, yeah, Doug?
Oh, just to add in a little bit, not on the Canadian stuff, but what's interesting for me here is you see it almost as a new origin story, right? Like Caesar breaks the other myths, and there's this new myth that you build a state around, right?
Yep.
And just when I was thinking about different examples of this, like you could see this in Russia, like there's the revolution.
That's right.
Lenin becomes like the great figure that.
That's right.
From his legacy, everybody tries to build his
Yeah.
legacy. Here in China, there's still a picture of Chairman Mao and
That's right.
Square.
So if you think about it, politics, political change, it's really about myths, right? If you want to create political change, you have to change you have to change the myths. And new governments will create new myths, okay? All right, great. All right, so that's a basic thesis, okay? So let me explain it some more, okay? So let's go back to the death of Julius Caesar, the assassination of Julius Caesar. And there were 3 major assassins, as I said. Decimus Brutus, Marcus Brutus, who is considered a leader, and Cassius. And they were just the leaders of a huge conspiracy that involved 60 senators. That's about 7% of the Roman Senate. That's a lot of people, man, right? 7% of the Roman Senate. And each of these individuals had a different reason for wanting Caesar dead. Okay? So Decimus Brutus was considered Julius Caesar's most competent general. Okay? And he wanted to be acknowledged as such. So you could say that Decimus Brutus, he was driven by jealousy or maybe thwarted ambition. Okay? He wanted to prove that he was better than Julius Caesar. So that's Decimus Brutus. Cassius is a different story. Cassius fought for Pompey the Great. And because Cassius was such a great general, Julius Caesar showed mercy to him and forgave him and made him a general, his own general, okay? So this is Caesar demonstrating his benevolence and clemency and mercy. The problem is that in the Roman world, mercy is not considered a good thing, okay? So by showing mercy on Cassius, Cassius could have interpreted this as Caesar showing contempt for him. Caesar didn't really see him as a threat, okay? And so Cassius might have been motivated by a sense like a desire for vengeance, right? Marcus Brutus is the most interesting the most interesting person here. And actually, Shakespeare wrote a play about Marcus Brutus called Julius Caesar, okay? But it was really about Marcus Brutus. It was trying to explain the psychology and motivations of why Marcus Brutus would want Caesar dead, okay? Marcus Brutus did fight for Pompey the Great, but he's also the son of Julius Caesar's favorite mistress, favorite lover. And so Julius Caesar made a point of telling his soldiers, do not kill this guy in battle. If you see him, capture him and send him to me. And so Marcus Brutus was captured, and Julius Caesar adopted him basically as a son. And he basically fast-tracked Marcus Brutus' career. And so Marcus Brutus had every reason to thank Julius Caesar, right? But instead, Marcus Brutus becomes the main conspirator. And in the play by Shakespeare, Julius Caesar, the argument that Shakespeare makes is Marcus Brutus is driven by his own sense of virtue, okay? Basically vanity. He believes, or he's told, that he's named after Lucius Brutus, the founder of the Republic, and therefore he has a responsibility to save the Republic from wannabe tyrants like Caesar. And that's what drives him. What Shakespeare doesn't mention, though, is what Romans believe is that Marcus Brutus is the biological son of Julius Caesar. Okay, so maybe there was that interpersonal dynamic where Marcus Brutus despised Caesar. Okay, all right. So it's a very complicated situation. But what unites everyone is the feeling that Rome was changing too fast. Okay? So remember, Julius Caesar, he did what he did in order to save the Republic, to restore the Republic. And so when he had obtained power, he was making changes that were necessary, but which changed the Roman sense of themselves. Okay? So one example is he brought in senators from the provinces. And these were aristocrats who spoke perfect Latin, but because they were from the provinces and they were foreigners, the Roman people were very upset by this. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing is Caesar ended corruption in the provinces. And that goes against the interests of the nobility, because one way for you to become rich as a noble person is to go to provinces and steal a lot of money. Okay, so Caesar was doing a lot of things that were good for the empire and for the republic in the long term, but which hurt the interests of the senators and nobility in the short term. And this is what caused the conflict, okay? And because Caesar was so fast and so effective in his reforms, it not only sort of disturbed the nobility, but also disturbed the people as well, because Romans are very conservative. They were not used to all these changes happening so fast. And so this is what compelled the conspirators to act against Caesar, okay? But this raises a very interesting question. Caesar is a genius. He's brilliant. How could he not see this coming, right? How could he not imagine the possibility that people were conspiring against him? And the answer, okay, and this is hard for us to understand today, but it was unimaginable that they would conspire to kill Caesar in the Senate, okay? So there are lots of taboos in Rome. One major taboo is the idea of the promerium, okay? The promerium just means the boundary of Rome. And the idea here is that Rome, the city of Rome, the physical geographic space of Rome, it is sacred and divine. It is protected by the gods. And therefore, you are not allowed to bring weapons into Rome. Okay? If you're a soldier, you must come in as a private citizen. You are not allowed to come in as a soldier. You are not allowed to commit acts of violence within the Pomerium. Otherwise, the gods will spite you. The gods will take vengeance against you, okay? So that's the first taboo. Second taboo is this. The Senate is considered the most sacred and divine space in the entire, in all of Rome. And so no one's allowed to bring weapons. No one's allowed to commit violence in the Senate. Okay? Also, the Senate's laws are basically the laws of the gods. And the Senate declared the body of Julius Caesar to be sacrosanct, okay? Meaning divine and sacred. You are not allowed to touch the body of Julius Caesar. Okay? The third thing is that everyone in the Senate was personally appointed by Julius Caesar. So everyone owed their good fortune to the generosity of Julius Caesar. Okay, do you understand? It was just unimaginable for Julius Caesar to think that his friends could be conspiring against him. Okay? Does that make sense so far, guys? Okay, it was beyond the imagination of Julius Caesar. But if this is true, then something else is true, which is that Julius Caesar did not want to become king. Because being king was the ultimate taboo in Rome. Does that make sense? Julius Caesar could not imagine that Brutus would kill him because he, like all Romans, believed in these taboos. And the ultimate taboo was Rome should never have a king. So he himself did not want to become king. He was behaving very arrogantly. He was behaving like a king, but he would not become king himself because it would go against the Roman Republic. It would defy all the taboos of the Roman Republic. Okay? And also, before Caesar, there was also another dictator named Sulla. Okay? And the example of Sulla is he's a man who comes into power, kills all his enemies, and then he retires. Okay? He could become king, but he chose to not become king because to become king would mean the death of the republic. And that's the taboo, that's the Rubicon he refused to cross. Okay? So we can imagine that Caesar saw himself as a better Sulla, okay? As a more merciful Sulla. He would not kill his enemies, he would show generosity to his enemies, and he would restore the republic to its greatness. He would make the necessary reforms, and then he would retire and leave the republic as it was. Okay? Okay, does that make sense? All right. So, it was unimaginable for Caesar to think that he'll be killed. And also what's interesting is, what do you think happened to these three individuals after they killed Caesar? Right? They killed Caesar because they feared Caesar would become king. But after they killed Caesar, what they recognized is they could only kill Caesar because Caesar did not want to become king. Right? Otherwise, Caesar would surround himself with bodyguards. Otherwise, Caesar would not make himself available to his enemies. So, upon the death of Caesar, all his enemies, Decimus, Marcus, and Cassius, realized they were in the wrong. But not only that, but the very attitude of the people of Rome changed, right? While Caesar was alive, the Roman people were very skeptical towards Caesar because they feared that he would become king, right? They loved Caesar, but they were afraid that Caesar was too ambitious. But upon the death of Caesar, the Roman people felt tremendous guilt for doubting Caesar. Does that make sense? Right? Because it was their doubt that allowed the conspirators to kill Caesar. If all they did was believe in Caesar, if they believed that in Caesar's myth that he was here as a man of destiny to restore the republic, and that's all he cared about, he didn't want to become king, then Caesar would still be alive. Okay? And to compound the guilt, Caesar showered the people with generosity upon his death, right? Okay? So you can see how the death of Caesar creates this new reality where people now recognize Caesar did not want to become king. All he wanted to do was save the republic. And people are now, they're sort of paralyzed by their guilt. All right? So the evidence for this is this. While Decimus Brutus was being attacked by Mark Antony and then later by Octavian, Cassius told Marcus Brutus, hey, maybe we should come to this guy's aid. He's our ally. If he falls, they're going to come after us next. And Marcus Brutus did nothing. He refused to act. All right? And the reason why is he could not act. He killed Julius Caesar because Julius Caesar was too ambitious. But if Marcus Brutus were to move his army against Rome, then Marcus Brutus is the ambitious one. He's the one who wants to become king. Right? Therefore, Marcus Brutus and Cassius could only wait for their deaths. Because the third of the case, to believe that Caesar wanted to become king wasn't true. It couldn't be true. And therefore, they committed wrong against Rome by killing Caesar. Okay? Does that make sense? So this explains his enemies. How about Mark Antony? Okay, so Mark Antony had a different problem. Mark Antony loved Caesar so much, he wanted to continue Caesar's legacy. And Mark Antony sort of felt betrayed by Caesar when Caesar named Octavian to be the heir and not Mark Antony. Okay? And so what does Mark Antony want to do now? Well, he wants to prove that Caesar's wrong. Mark Antony wants to prove that he is the rightful heir of Caesar, and to prove so, he will continue his legacy. Okay? So Mark Antony started to do things that were against his own personal self-interest and which ultimately led to his self-destruction. The first thing that he did was he marched against the Parthians. The Parthians are Rome's last great enemy, okay? Rome destroyed Carthage, Rome destroyed the Greeks, but the Parthians still had an empire to the east of Rome. And Roman generals failed to make inroads against Parthia. And in fact, Julius Caesar, he wanted to basically end his life by invading Parthia. Okay, so Julius Caesar's plan before his death was to attack Parthia, conquer it, then sweep back to Europe and conquer Germany. Okay, basically conquer the whole world to prove he's better than Alexander the Great. So Mark Antony decides that this is how he will prove he is Caesar's rightful heir, by finishing Caesar's legacy against the Parthians. Okay? The problem is Romans are not good at war against the Parthians and the Persians. Okay? Because the Romans are infantry focused, and the Parthians and the Persians are cavalry focused. Right? They have horses. So Mark Antony goes over to Parthia, and he gets his ass kicked. All right? He gets his ass kicked. He's not Julius Caesar. He's not the heir to Julius Caesar. And he falls into a major depression. He basically becomes a drunk. Okay? That's his first major mistake. Second major mistake he makes is he falls in love with Cleopatra. Cleopatra is the queen of Egypt, but much more importantly, she is the mistress of Julius Caesar. In fact, rumors were that upon his retirement, Julius Caesar would bring Cleopatra to Rome and they would live happily ever after. Okay? That's the rumor. So Mark Antony goes over to Egypt and he becomes the lover to Cleopatra. Okay? Because he's trying to be Julius Caesar now. And this is a problem because to marry Cleopatra, he has to divorce his wife, who happens to be the sister of Octavian. Okay? So this causes a personal rift between Octavian and Mark Antony. And the third thing that he does, which is what causes his demise, is he names in his will, okay? He names in his will that his children of Cleopatra will become the heirs to the Roman East. All the property, all that land that Mark Antony controls will be given to his children with Cleopatra. They're foreign citizens. And also, Mark Antony does not have the authority to give that land out to his children. Only the Senate has the authority. Okay? So Octavian used the will as a pretext to attack Mark Antony. And he's heavily supported by the Roman people. Okay? So Mark Antony, because he's trying so hard to escape the shadow of Julius Caesar, because he's trying so hard to prove he is the legitimate heir to Julius Caesar, he basically self-destructs. He didn't have to do any of this, but he did. And by doing all this, it guarantees his destruction. Okay? So Mark Antony basically self-destructs. Let's look at Lepidus. Okay? Lepidus, he is an extremely effective administrator, but he is not as charismatic and as brilliant as Julius Caesar. And Lepidus basically shied away. Okay? He didn't have the confidence to challenge Octavian for the ultimate power. And seeing this lack of confidence and this insecurity, his soldiers basically went off to join Octavian. Okay? And a lot of soldiers did that. A lot of soldiers that were fighting for the enemy's side would just jump ship because Octavian is the heir of Julius Caesar. Okay? He is the new Julius Caesar, and they all worship Julius Caesar. All right? Now, let's look at Octavian. Why did Octavian succeed so much? Again, he became partners with Marcus Agrippa, who was a much better general than him. But Octavian, again, he was not a brilliant man. He was not charismatic. He was not a great general. But he believed himself to be the heir to Julius Caesar. For whatever reason, Julius Caesar believed in him. And therefore, he had a responsibility to finish the legacy of his father, okay, which is to restore the Roman Republic. And that meant he had to do whatever sacrifice was necessary in order to do so, okay? So the difference between Octavian and the others was he acted. He wasn't very successful, but he was willing to act, whereas Marcus Brutus was not willing to act. And when you act, sometimes you will succeed, okay? And only a few successes will allow you to become the emperor of Rome. It was driven by the fact that he believed himself to be the heir of Julius Caesar. He was the son of Julius Caesar. Julius Caesar believed in him. Therefore, he has a responsibility to restore the Republic. And that's why he trusted Marcus Agrippa. Okay? And that's why Marcus Agrippa trusted him. They were all fighting for the legacy of Julius Caesar. And that's why ultimately the Roman people allow Octavian to amass so much power. Right? So remember, the Roman people have been taught to fear kings. But over time, Octavian was in power for 40 years. Okay? Augustus Caesar was in power for 40 years. Over time, he became even more powerful than a king. This is what he did. He amassed all powers to himself. After he conquered Egypt, he made Egypt into his own personal property. Okay? This was his private estate. He used all the money from Egypt. And again, remember, Egypt is right now, and for the longest time, the wealthiest country in the world at this time. Okay? They have so much wealth. He used his money in order to have his own army. Before, the Roman army was loyal to the Senate. Now, because it was Octavian himself who personally paid every soldier in the army, which is now a professional army, they're now loyal to the emperor. Okay? He took Gaul, which was land that Julius Caesar basically depopulated with genocide, and he gave the land to his veterans. Okay? So basically, he made the entire army loyal to him personally. So he now has the power of God. The Roman people allowed him to do that because they believed that, like Julius Caesar, Octavian was driven by his sense of mission, his desire to save and restore the Roman Republic. But ultimately, because they believed him too much, Augustus Caesar would destroy the Republic and concentrate all power in his hands. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. Any questions?
I've got one question.
Yeah?
Why did Julius Caesar name Octavian as his heir but not Mark?
Okay, that's a great question. Okay. So why did Julius Caesar name Octavian as the heir and not Mark Antony? Okay. So Octavian is the great nephew of Julius Caesar. So Octavian was Julius Caesar's sister's grandson, okay? And so Octavian basically grew up with Julius Caesar. Like, they knew each other very well. But as Echo says, Mark Antony is the man who was most loyal to Caesar, okay? The most trusted lieutenant of Caesar. Why didn't Caesar trust him? And the answer is, Caesar, as a genius, he doesn't care about loyalty. He cares about talent. He cares about ability. And Mark Antony was a notorious hothead. He had a violent temper. He was a drunk, okay? I mean, he just had, like, terrible personal qualities. So an example of this is, while Caesar was off campaigning against Pompey, he put Mark Antony in charge of Rome. And all Mark Antony did was piss everyone off. He got in fights with the Senate. He was so bad that Caesar had no choice but to replace him with Lepidus. Okay? So Mark Antony was a notorious hothead. He was emotionally unstable. He was emotionally volatile. And so Caesar didn't really trust him, even though Mark Antony would give his life for Caesar. Does that make sense? Okay? So Octavian was considered much more competent, much more level-headed. And Caesar was correct in his assessment, because Octavian was a brilliant political manipulator, okay? Being an emperor is very hard. He was emperor for 40 years. So he had to balance all these different political factions within Rome, okay? So great question, Echo. Okay, any more questions or comments about this argument? Is it all clear?
I can just make a comment to say something.
Sure.
Give you a great. You were talking about how taboo it would be to kill someone in the Senate.
Yes,
right?
That's right.
And I remember feeling that. Like I've traveled to different places in the world. I've been to the Palace of Versailles in France. I've been to what's called the Hermitage right now, or the Winter Palace in Russia. Like those places where there were violent revolutions, right? Where revolutionaries came in and killed the king and so on, right? And I always understood that in the abstract, but like when you actually like go into the palace and you're surrounded with all the symbols of power and wealth.
Yep.
You start thinking about those assassinations differently. That like just how taboo it would have been, like how you were going against every symbol of.
That's right.
That you would have been surrounded with growing up in any sort of respect for authority. You had to cross every.
That's right.
Every Rubicon.
So yeah, I mean, it was very hard to kill Caesar, okay? So they were in the Senate. There were 60 conspirators, okay? They all brought knives. They hit the knives, the daggers, in the toga, okay? They were all supposed to, like, lunge Caesar together. So, but only five senators actually physically attacked Caesar. Everyone else just stood paralyzed. Because, as you said, it was taboo. It was the ultimate taboo to commit violence in the Senate. So they were all paralyzed by this fear, even though they had this intense hatred of Caesar. Okay? They had, for months, imagined how they would go about killing Caesar. Okay? They had this plan meticulously. But when it came to actually acting it out, they couldn't do it. Only five actually managed to take out their dagger and stab Caesar. In fact, the first person who attacked Caesar stood behind Caesar while Caesar was talking to the Senate, and he was shaking, okay? And he only managed to pinprick Caesar in the back, okay? This is where we get the idea of backstabbing from. Okay? So, and Caesar didn't really notice. He was like, hey, what are you doing, man? Okay? Caesar wasn't really hurt by this. Even Caesar, even though he was being attacked, could not imagine that anyone would be so bold enough to break all these taboos and attack him, okay? So, I mean, it was an incredible act that forever changed Roman history. All right? It was just unimaginable that anyone could attack anyone in the Senate, like physically, okay? Especially the dictator, the Julius Caesar, who was considered divine and sacred by the Roman people. Okay, so it was an incredible act of violence. Okay, and only 5 people actually participated in attacking him. And it took a very long time because it was so hard to muster the strength to stab Caesar. And again, all these senators are like soldiers, okay? They're physically very strong. They're generals. They're used to killing people. So it wasn't fear of death. It was just fear of breaking this ultimate taboo of the Roman Senate. Okay? So thanks for that, Doug. Any more questions before I finish? Okay. So Augustus Caesar was considered the first and the greatest emperor of the Roman Empire. And like Julius Caesar, he did not consider himself the emperor. He considered himself like first citizen, okay, or the first man in the Senate. And his responsibility was to ensure the eternal prosperity and stability of the Roman Republic. And so towards his old age, he had to consider he had to consider the problem of secession, right? He was a great emperor, but the second emperor had to be great as well. And so his solution was this. His solution would be he would adopt the most competent relative that he had to be emperor. And he would create this new system where emperors would be adopted. Okay? So the best man in Rome would always be adopted into the imperial throne. And Augustus Caesar had the perfect man. His name was Germanicus. Germanicus was very much like Julius Caesar. Brilliant speaker, loved by his soldiers. The problem was that he was too young, okay? Germanicus was too young. So he needed a transition. And so he appointed his stepson, Tiberius, who was pretty old at this point, okay, to be the transition. Tiberius was not charismatic. He was not very popular, but he was competent. He was a competent administrator. He'd be emperor for like 5 to 10 years. And then when Germanicus came of age, then Germanicus would inherit the throne. And he'd be a good emperor. And as a good emperor, you would then be able to find someone else who had good talent, and you would appoint him the next emperor. If you had this system could go on forever, right? And so this is a brilliant system. The problem was Tiberius, okay? Tiberius didn't like the idea that he could not appoint his successor, okay? So what did he do? Well, he killed Germanicus. But not only did he kill Germanicus, he killed basically all of Germanicus' family, okay? And not only did he kill Germanicus' family, but he killed a lot of people, okay? And then he adopted someone named Caligula, who was Germanicus' youngest son, to be the emperor. And Caligula was a notoriously bad emperor, okay? So this system broke down very quickly. Even though Augustus Caesar, his intention was to continue the legacy of Julius Caesar and create an eternal prosperity for the Roman Republic. Okay? And by the time you got to Tiberius, the system collapsed. And you could make the argument that Tiberius marked the death of the Roman Empire. Okay? The Roman Empire would continue for another like 300 years, but it's basically dead. Okay? Meaning that it was racked by all these internal revolt and internal tensions. And it was only because of its size and inertia that it was able to continue for so long. Okay? So next class we will finish Rome by discussing the Roman legacy. Okay? What is Rome's contribution to Western civilization? And this will mainly have to do with the legacy of Augustus Caesar. Right? Any questions? Okay, all right, great. So we will continue, we will finish with Rome next class, and then we'll start Egypt. Okay, and Egypt will be a lot of fun. Okay, good morning. So this is going to be a very long class today, and I'm going to throw a lot of information at you. Okay, and the reason why is I want to summarize and review what we've learned about Rome so far, compare and contrast it to the Greeks, and then look forward on how the Romans and the Greeks will influence the development of Western civilization, including Christianity. Okay, so I'll be throwing a lot at you today. So if you have any questions, please let me know. Okay, if I'm being unclear, please let me know. All right, just raise your hand. Okay, all right. So let's review what we know so far. So the Romans and the Greeks are very different civilizations. If you remember the Greeks are scattered across the Aegean and across the Mediterranean. Okay, they have colonies over the place. So the Greeks are primarily focused on trade, especially with the great empires of the Near East. Okay, primarily Egypt, Mesopotamia, and Persia. Okay, the three great civilizations that we will discuss starting next week. And so the Greeks have colonies all over these three civilizations, and as such, the Greeks are able to absorb new ideas pretty easily. And because the Greeks are focused on trade, maritime trade, they're a very open-minded people. Okay? So that's Greek civilization. The Romans are completely different because they are across the Adriatic in Italy, and they're inland. So they're a much more insular and conservative people than the Greeks. Also, the Romans have historically been surrounded by very aggressive people, including the Latins, the Sabines, the Etruscans. And so Rome has always had to struggle to survive in this very hostile environment. And in order to survive, they developed a cultural system that made them the world's greatest military machine. Okay? And the three pillars of this culture are piety, right? Piety. Obedience and loyalty to the gods, to Rome, and to your fathers. Second principle is the idea of liberty, which puts the nobility at the very heart and center of Roman society. Liberty means no kings, okay? No dictators, no tyrants. And the third and most important pillar is the idea of re publica, right? The public good. And the idea here is everyone must sacrifice himself for the honor and glory of Rome. In fact, there's a competition. You want prestige by winning new territory for Rome, okay? And this is a great system if you are a poor, small nation always at war and under threat from larger nations. So remember, in 216 BCE, Hannibal destroyed every Roman army, but at the same time, the Romans were able to rally themselves and ultimately defeat Carthage in the Second Punic War. Okay? So it's a great system if you're a small and poor nation always at war with larger nations. But this system breaks down when you become rich, big empire, and you're the major hegemon in the area. And this system will lead to three major problems in the Roman Republic: corruption, division, right? Civil wars. The first one between Marius and Sulla, and then between Julius Caesar and Pompey, and then finally between Octavian and Mark Antony. Okay? And also inequality. So now Rome is in crisis. And the ultimate resolution to all these problems was the beginning of the empire, okay, the emperor. So Octavian became the emperor. He is now known as Augustus Caesar. And again, what he does is he centralizes all military authority in his hands. Egypt is now his private estate, and he uses it to bankroll the army, which is now composed of professional soldiers. Before they were citizen soldiers, so they only volunteered when Rome was at war. But now in the empire, there's a professional standing army, and they serve for like 20 years or 30 years. And they're all paid by one man, the emperor, through his land holdings in Egypt. Okay? He also established something called the Praetorian Guard. And the Praetorian Guard is basically the secret police of Rome. Okay? So there are no soldiers in Rome, but there's a Praetorian Guard. And they're responsible for peace and security in Rome. And they're only responsible to one man, okay? The emperor. So even though Augustus Caesar has conquered Rome and basically most of the world, he still has three major problems that he must resolve if he is to be emperor fully, okay? The first problem he must solve is the question of legitimacy. Why is he emperor? And traditionally, in the ancient world, your legitimacy comes from your family. How old is your family? How established is your family? Now, there are two major myths about the founding of Rome. Okay? The first is Romulus, right? The first king of Rome. The second is Lucius Brutus and the founding of the Roman Republic. Now, Julius Caesar and Augustus Caesar do not come from either of these two myths or families. Okay? So he has to construct a new myth that shows that his family, called the Julii, go way back. They go back to before Romulus. Okay? So while he was alive, Julius Caesar planted the seeds of this. Remember, Julius Caesar is a great myth maker. Okay? So the myth he came up with is this. There is a man named Aeneas. And Aeneas is from Troy. Right? When Troy was destroyed, Aeneas was able to escape with some survivors. And they came to Italy, and they built the foundations that would become Rome. Okay? So, in other words, Romulus is descended from Aeneas, but Julius Caesar is also descended from Aeneas. Okay? So, that is how Augustus Caesar will cement his legitimacy, by promoting the idea that his ancestor was Aeneas, who is the real founder of Rome. Okay? So he's creating a new myth, and he's trying to popularize it. So it's the first problem he's trying to solve, legitimacy. The second problem he's trying to solve is like a new Roman cultural identity. Okay? So remember, the old Roman cultural identity was based on piety, liberty, and republica. And this creates problems if you're the emperor. Because remember, Marcus Brutus and Decimus Brutus, they thought that they were descendants of Lucius Brutus. And therefore, they had a responsibility to kill all kings, all tyrants. And that's why they assassinated Julius Caesar. So you can't allow this cultural identity to exist, right? Because it will encourage other Brutuses to come kill you, the emperor. So you have to change this. Okay? You have to get rid of the idea of liberty and republica. Okay? You have to promote a new Roman identity focused on obedience. Okay? Piety and obedience. And then there's a third problem that Augustus Caesar must resolve as emperor, which is this. Even though the Romans have conquered most of the world, okay, basically the Mediterranean world, culturally, it's the Greeks who are dominant. Because the Greeks have a superior culture. They have Homer, they have Plato, they have Thucydides, they have Aeschylus. Okay? So all Romans acknowledge the fact that Greek culture is superior. And as Romans embrace Greek culture, Augustus Caesar believes they are corrupted. Okay? For Augustus Caesar, he believes that Greek culture, it is too hedonistic. And that's ultimately what happened to Mark Antony. Mark Antony was this good Roman who went off to Egypt and became corrupted and seduced by Cleopatra and Greek culture. Mark Antony became more Greek, and that's why he betrayed Rome. Augustus Caesar also believed that's why Rome began descending into civil wars, because Rome was starting to embrace Greek culture, and it made everyone more individualistic, more hedonistic, more selfish. And that's why they fought these civil wars. Okay? So Augustus Caesar now has to somehow destroy Greek culture, or the influence of Greek culture on the Roman soul. And he knows the very essence, the very basis of Greek culture is Homer, especially the Iliad and the Odyssey. These two books were essentially the Bible of Greek civilization. This is how children were educated. When they were young, they memorized the Iliad and they memorized the Odyssey. And that's what taught them how to speak well, how to think well, and how to debate well. Okay? So Augustus Caesar understands that to defeat Homer, he needs to have he needs to create a Roman epic to replace Homer in the schools. So he invited a man named Virgil, who at this time is considered the greatest living Roman poet, to write another epic in Latin to replace Homer as a cornerstone of the education system, okay? And he wrote something called the Aeneid, which is really about the journey of Aeneas as he creates Rome, as he founds Rome. Okay? So from 29 BCE until 19 BCE, for about over 10 years, Virgil worked on the Aeneid under the direct supervision of Augustus Caesar. Okay? So they're basically co-authors. Virgil was a poet. He was the one who could put the words together. But it was Augustus Caesar who had the vision of what the Aeneid should be. And the Aeneid will accomplish all three of these major challenges. It will establish the primacy of the Julii family as the first family of Rome. It will establish a new Roman cultural identity focused on piety over liberty. and it will show that Greek culture is one of corruption and hedonism, and it must be repelled. Okay? So you can make the argument that Virgil's Aeneid is the greatest work of propaganda ever in human history. Right? So that's what I will show you today, okay? To do this, what I will do is compare and contrast the Iliad and the Odyssey with the Aeneid to show you how different the Roman worldview is from the Greek worldview. Okay? So before I start, are there any questions about this framework? Is this clear to you? Okay. All right. So let's start with the Iliad. Okay. And remember, this is a very important idea. Homer and Virgil are two different individuals. Okay, they're both poets. But Homer was writing when Greek civilization was just beginning. So he's trying to create the seeds of civilization. Okay? He's trying to be a great teacher. Virgil is writing when Rome is an empire that is everywhere and everything. It's basically God. Okay? So it's trying to teach people how to be part of this empire. Okay? Do you understand? So you can argue that Homer is an educator, whereas Virgil is a propagandist. All right? Okay. So let's talk about the Iliad. Okay. So the first thing is the Iliad is a very complicated work. It's a universe unto itself with like dozens of characters. Okay? I'm only going to focus on one character, Achilles, and tell his story, okay? But please be aware, the story I'm telling, it is my interpretation. There are different interpretations, okay? But it is a one interpretation found within the universe of the Iliad. Okay, so the basic story, it's very simple. Helen is the queen of Sparta, married to the king of Sparta, Menelaus. She is seduced by the prince of Troy named Paris. They fall in love, and they run off together to Troy. Menelaus and his brother Agamemnon, they raise an army to rescue Helen, or to retrieve Helen back from the Trojans, who refuse to give her up. And what follows is a 10-year siege of Troy. And the Greeks aren't really getting anywhere because Troy, it is the largest city in the world at this time. It's a walled city, and the Greeks don't know how to break through the Trojan walls. Okay? The Iliad starts when Achilles, who is the greatest warrior of the Greeks, he gets into a fight with Agamemnon. They get into a fight, and Achilles calls Agamemnon a dog. You insult me, I fight for you, I will now refuse to fight for you. I will let the Trojans kill all of you. And Agamemnon, the king, wants to save face, so he tells Achilles, I don't need you. Okay? But in fact, the Greeks do need Achilles because the Trojans have a great warrior named Hector. And Hector recognizes that Achilles has retired from the battlefield, and Hector leads his army against the Greeks. Okay? And they push the Greeks so far back, the Greeks are now trapped on their ships by the coast. And what Hector wants to do is burn down these ships. Because if he burns down these ships, the Greeks cannot resupply themselves, and they will eventually die in Troy. Okay? So at this point, Agamemnon has no choice but to beg Achilles to return to the battlefield, because only Achilles can defeat Hector in battle. But Agamemnon doesn't want to lose face, so he sends a delegation of generals led by a man named Odysseus to beg Achilles to return to the battlefield. Okay? So Odysseus goes and sees Achilles in a ship, and Odysseus says, listen, Achilles, we're dying out here. If you don't fight for us, we're all going to die. Hector is destroying us. If you fight for us, Agamemnon will give you everything, okay? All these treasures we are promised in Troy, we'll give to you. Agamemnon will give you anything you want. He'll give you the world. And Achilles, because he's an asshole, says, no, I want Agamemnon to come beg me himself. Okay? So this goes nowhere. And Agamemnon refuses to come beg, so the Trojans advance further and further and they're about to burn their ships. Patroclus is best friends with Achilles. And he sees that Achilles is conflicted because Achilles wants to jump into the fray. Achilles had a prophecy before he came to Troy. Okay? And the prophecy is this. He has a choice. He can either choose to die an old man at home and be a nobody, or come to Troy, die young in the battle, and be remembered forever as the greatest champion of the Greeks. And for Achilles, that's not a choice, because for him as a warrior, he loves to fight. He can only achieve eudaimonia in battle. Okay? So for him to just sit in a ship and watch the Greeks getting destroyed, it is the worst punishment on earth. But at the same time, Achilles, he's arrogant, he's vain, and he demands Agamemnon to come apologize, which Agamemnon's not going to do. Okay? Agamemnon would rather see the entire Greek army demolished than to apologize to Achilles. So Patroclus tells Achilles, listen, let me jump into the battle to save the ships. And Achilles says, fine, I will let you stop the Trojan advance, but do not, under any circumstances, fight Hector in battle. So Patroclus jumps into battle, and he fights the Trojans. And then what does he do? He fights Hector, right? And then what happens? He gets killed. Achilles hears about the death of Patroclus, and Achilles is so angry at the death of his best friend that he forgives Agamemnon. He lets go of his anger at Agamemnon and directs it at Hector. He jumps into battle, he challenges Hector to a duel, and he kills Hector. Okay? Then what he does is he takes Hector's dead body, he ties it to his chariot, and then he drags Hector's body around the walls of Troy. And on top of the walls of Troy are Hector's parents, King Priam and Queen Hecuba. And they are screaming in anguish. They hate this devil who not only killed their son Hector, but is now humiliating and mutilating him in front of the entire Trojan people. Okay? So at this point, you would think that Achilles has achieved immortality. He's defeated Hector in battle, he saved the Greek army, and he'd be very happy. But it turns out he falls into a deep depression. He cannot sleep, he cannot eat. All he does is think about Patroclus. But he's so depressed, he can't even cry for Patroclus. So, this is where Homer is really the first psychologist. Because Achilles is feeling this way because he is racked with guilt. If you think about it, it wasn't Hector who killed Patroclus. It was Achilles who killed Patroclus. Why? Because Patroclus wouldn't be dead if A, Achilles did not get in that stupid fight with Agamemnon. Okay? B, Achilles just forgave Agamemnon when Odysseus came begging. Okay? And C, if Achilles did not agree for Patroclus to go into battle. Okay? So without knowing it, because Achilles lacks self-awareness, he is trapped by his guilt over the death of Patroclus. And he is taking out his rage on Hector, okay? He is supposed to return Hector's body for a ransom to the Trojans, because everyone believes at this time that the dead can only find peace in the afterlife if they're buried, okay? So for Achilles to torment Hector's body like this means that Hector can never find peace in the afterlife. His father, Priam, is back in Troy, and he can't sleep either because he's depressed over what's happened to his son. So eventually, the gods broker a peace deal, okay? And they tell Priam to go to Achilles, and Achilles will return the body to Priam. All right? So late one night, Priam sneaks into the tent, and he's standing behind Achilles, who is busy discussing military matters with his generals. And at this point, Priam can take out a knife and stab Achilles to death. And he wants to, because he's so angry at this man who's killed and mutilated his son Hector. Instead, and this is the genius of Homer, okay? Priam kneels down and kisses the hand of Achilles, the man who has killed his beloved son. And in response, Achilles stands and he is in awe of this old man who at this moment has demonstrated more courage, more strength than Achilles has ever witnessed. Okay? So in this act of submission, Priam has emotionally defeated Achilles. And Achilles is ashamed of himself. And by forgiving Achilles, Priam allows Achilles to now forgive himself. Okay? Does that make sense to you? All right. And so the two then start to become friends, because in the face of Priam, Achilles sees his father, Peleus, and he pities Priam for having lost his son. And in the face of Achilles, Priam sees his son Hector. And they both hug and they cry. And this is the first time that Achilles has been able to cry since the death of Patroclus. And these tears release him from the ghost of Patroclus who is haunting him. Okay? And this is how the Iliad ends. What we've witnessed in the Iliad is a character transformation of Achilles from a cold-blooded, merciless, vain and arrogant warrior into a man who is capable of pity, self-reflection, and self-forgiveness. Okay? And you can argue that this is a process of civilization. And so the point of the Iliad is, even though it's about war, it's really making the argument that love is the basis of civilization. It is what unites us and inspires us. Love is the unifying force of the universe, right? Even though Priam and Achilles are the most bitter enemies, because of Hector's love for because of Priam's love for Hector, and because of Achilles' love for his father Peleus, they're able to find common ground and become friends. All right? That's the Iliad. Does that make sense? All right? So again, it is arguably the greatest work of literature in human history. And this is only one interpretation. There are different interpretations, okay? But you can see how rich and complex, sophisticated the Iliad is, okay? It is, by reading it, you'll be inspired to reimagine yourself and the world around you. Okay? That's how powerful it is. All right. Now let's move on to the Odyssey. The Iliad is about Achilles and his transformation into self-awareness. The Odyssey is about Odysseus. And unlike Achilles, Odysseus does not want to go to the Trojan War. Okay, Achilles jumps at the chance to win glory at Troy, but Odysseus was given a prophecy, which is this: if he goes to Troy, he will be gone for 20 years. He lives in Ithaca with his wife Penelope, and they just had a newborn son, Telemachus. Okay, and the prophecy is: if you go to Troy, you'll be gone for 20 years. 10 years at war in Troy, 10 years lost at sea. And Odysseus, who loves his family, does not want to go to war. Okay? So he pretends to be crazy, insane. And so what he does is he takes salt and a plow, and he plows the field and salts it, which kills the field. Okay? So clearly this is a sign of insanity. But the Greek soldiers who come to retrieve him are determined to get him because they know that Odysseus is the most strategic and the wisest of the Greeks. He will be the one who will deliver victory to the Greeks in Troy because Odysseus will come up with the Trojan horse strategy, right? It is his idea, the Trojan horse strategy. So they need him. So to test him, to see if he's really mad, they put his son Telemachus, who's only like 6 months old, in front of him, okay? So if he's really crazy, he would run over his son. If he's not crazy, then he would stop. And obviously, he's not going to run over his son, okay? So his trick has been revealed, and he's forced to go to war. And he hates going to war, okay? But he's determined to win the war for the Greeks. The first reason is he believes the Trojans are unjust. How dare you steal another man's wife? Right? Second reason is he wants to build a legacy for his son Telemachus, right? He wants to go home to Ithaca and tell his son what a hero he is. Okay? He wants to build a legacy for his son. Right? And the third thing is he wants to reunite the family which has been broken, right? Menelaus and Helen. Just as he wants to return to his wife, Penelope, okay? So this is what we call his worldview. The way he understands the world. And the worldview is what allows us to be human and to exist, right? The worldview explains to us who we are, what do we want, and what we should do. The problem is, after Odysseus comes up with the Trojan horse, they sneak into the city and they open the gates. The Greeks come flooding in, okay? And now it's total mayhem because the Greeks are killing everyone inside the city. Odysseus kills a Trojan soldier who's attacking him. The Trojan soldier falls to the ground. And then suddenly, his wife screams at the death of her husband, and she comes and sobs at the body of her dead husband, okay? And this creates something called cognitive dissonance. Okay? Cognitive dissonance is when the worldview and the reality do not match. There's conflict between the reality and the worldview. Remember, Odysseus came to Troy for justice, to build a legacy for his son Telemachus, and to reunite a family. And what he's doing now is destroying families. The Greeks are just massacring everyone. It's not justice. It's just slaughter. It's just complete mayhem. And so what happens is Odysseus is traumatized by what he sees. Okay? And this is what we call PTSD, right? Post-traumatic stress disorder. And after Troy, Odysseus becomes lost at sea. And he becomes like a sex slave to a goddess named Calypso. Okay, so he's stuck on an island for 7 years, and there's a goddess called Calypso who's trapped him, and he's basically like a sex slave. Okay, and every day when he's not having sex with Calypso, which sucks, he's crying on the beach. Okay, he has PTSD, and he doesn't even want to go home because he's ashamed to face his family. He's so ashamed by what's happened in Troy, he cannot face his family. So he's just stuck where he is. Meanwhile, at home, Penelope, his wife, she is waiting for him to return. But after some time, people think Odysseus must be dead. So there's about 100 young men, 100 suitors, who come and demand her hand in marriage. Okay? But she refuses to believe Odysseus is dead. So she falls into depression as well. Right? She's waiting for her husband to return, but all the signs are that he's dead. She's been courted by 100 suitors, and she can't say no to any of them because she's afraid her husband is really dead, and she doesn't want to be alone, okay? So she becomes depressed as well. She becomes paralyzed. So she's stuck, all right? This means that Telemachus, the son, is stuck as well. And he becomes a depressed teenager because if Odysseus were dead, he would inherit his legacy. He could become his own man. But Odysseus is not dead yet. No one knows if he's dead or alive. So he's stuck where he is. If Penelope were just to marry and go somewhere else, he would inherit the property, right? But she's just stuck in her room. So he's depressed as well. So this entire family, okay, is depressed. Odysseus is depressed. Penelope, Telemachus, they're all depressed. So they're just stuck there. Athena, who is the goddess of wisdom, okay, and she favors Odysseus. Athena sees all this from up high Mount Olympus, and she pities the family. And she resolves to bring the family back together again. So she goes and tells Calypso, hey, you've had your fun, but you have to let Odysseus go, okay? So now Odysseus is free to go home. Then Athena tells Odysseus, listen, when you go home, you can tell Telemachus who you are, but don't tell Penelope and anyone else who you are, because you might be killed, okay? There's 100 suitors who would kill you if they knew who you were. So Athena disguises him as a different person, as a beggar, basically. Beggar. And when Odysseus returns to Ithaca, the first thing he wants to know is, does Penelope still love him? Remember, Odysseus is suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, okay? He's lost his ability to fight, to imagine. He's lost his capacity for love. So he doesn't even know if his wife still loves him. So he meets with Penelope, okay? And again, he's still disguised. Penelope has no idea who he is. And he cannot reveal himself to Penelope. But he sees Penelope is distraught. And he tries to comfort Penelope by telling her that he has seen Odysseus. Odysseus is still alive. Penelope breaks down in tears at the thought that her husband is still alive. And then she asks Odysseus, how do you know my husband is still alive? Prove to me that you've met my husband. Now Odysseus says, I will describe something intimate about him. Okay? He has a brooch that he carries on his cloak. And this brooch is beautiful. And he goes into poetic detail and describes this brooch. And at this point, when Penelope hears this, she breaks down in complete tears. Because now she knows this beggar must be my husband Odysseus in disguise. How does she know? Because only Odysseus would know all the details of the brooch. What is the brooch? The the brooch is what Penelope gave Odysseus as Odysseus set sail for Troy, right? It is Penelope's gift to him, and it is Odysseus' promise to her that he will return. So even though Odysseus has lost the brooch in war and at sea, the brooch is implanted in his mind. The brooch symbolizes his everlasting love for Penelope. Okay? So now that Penelope knows Odysseus has returned, they still have to figure out how to get rid of these 100 suitors, okay? How to kill them, because they're still a threat to the family. So Penelope has this great plan, okay? She's going to organize an archery contest. Odysseus has a bow. If the suitors can string the bow and shoot a target, then Penelope will marry that suitor. So she organizes this competition, and all the 100 suitors, they fail one by one. Okay? They cannot string the bow together. Then the beggar, who is Odysseus, says, let me try. And the moment he strings the bow together, the suitors are afraid because they know this can only be Odysseus. Only Odysseus can string the bow together and use it. And then one by one, Odysseus takes his bow and he kills all the suitors. And what the bow symbolizes is his identity, who he is. The bow, by stringing it together, it represents the resurrection, the stringing together of his worldview. Okay? He now remembers that he's a father, a hero who fights for justice. He fights to protect his family. That's who he is, really. Okay? And so this story is the power of love to heal trauma after war. And again, the main message is love is the unifying force of the world. It is what will heal you. It is what will bring people together. Okay? Okay, so that's the Iliad and the Odyssey. Does that make sense? And again, the argument is love is the basis of civilization. It is the thing that makes us human. It is what gives us our strength, our courage, our power. Okay. So, are you clear about the Iliad and Odyssey before I move on to the Ennead? Any questions? Okay, let's do the Ennead. Okay. So neither the Iliad or the Odyssey talks about the Trojan horse. But the Ennead, the first thing it does is talk about the Trojan horse. So the Trojans wake up one day and they find this huge Trojan horse, wooden horse, outside their gates. And most are like, this must be a Greek trick. Let's just burn it down, okay? But then they capture a Greek soldier. And this Greek soldier is very eloquent. With logic and with beauty and with power, he tells a false story of how the Greeks became disheartened by the progress of the war, and they decide to sail home. And to ensure their safe journey home, they built a wooden horse for the gods to win their favor. Okay? And the story is so moving and so beautiful, the Trojans believe him. Okay? And they let the Trojan horse in. So the Ennead is not as subtle as the Iliad or the Odyssey, okay? It's propaganda. So what this is telling us is this. The real Trojan horse is Greek culture, right? Logic, philosophy, and theater, okay? That's what Greek culture is. Logic, philosophy, and theater. And that's what the Greek soldier uses in order to manipulate the Trojans, to lie to them. Okay, so the message here is, if we Romans embrace Greek culture, embrace logic, philosophy, and theater, then our culture will be destroyed. The real Trojan horse is Greek culture. Therefore, we must resist it at all costs. So Aeneas wakes up and he finds the city in flames. The Greeks are going around massacring everyone, okay? So Aeneas goes and he tries to save Priam. He runs to the palace, and Priam is on his throne, and he sees one of his sons being killed by Achilles' son, Neoptolemus, okay? Neoptolemus. And Priam curses Neoptolemus, and he says, your father, you insult the honor of your father. Your father was an honorable man. We were friends. And then Neoptolemus goes up to Priam and kills him and says, my father is dead. You should join him in the underworld. Okay? It is a horrific scene. Okay? So what this is telling us, again, this is not subtle, okay? There is no place for love, friendship, and forgiveness. That's all a lie. It's all just trickery. Okay? Only brutality and force will triumph in the end. Aeneas is trying to save Priam, but then Priam dies. And then he discovers that hiding somewhere, he sees Helen. Okay? And he thinks that Helen is the one responsible for all of this. She's a whore. She's a slut. If she just did her duty, if she just stayed at home where she was supposed to be, this war wouldn't have started. So he really wants to kill her, okay? In fact, he is about to kill her. Then suddenly, a goddess named Venus, okay? Also, so the Romans call her Venus, the Greeks call her Aphrodite. And she is the mother of Aeneas. She appears before her son and says, my son, you're destined for greater things. Leave Helen. Return to your family. So Aeneas has no choice but to obey his mother, and he runs home. And he sees that his family is fine. His son is named Julius. He has a father and a wife, and they're fine. So he's like, okay, you guys are fine. I'm going to go and kill some Greeks. I'm going to die with this city. I'm going to fight until my dying breath to save my city. And the wife and the father are begging him to not go because you are one man against an entire army. You're going to get killed. But Aeneas is stubborn, and he's angry right now. Suddenly, Julius here is on fire, and it's like a golden crown, okay? And the father says, you see, Aeneas, this is a sign. This is a sign that your son will be the founder of a great empire. Okay, we know this empire to be called Rome, okay? And this is what stops Aeneas from committing suicide. It's like, okay, now I understand. It is my duty to save my son, my family. So he carries his father, who is unable to walk, and he carries his son, and he carries both of them to safety. They're looking for ships, okay? And his wife follows behind. They get to the ship, and he turns around and he discovers his wife has disappeared. He goes back, and he's discovered that his wife has killed herself. Why? Because she knows that in this new world that they're going to, she can only be a hindrance. Okay? She wants him to embrace the future and let go of the past. Also, she's afraid that if she lives, she'll be captured and become a slave to the Greeks. And she does not want to dishonor him like that, okay? So that's what a good wife is, right? Helen's a bad wife because she's independent and she's looking for love. But a good wife is someone who will kill herself for her husband, okay? So Aeneas and his people, they're on ships, and they end up in Carthage. And they're guests of a queen named Dido. And Dido falls in love with Aeneas. They get married, and Aeneas is very happy in Carthage, okay? But the gods look at Aeneas and says, hey, man, we told you this many times, but you have a destiny to go to Rome. Your son will be the founder of a great empire, okay? That's the plan. That's the destiny. That's your mission. That's your duty. Stop fooling around in Carthage and do what you're told. So Aeneas has to go see Dido and say, listen, I have to go, okay? And Dido goes insane because she's in love with Aeneas. And she kills herself, okay? So the message here, again, this is not subtle, okay? The message here is love is a disease, right? Love is a disease, a plague upon the world. It was Helen's love that caused the Trojan War. And it was Dido's love for Aeneas that will cause the war between Carthage and Rome. Okay? Because before she dies, Dido instructs her people to destroy Rome. In the future, a great city called Rome will arise. You, the Carthaginian people, have a responsibility to honor my memory and destroy Rome. And that's why Hannibal went to attack Rome, okay? Again, this is not subtle propaganda. Aeneas ends up in Italy, like he's supposed to. And there, he meets the local king. His name is Latinus. And he's the king of the Latins, okay? And he is mesmerized, stunned by the nobility of Aeneas. And he wants his daughter to marry Aeneas. But his daughter has already is already supposed to marry another prince called Turnus. And this starts a war between Aeneas and Turnus. And this war goes on for a very long time. It's like the Iliad. And Turnus kills one of Aeneas' friends. Okay? And he sees that the friend of Aeneas has this really nice belt. He takes it for himself. And this belt was a gift from Aeneas to his friend. Okay? Eventually, Aeneas and Turnus get into a duel. And Aeneas overpowers Turnus. And at the very last minute, Turnus surrenders his sword, and begs for mercy. And Aeneas wants to show mercy. He's like, I've beaten you. You're no longer a threat. I can show some forgiveness, okay? I can be merciful. But then he sees the belt that he gave his friend. And he knows Turnus has killed his friend. And so he just plunges his spear into Turnus. And that's how the Iliad ends, okay? Now, the Iliad is very confusing for scholars because it's pretty awful. And so scholars have debated whether or not Virgil was able to finish the Iliad. And the argument is the ending is too abrupt, and therefore Virgil couldn't have finished the Iliad. Okay, it's unfinished. But if you think about it, it is finished, okay? Because remember, in the Iliad, we see a character transformation of Achilles, right? Well, we also see a character transformation of Aeneas in this book, all right? So remember, when Aeneas sees Helen, he really wants to kill her. And he only stopped because the gods intervened, okay? Remember, Aeneas wanted to abandon his family and get killed in the streets of Troy. The gods have to send him a message, okay? So another divine intervention. Remember, Aeneas wanted to stay at Carthage and be with Dido. So the Greeks had to send a messenger to tell him, you can't do that. You have to fulfill your destiny and go to Troy. And go to Rome, okay? But at the very end, when Aeneas wanted to kill, when Aeneas wanted to kill Turnus, the gods didn't have to intervene, okay? He wanted to show mercy to Turnus, and he recognized, no, my duty is to kill this guy. You understand? Okay? So Aeneas has become the embodiment of piety and duty. Before, the gods had to instruct him to do his duty. Now he recognizes what his duty is, and he embraces it. Okay? Now, what's important for us is to remember that throughout this throughout this book, there's the idea of destiny. That what Aeneas is doing has been preordained by the gods. Because the real purpose of Aeneas is to go to Rome so that his son can build the Roman Empire. So another major message of this book is the end point of history is Augustus Caesar, okay? Everything that is happening is to move towards, converge to Augustus Caesar. Because Augustus Caesar will create the Pax Romana, what we call the Roman peace, which is the idea of eternal peace. Peace on earth. Remember that before Augustus Caesar, there were all these civil wars that were killing millions of people, right? Well, after Augustus Caesar became emperor, there is now the Pax Romana, eternal peace on earth. And this is the end point of history. The Roman Empire will mean there will no longer be any wars. There will no longer be any conflicts. Why? Because what the Roman Empire will do is transition us from love to piety. Okay? Homer believed that love is the basis of civilization. What the Roman Empire will show is that piety is the basis of civilization. Love is the force that comes from within you, okay? It grows within you. Within. But piety is what is told to you, okay? It is what you must accept. Love is what you can feel. Love is the embrace of your emotions. Piety means the rejection of your emotions. Don't listen to your feelings. Listen to what you are told. By embracing your emotions, you have imagination. Okay? But piety believes imagination is destructive. What matters is stability and harmony. Okay? Stability. Stability and obedience is what will give peace to the world. Okay? So for Homer, love is the unifying force of the universe. But for Virgil, love is the force that creates conflict in the universe, right? Think of Helen, think of Dido. For Homer, the imagination is the animating force of the universe. It is what gives life. But for Virgil, the imagination is the destructive force of the universe. It is what destroys. It is basically you disobey that creates chaos and conflict. And so we now have a transition from the Greek world to the Roman world that is focused on piety. What Virgil is trying to create is the idea of eternity, right? Eternity. Something that lasts forever. What Homer is trying to create is the idea of infinity. How we can create the world through our actions and emotions. Okay? In the Pax Romana, under Augustus Caesar, all you have to do is obey and the world will be perfect. We have come to the end of history. History has stopped because we have found perfection. We have found the perfect model to organize human civilization. We are the perfection, we are the end. Okay. And so this is the idea of Roman eternity. And this marks a radical transition in Western civilization, okay? Does that make sense? Any questions? One last point is this, okay? The Romans were like the most non-creative people in the world, okay? They were anti-creative. So everything that they had, they stole from somewhere else, okay? So the question then is, where did they get the idea of eternity from? Can you guess? Egypt. Okay? Next class, I will show you that the Romans are using the Egyptian sense of eternity. All right? Okay. So I know this is a lot to take in, so feel free to ask for clarification on any points, okay? Are you okay with this?
I've got one question.
Sure.
You said that Romans rejected the Greek culture.
Well, Augustus Caesar wants them to reject Greek culture, but they cannot reject Greek culture because it's so powerful, right? So, okay, so this lecture is not about what happens in reality. This lecture is about the new conception of reality as introduced by the Roman Empire. Okay? But eventually, this will become the new reality. But it will take time. Okay? Okay, so looking ahead, the Romans will introduce a new idea that will make piety and obedience the cornerstone of society. Okay? This idea is called Christianity. Okay, looking ahead, right? This is not happening right now because the Roman conception is not as appealing as the Greek conception. Okay? But eventually the Romans will create a new religion called Christianity that will dominate and make piety the cornerstone of society and civilization. Okay? But looking ahead. Any questions? Okay, so next class, we will discuss Egypt. Okay, good morning. So last class, we talked about the central paradox in Christianity. What Jesus believes is different from what Christianity teaches us about Jesus. Okay, so let's review what Jesus believes and teaches, and what Christianity teaches us about Jesus, okay? So Jesus. Remember that Jesus is one of our great spiritual leaders and geniuses, like the Buddha. And there's a three-tier approach to his religion or philosophy. There's an inner approach, which is the secret teachings, his secret understanding of the world. There's an inner layer, which is what he teaches his disciples. And then there's a public layer, which is what he tells other people in public. In the public layer, we know very well. He believes in generosity, in mercy, in focusing on being a good and kind person. The inner layer, we also know very well. He demands that the people who follow him give up all worldly possessions and pursuits. If you're rich, if you want to follow him, then you must abandon all your wealth. And he demands self-sacrifice from all his apostles. Okay? And then there's a secret layer, which is the philosophy that underpins all these religious teachings. And the secret is that this world we live in is false. And what's really true is the divine spark within us that allows us to connect to the true reality of the monad, or the one. Okay? The world that we live in is being controlled by a monster. And that's why you should not hate the rich, you should pity the rich. Because the rich are pursuing what is false. And in the pursuit of what is false, it is causing them to feel anger and self-hatred. So Jesus has this great metaphor. And what he says is that the pursuit of wealth is like drinking salt water. Okay? The more you drink, the more thirsty you become. And you feel it's because you have not drunk enough. So you drink more and more salt water, and eventually you will poison yourself. Right? So that's how he feels about the pursuit of wealth. It is poisonous. It will only lead to your ultimate demise. And that's why it's important to focus instead on our humanity, on our connection with others. That's why it's important to be compassionate. Okay? And you should be compassionate towards the rich, because they're the ones who are most guided, the ones who are most misguided and deluded. Okay? So that's the Jesus. And again, his teachings are no different from, say, Buddhist teachings or Hindu teachings or Zoroastrian teachings. Okay? So all these major religions are aligned in this belief. But then you have the Bible, the Jesus of the Bible. And the Jesus of the Bible is portrayed very differently. Right? In the Bible, Jesus is the Son of God. And there's a conflict between God and humanity. Remember, we humans committed the original sin. We disobeyed him and ate from the fruit of the tree of knowledge and good and evil. And therefore, God banished us from paradise. And ever since, we've been living in misery. God expects us to acknowledge our failings and ask for forgiveness. But because we are ignorant and misguided and sinful, we refuse to apologize. Therefore, Jesus has to return, has to come to earth and sacrifice himself in the crucifixion. He has to crucify himself in order to atone for our sins and to wash us of our past sins so that we can begin anew. Okay? And after he has completed the sacrifice, he has become resurrected. And he now ascends to heaven. And he prepares for the day when he will return and destroy all evil and build an eternal paradise on earth. And this is what is known as the second coming. Okay? And this is an extremely powerful story, but it's also very complicated and in many ways contradictory. Okay? So if Jesus is the Son of God, then what is God's role in this? And how does a Son of God, a God, actually die on earth? And why does he have to die first before he can return again? Okay? So there are a lot of contradictions in this story that you don't have in the first Jesus teachings. All right? So the question I want to ask today is, how did we get from here, okay, Jesus teaching us about the kingdom of God, that the kingdom of God is within us and accessible to all who are willing to do good, to this idea, which demands that we believe that Jesus is the Son of God who came to sacrifice himself to redeem us from our sins. And he will eventually return to bring eternal paradise to earth. All right? These are two very different worldviews. So how did we get from here to here? Okay. So a lot of the clue lies in the Bible and the story of Jesus in the Bible. So what's interesting about the Jesus story is Jesus gets into trouble when he goes into Jerusalem. Before, he was in the provinces, and he was building a large following. He was healing people. He was spreading the kingdom of God message, and he was very popular, and he was very safe. But then he went into Jerusalem, and he ran afoul of the religious elite in Jerusalem, the high priest. And eventually, they rallied the Jewish people against Jesus, and they persecuted him. Okay? And eventually, Jesus was betrayed by a man named Judas Iscariot, one of his followers. And the Jews brought Jesus before Pontius Pilate, the Roman governor of Judea. And at first, Pontius Pilate refused to punish him, but the Jews insisted. And so Pontius Pilate had to eventually crucify Jesus in order to satisfy the will of the Jewish people. Okay? Now, this story is constructed in a way that's very, very clever. In history, who was also persecuted by his own people, which caused his death? Do you guys remember? Which truth teller? Exactly, okay? Socrates, right? So this story reminds us of Socrates, right? The persecution of a truth teller. That's Socrates, right? That reminds us of Socrates. Now, let me ask you another question. Who else was betrayed by his own followers? Julius Caesar, right? You see how clever this is? The two most famous individuals in world history at this point, Socrates and Julius Caesar, are brought into the story of Jesus so that it conflates all three together. Jesus is Socrates, is Julius Caesar. All right? That's very, very clever. And you can only do this if you have a very nuanced understanding of Greek history, Roman history, and the Jewish Bible, the Hebrew Bible, right? And in fact, at this time, there are individuals who possess all three sets of knowledge, and they are called Hellenized Jews in the Roman Empire, right? If you are a Hellenized Jew, meaning you grew up with a Greek education and you're the Roman Empire, you have access to all three major sets of knowledge: the Hebrew Bible, Greek philosophy, and Roman history. Okay? And the major individual in the Bible who is a Hellenized Jew in the Roman Empire is named Paul. And he is credited with most of the writing of the New Testament. About a third of the New Testament, which is the Christian Bible, either is written by Paul or it's about Paul. So that's why we believe that not Jesus, but Paul is the real founder of Christianity. Okay? Christianity, again, is not by Jesus. It's not a religion by Jesus. It's a religion about Jesus. And there's a difference. Okay, now let's talk about the life and times of Paul, because it's a very interesting story. Okay? And again, everything I'm telling you comes from the Bible, a book called Acts of the Apostles, which is about what happens after Jesus dies. Okay. So, after Jesus dies, his brother, James the Just, becomes leader of his movement. Okay? And they're often called the poor they're often called the poor. Why? Because they're focused on a life that denies worldly goods. Okay? They believe this material reality we live in, it's evil, and we have to focus on the spiritual life. And that's why they demand poverty, okay? That's why they themselves are poor, and they demand everyone who believes in them are also poor. And the word for them is called Ebionites. And this is important because the Ebionites will eventually leave Jerusalem, where they are now, and go to Arabia, where they will help found the religion of Islam. Okay? So I want you guys to keep this in mind. Okay, so James the Just and his followers, they're in Jerusalem. And what this tells us is, if they're in Jerusalem and they're not from Jerusalem, then they're being protected and honored by the Jewish elite. Okay? And this, again, is evidence that it was not the Jews who killed Jesus, it was the Romans who killed Jesus. Because if the Jews killed Jesus, and all his followers would have to leave Jerusalem, right? But after his death, they're all in Jerusalem, basically. Okay? So this is a major contradiction in the Bible. Now let's talk about Paul. Who is Paul? We actually know very little about the early life of Paul. We know that he's from a place called Tarsus, which is part of the Jewish diaspora, okay? He himself is Jewish. He's a Roman citizen. And that's pretty rare for a Jewish person. And you only get citizenship by doing three things. The first thing is you're born of citizens, which is part of the case with Paul. Okay, he tells us in the Bible, I'm born a Roman citizen, therefore my parents are citizens, which means his parents were very wealthy and part of the Roman elite. Okay? Second thing, the second way you get citizenship is by being a soldier for 20 years. And the third way is through service to the emperor. Okay, the emperor honors you with citizenship if you have shown devotion and service. Okay, so it's very hard to be a Roman citizen, but Paul's a Roman citizen. And as a Roman citizen, he grew up secular. He grew up learning Greek rhetoric. He learned Socrates, Plato, Homer, all that. Okay. For whatever reason, he converts and becomes a Pharisee. Okay, remember, Pharisees are Jewish priests who eventually will become rabbis. And as a Pharisee, he's very fanatical. We know that if you convert, you actually become very fanatical. Okay? And as a Pharisee, he was tasked with destroying the Jesus movement. And that kind of makes no sense because we just said that if James the Just and the followers of Jesus are in Jerusalem, that means they are being protected and honored by the Pharisees, right? So this is actually a major contradiction that no one has actually explained to us, okay? But you'll see a lot of these contradictions in the Bible. Okay, anyway, the story continues. He's a Pharisee, and he's fanatical about destroying the Jesus movement because it is heresy. It is, Jesus thinks of himself as a Messiah, and he's not, okay? Eventually, Paul decides to go to Damascus to destroy the Jesus movement in Damascus. But on the road there, he sees the light. Okay, he sees the light. And it's Jesus talking to him and saying, Paul, stop persecuting me and my people. And then Paul at this point has something called the Damascus moment. Okay, the Damascus moment is a very famous metaphor in English. It means to see the light and to change your opinion, okay? And to convert into the true belief. And at this point, Paul becomes a fanatical follower of Jesus, even though he's never met Jesus and he's never met the followers of Jesus. This is extremely weird, okay? But he becomes a fanatical follower of Jesus. And he decides he's going to spread the message of Jesus to everyone, okay? And the way you do that is you just go to synagogues and tell Jews that Jesus is the Messiah, okay? And eventually, he will begin to build the structure and the organization of Christianity. Right now, they're not called Christians. They're still Jews. And Jesus and his followers are considered a branch of Judaism, okay? But there's some major differences. The first major difference is Paul believes that Jesus is the Messiah. And what's really important is he teaches us that through faith in Jesus, you will achieve salvation. This is very different from what Jesus himself taught. It is through good works that you will achieve salvation. But Paul teaches us, no. It is believe in Jesus as a Savior that will offer you salvation. The good works don't matter. It's the belief, the faith in Jesus that matters, okay? That's the first thing. Second thing that's different about Paul is he's focused on organization and structure. Okay? Jesus and his followers were very egalitarian. They didn't believe in organization. They didn't believe in hierarchy. They didn't believe in structure. But Paul insists, only if you have hierarchy and organization and structure will you have the ability to fully promote Jesus' message to the people. Okay, so he's building churches around the Roman Empire. For Paul, what mattered first and foremost was to convert as many people as possible, because belief in Jesus meant salvation. So we have a duty to save as many people as possible. Okay? So it's important to make compromises. For example, circumcision. So there were many in the Jewish diaspora around the Roman Empire who weren't circumcised. Why? Because their fathers were Greek and their mothers were Jewish. And Paul felt it was very important to bring these people into the religion. And so he basically said, you know what? If you're 20 years old and you're not circumcised, don't worry about it. The law doesn't matter. What matters is your faith in Jesus. Okay? So these are the three radical changes that Paul makes to the religion that's being developed around Jesus. Okay? And as you can imagine, this is pissing off Jewish people, especially back in Jerusalem. So James the Just hears about this from all his Jewish friends and say, this guy Paul going around the Roman Empire and teaching everyone that it's not important to follow Jewish law and customs. It's not important to be Jewish. What's important is to believe in Jesus. And so James the Just and Paul start to have a major argument. Okay? James the Just is writing to Paul and says, Paul, what's going on? Why are you telling people you don't have to follow Jewish law? And Paul writes back and says, what matters is not the letter of the law. What matters is the spirit of the law. If Jesus has come and he's the Savior, then believing in him is what matters. And we need to get as many people to believe in Jesus as possible. Okay? So, for example, Gentiles, non-Jews, want to believe in Jesus. But they're 20, they're 30, they're 40. How can they circumcise themselves? I'm just trying to open up the religion. I'm the apostle to the Gentiles. Okay? So Paul names himself apostle to the Gentiles, the non-Jews. I am liberating this religion for all. I am bringing this religion to everyone, Greek and Jew alike. Greek, Roman, and Jew alike. All right? Eventually, this conflict becomes so bitter that James the Just spreads rumors about Paul, and many of Paul's churches now start to abandon him. Okay? Because remember, James the Just is Jesus' brother. Okay? So if there's an authority, it's James the Just, not Paul. And Paul becomes very angry. Paul tries many tricks. For example, he tries to bribe James the Just by offering him money. Okay? He also writes letters complaining about James the Just and saying, well, just because you're Jesus' brother doesn't mean you know what he actually says. Because Jesus talked to me, man. Jesus came to me in a vision. Therefore, I'm the one who really understands Jesus. All right? Eventually, Paul decides, you know what? This conflict is so bad, everyone's leaving me, that I have to go to Jerusalem and sort things out with James. Okay? So he goes to Jerusalem, and he meets with James, and at first, the meeting goes well. But then, in Jerusalem, the people who don't like Paul recognize him, and they start to mob him. Okay? They want to kill this guy. And what's really interesting about how this is written is it's very similar to the Jesus story, where Jesus is being mobbed by Jews, okay? And at this point, okay, Paul is about to be ripped apart by the Jewish mob. But then, Roman soldiers come and save him. And Paul does something that's different from Jesus. Paul tells Roman soldiers, I am a Roman citizen. And the soldiers are like, oh, wow, okay, then we must protect you. we must ensure that you get fair treatment. Okay? And so Paul is brought to the Roman governor, and the Roman governor doesn't believe that Paul has broken any laws, but there's a Jewish mob out there who want to kill him, okay? So now Paul says to the governor, let me talk to the Roman emperor. I will make my case before the Roman emperor. And the governor is like, well, then I have no choice. I no longer have the authority to judge you myself. You, as a Roman citizen, have the right to talk to the Roman emperor. So therefore, I will send soldiers with you to Rome to be judged by the Roman emperor himself. Okay? And so, if you actually read the Bible, these two stories between Jesus and Paul, you will see how many parallels and similarities there are, okay? But the difference is this. The difference is Paul is a Roman citizen, Jesus is not. Therefore, Jesus was killed because he was not a Roman citizen. Okay? Does that make sense? If Jesus were a Roman citizen, he could preach all he wants, okay? He could say whatever he wants, but he wasn't. And therefore, he was killed. So then Paul goes back to Rome, and this is how the Acts of the Apostles ends, okay? Let's read it together. Because the way it is written is extremely fascinating. Okay. When we come into Rome, Paul was allowed to live by himself with a soldier who was guarding him. This makes no sense. Paul is a criminal. The Jews are accusing Paul of violating their laws. Paul has returned to Rome to be judged by the Roman emperor. But this is what the Bible says. Paul was allowed to live by himself. And he was being guarded by a soldier who was protecting him. That's a contradiction. What's going on here? Okay? But then it gets more interesting. Next paragraph. 3 days later, he called together the local leaders of the Jews. What? This makes no sense. The Jews consider him a criminal. Yet, he has the power and authority to call all the major Jewish local leaders of Rome into his house for a meeting. Who gave him this power? From the perspective of Jews, he is a criminal. He's asking people to break the laws of Moses. What's going on here? Then, when they assembled, he said to them, okay, this is him talking to them. Brothers, though I had done nothing against our people or the customs of our ancestors, okay? So he's denying any wrongdoing. Right? But he clearly committed wrong because circumcision, guys, and we talked about this, circumcision is how Jews know they are a chosen people. There's a covenant between Abraham and Yahweh, God. The covenant is Abraham and his ancestors will circumcise themselves as a mark of allegiance to Yahweh. In return, Yahweh will give them the promised land. Okay? So circumcision is core to what it means to be Jewish. In fact, it's the main feature of being Jewish. And here Paul tells people, oh, you don't have to circumcise yourself. So he's clearly breaking the customs and laws of their ancestors. And he's saying, nope, I didn't do anything wrong. Okay? And again, these are Jewish leaders who know for a fact Paul is guilty of this. But the Jewish leaders don't speak up. And Paul continues, yet I was arrested in Jerusalem and handed over to the Romans. When they had examined me, the Romans wanted to release me, okay, because there was no reason for the death penalty in my case. The Romans wanted to let me go, but the Jews insisted that I be killed. So it was the Romans who saved me, right? But the Jews objected. I was compelled to appeal to the emperor, okay? So when the Jews wanted to kill me, I told the governor, listen, there's a higher authority than you, and it's the emperor. And I want to go speak to the emperor. The governor had no choice but to send guards, soldiers to take me to Rome, to be tried by the emperor. And now, okay, this is the most important sentence. Even though I had no charge to bring against my nation. Okay, what Paul is saying is this. Paul is saying, when I could go talk to the emperor, but if I talk to the emperor, then it's because I accuse my people, the Jews, of a crime against a Roman citizen. You understand? So what he's doing, and it's very clever, is he's making a real threat to the Jewish leaders of Rome. If you mess with me, I'm going to go direct to the emperor and accuse you guys of attacking a Roman citizen. Okay, do you guys understand this? You see how radical this is? This speech is radically different from the story before in the Bible. So Paul is accusing the Jews of committing a crime, whereas before, the Jews were accusing Paul of committing a crime. And what Paul is saying is, like, I'm right because I have access to the emperor, and you don't. Okay? And this is how the book ends, okay? The Acts of the Apostles, this is how it ends. He lived there 2 whole years at his expense. He's clearly very wealthy, right? Proclaiming the kingdom of God and teaching about the Lord Jesus Christ with all boldness and without hindrance. No one could touch this guy. This is how the story of Paul ends. He's in Rome. He can do whatever he wants. And no one can touch him. All right? So who is this guy? How can he do this? He's in Jerusalem. The mob's trying to kill him. The Roman soldiers come and save him. And then he goes back to Rome, and he tells the Jewish leaders there, hey guys, don't mess with me. And they leave him alone. And some even convert. Who is this guy, Paul? All right? So that's a question. So any questions so far? All right. So again, there are a lot of questions in the story of Paul that don't make any sense, okay? The first thing that doesn't make sense is, like, who is this guy, right? He has all this power and money, and he can do whatever he wants, and no one can touch him, all right? So that's the first big question. Second big question is, why does he convert, right? His conversion story doesn't make any sense. We're like, okay, well, because he saw Jesus. Okay, that's fine, but guess what, guys? After Jesus talks to him, Jesus sort of disappears from the story. And you would think that if Jesus was so important to Paul, Paul would quote from Jesus, right? But he doesn't quote from Jesus. Jesus has a lot of message, a lot of sayings, but Paul rarely quotes from him. Okay? But not only that, we already said that the message of Jesus and the message of Paul are very different. Jesus believed the kingdom of God was within us. For our generosity, for our mercy, we can achieve salvation. Paul taught everyone it's believing Jesus that will allow you to achieve salvation. And only believe in Jesus. You can do as much good as you want, but if you don't believe in Jesus, you'll be damned to hell. So all those Buddhists, all those Hindus, all those Zoroastrians who are doing good in the world, too bad. They will be burned in hell. Okay? And that goes against a lot of the teachings of Jesus. Okay? So he did convert, but he's not spreading the gospel of Jesus. All right? All right. Another question then is, why is he focusing on organization? Okay? Why is he focusing on organization? The heart of religion is spiritual truth, right? But Paul doesn't really care about that. He cares about the organization, the church, who's in charge, how many members we're attracting, how we can appeal to them more, how to resolve internal political disputes within the church. That's what he cares about. That's very odd. Okay? And then the last question then is, why does he get in trouble with the Jews? And why did the Romans save him? Okay? So these are questions. Now, let's first go over the Christian explanation. And the Christian explanation is, Paul was part of the divine plan. Okay? So Jesus brought truth into the world, right? The truth of Jesus, that's what Jesus teaches. But it was Paul who created the structure in the organization that allowed Christianity to spread. Okay? So, a analogy or a comparison is the story of McDonald's. You guys all know McDonald's, right? Well, guess what? In the 1950s, McDonald's was one restaurant in California. It had amazing hamburgers. And it really had the best hamburgers. And a man named Ray Kroc visited this restaurant. And it was being run by the McDonald brothers. That's why it's called McDonald's, okay? When Ray Kroc says to the brothers, you know what? You guys have an amazing restaurant. Let me scale it out. Let me convince others to open McDonald's around America and the world. This is called the franchise model, okay? The franchise model. The franchise model. And so the brother said, yeah, sure. And what Ray Kroc did was he drove everywhere, like Paul. And he had these meetings, like Paul, where he convinced people of the American dream, like Paul. Ray Kroc said to everyone, if you open McDonald's, you will get rich and you will live the American dream. Right? Paul said to everyone, if you believe in Jesus, you will achieve salvation. And because Ray Kroc was such an amazing salesperson, McDonald's eventually became the largest restaurant empire in the world, right? Same thing with Paul. Because Paul was just a convincing salesman, Christianity became the most dominant religion in the world. So this is all part of God's plan, okay? It's very similar to the story of McDonald's. Here's the problem, guys. Jesus was not selling hamburgers. In fact, Jesus hated hamburgers, right? The central message of Jesus is wealth is wrong. Business is wrong. Hierarchy is wrong. What matters is the spiritual truth in your heart. All right? So, even though this is the Christian belief that both are part of the divine plan, and Paul was basically Jesus' business manager, okay? Problem is, Jesus didn't want a business manager. And Jesus believed that it was our own individual responsibility to discover our own truths through him. Okay? So, what are some other explanations for Paul? Okay. All right. So, the most basic answer for people who hate Paul is he was just an opportunist, a charlatan. Okay? He saw a business opportunity. Everyone loved Jesus. Jesus had gone viral, right? He had gone viral. And he was a meme now around the world. And so he wanted to take advantage of that. He wanted to monetize that. The problem with this is he worked really hard, man. He traveled all around the Roman Empire to spread the message. He was fanatical about it, okay? And opportunists are not fanatical. They're kind of lazy. So I don't really buy this idea that he was an opportunist. He really believed in what he was doing. He was driven by a sense of mission. Okay? And also, guys, remember, if he's a Roman citizen and his parents are Roman citizens, then he's probably wealthy himself. He doesn't really need this money. Also, what's important for us to understand is Paul comes from a very well-educated background. He's very wealthy. He speaks Greek. He writes Greek beautifully. He's classically educated. He doesn't want to deal with James the Just, who is not well-educated, right? He doesn't want to deal with these people. So why is he dealing with these people? All right? So I don't really buy this explanation. Another explanation is secret conspiracy. And the idea here is Paul, and maybe many who supported him, hated the Roman Empire. And they believed Christianity would be a weapon that would eventually destroy the Roman Empire, which is what happened historically. That's 300, 400 years in the future. How could Paul know that? And also, what does Paul have against the Roman Empire? Really, right? He's beneficiary of the Roman Empire. He's wealthy, his parents are wealthy. All right? So, another explanation, which, by the way, I've never heard before, but which I do believe. All right? So take this with a grain of salt. But I believe he was a spy for the Roman Empire. All right? Okay. He was a spy. Okay, so let me explain the idea here. What is he doing? And, all right. So the Jews have always been a problem for empires, both the Greek Empire and the Roman Empire. Why? Because the Greeks and the Romans are pagans. They celebrate pagan gods. But the Jews believe that their God is the only God and every other god is false. And so they refuse the authority of the empire. And this has led to many wars, okay? From 167 to 160 BCE, there's something called the Maccabean Revolt against the Seleucid Empire. They lasted 7 years, killed a lot of people, okay? And then there'll be the Romans and the Jews will fight 3 major wars. From 66 to 73 CE, and this is around the time of Paul. The first war will be fought. The Romans will burn the temple down and ban all Jews from Jerusalem. And the Romans think through this aggression, the Jews will be cowed. They'll be scared, right? No. It makes them even more angry, so that 2 more wars are fought from 115 to 117, and then the third war will be from 132 to 136. Okay? So the Jews are fanatical. That's what gives the Jews power. They're a poor province of the Roman Empire. But they're fanatical. And guess what? Romans respect fanaticism. Okay? Remember, 216 BCE. Hannibal invades Italy. And he destroys all the Roman armies who are against him. In the Battle of Cannae, he has killed at least 20% of the Roman adult male population and a third of the Senate. And at this point, the Romans should have surrendered and talked peace, right? But the Romans are fanatical. They refuse to surrender, and eventually they're able to destroy Carthage. Okay? So now the Romans see the Jews, who again, it's a poor, small province in the Roman Empire, and they continue to rebel. So this fanaticism of the Jews, it both scares and it awes the Romans. Okay? They understand, the Romans above all understand how powerful fanaticism is. Fanaticism is the ultimate weapon. It cannot be defeated. And because there's a diaspora, a Jewish diaspora, it can never be rooted out. Okay? You can destroy Jerusalem, which is what they did, but there are Jews all around the world. So you can never destroy this fanaticism. And because of the long history of the Jews, this fanaticism only grows through persecution and through suffering. Okay? So you have to somehow destroy this fanaticism if you are to win this war against the Jews. And there are 3 central beliefs underlying this Jewish fanaticism. All right? The first is the idea of purity. Why is it that if the Jews are God's chosen people, they're always being pushed around by these larger empires like the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Persians, the Greeks, and the Romans? And the answer is because we Jews have not been pure enough. We have not been loyal enough to Yahweh. So it is only through purity that will allow us to eventually triumph over our enemies. Okay? Otherwise, we will continue to be bullied by others. Second is the idea of persecution complex. The persecution complex. The entire world is against us because we are God's chosen people. And therefore, we must stand united and stay pure. Who the Jews really hated were the Jews who assimilated, like Paul. Right? They hated these people because they were traitors to the nation of Israel. Right? Second belief. And then there's a third belief, which is the coming of the Messiah. Don't worry about today, okay? This pain, this suffering, this persecution, it's all part of the divine plan. It's testing us. It is making us strong. Eventually, the Messiah, the Anointed One, will come from heaven and lead us into a final battle against all our enemies, the Roman Empire, and we will destroy them. And then we will establish the nation of God, the kingdom of heaven on earth. Okay? And so these are the three major beliefs that underpin Jewish fanaticism, and it makes the Jews almost invincible because it makes them fearless. They're not afraid to die. Dying is part of the divine plan. Suffering is all part of the process of achieving the kingdom of heaven on earth. It's a responsibility to die for the faith. Okay? All right. So now that we understand this Jewish fanaticism, we can now understand why Paul is doing what he's doing, right? Think about this. Purity means absolute obedience to the law of Moses, right? But what Paul's saying is, no, guys, circumcision. Circumcision is we don't have to enforce circumcision because we want more non-Jews into our religion. Okay? Why is circumcision such a big deal? Well, because circumcision is basically what separates the Jews into a different group of people in any community. Why? Because in most cities, there's a place called a gymnasium. A gymnasium is really the heart and center of life in the community. It's where men go to do sports and athletics, like wrestle and run, okay? The thing about the gymnasium is everyone goes in naked, right? And why is this a problem? Because if you're Jewish, people know right away you're Jewish. Therefore, it's hard for you to go into a gymnasium because you're being ridiculed by the Greeks. Therefore, there's no way for the Jews to associate with the Greeks and other people. Okay? Does that make sense? That's why circumcision is so important. Once you say to the Jewish people, you don't need to be circumcised, you just have to have faith in Jesus, then it's easier for them to assimilate into the larger culture around them. Right? Persecution complex. Jews are being persecuted. Why? Because they're not Roman citizens. Right? Let's go back to the story of Jesus. Why did he get persecuted? Why did he die? Because he was not a Roman citizen. If he were a Roman citizen, then Pontius Pilate would have protected him from the Jews who wanted to kill him. Just like how the Roman soldiers protected Paul from those Jews who wanted to kill him. So guys, focus on being a Roman citizen and you can believe anything you want. You will no longer be persecuted. You'll be part of the Roman Empire. Right? And the last thing is the coming of the Messiah. Right? Jews believe the Messiah is going to come and lead them into final victory against all their enemies, especially the Roman Empire. But what Paul is saying is this. The Messiah has already come. He's Jesus. And Jesus taught a message of eternal salvation. Internal salvation. To recognize the evil within you and to become a better person. So if you want to be saved, you must believe that we are born evil and Jesus has come to cleanse us of our evil. Jesus was a prophet of peace. He had nothing against the Roman Empire. He was fighting against evil in the world. Okay? So if these three things are true, then fanaticism will be destroyed. Now, obviously, if you're a fanatic, you don't believe any of this crap, okay? But Paul's message was not for fanatical Jews. They were still a minority. His message were for diaspora Jews like him who were stuck between the Roman Empire and the Jewish faith. Right? They were part of the Jewish diaspora. Maybe their fathers were Greek and their mothers were Jewish. Okay? And these are a lot of people. So Paul's message was for these people. You can still be Jewish if you believe in Jesus. And once you believe in Jesus, then you can now assimilate into the Roman Empire. And this will free you to believe whatever you want. Okay? So this is Paul's mission. Now, then the question then is, why is Paul doing this? Why would Paul do this? And I think the answer is this. I don't want to say Paul is an opportunist or he's evil. I believe he was also a believer in his mission. His mission was what? To save his people. If you want to continue to live within the Roman Empire, you have to adapt yourself. You have to make compromises. You can't wait for the Messiah to come save you. You have to save yourself by adapting to the Roman Empire. And look, there are lots of advantages to the Roman Empire. You can become very happy and prosperous if you play by the rules of the Roman Empire, like he did. Okay? So in many ways, what's odd about Paul is he teaches us that Jesus is the Messiah, but in his heart, and you can tell by his writings, he himself believes he's really the Messiah who has come to save his people. And that's why he's so fanatical about building the church of Christianity. The church that will eventually become Christianity, okay? Again, at this point in history, they're not Christians. They're still Jews. Okay? But there will be a lot of consequences because Paul is doing this. He radically changes the meaning of faith and religion. All right? Because, again, the story of Jesus doesn't really make any sense. And his story doesn't make any sense either. Okay? He's lying about who he is. So he creates a new concept. And he radically changes the concept of faith, okay? Before, faith is what you experience. Now faith is something that you must believe. Right? He introduces the idea of miracles now. If something can be explained, it's because it's a miracle. All right? And this is a new idea that didn't exist before. And the use of miracles is to explain the contradictions or the inconsistencies in the story of the Bible. Okay? So that's one major revolution of Paul's teachings. Another is the idea of tradition. Tradition is more important than the Bible, okay? So the stories, the interpretation of the Bible is now more important than the Bible itself. And Paul's church will eventually become the Catholic Church. And one thing about the Catholic Church is you are not allowed to read the Bible. The Bible is sacred. It's forbidden. Only priests are allowed to read the Bible. Because the fear is if you read the Bible, you might misinterpret the Word of God. Okay? You don't have the spiritual power in order to fully interpret the Bible properly. Okay? All right? Okay, so there are lots of major changes to the idea of religion because of Paul's work. All right, so that is my central argument about Paul. Are there any questions about any of this? Yes?
I have a question about the compare and contrast with Quranic you mentioned, the Bible was forbidden to access to common Christians. And is that quite similar with the Quran not are forbidden to access to common Muslims?
Okay. You have a question about Islam? Can we save Islam for later on? Okay, yeah. But I'll answer it when we get to Islam. Okay, that'll be like next week.
Okay.
Do we know for sure that the Acts of the Apostles are written by Paul?
Okay, that's a great question. Like, who wrote the Acts of the Apostles? All right. So we don't know who wrote the Acts of the Apostles. Okay, but this is what we do know. Whoever wrote the Acts of the Apostles was written by the guy who wrote Luke, okay? The Gospel of Luke, which is one of the four main Gospels of the Bible. Why? Because the Acts of the Apostles is the continuation of the story of Jesus found in Luke. Okay, so whoever wrote Luke is also a person who wrote Acts of the Apostles. That's the first thing we know. Second thing that we know is the Luke Gospel was written maybe between 80 and 90 CE. Okay, so this is about 50 to 60 years after the death of Jesus. Okay, and Paul might still be alive at this time. What we also know is this Acts of the Apostles is very pro-Paul. Okay, so what's important to understand is the story I'm telling you is a story that comes from individuals who are trying to promote a positive picture of Paul. And why are they doing that? Because at this point in history, there are a lot of people, especially Jews, who hate Paul. They feel that Paul has corrupted their religion, especially the teachings of Jesus. And I believe it's, at this point in history, because of the way that Paul behaves, it's an open secret that he's working very closely with the Roman Empire. He's either a collaborator or he's a spy, okay? And that's why they had to write the Acts of the Apostles, to sort of like apologize or to clean up the image of Paul. And again, we've seen this throughout history, right? Remember, the Bible started out as an apology for King David. So this is extremely sympathetic towards Paul. And again, what we're showing you is that through a close reading, you can see how problematic it is. Right? Okay, so does that answer your question? All right. Any more questions? Okay. All right, great. So let's talk about next class, okay? Next class, we will talk about monotheism, the coming of monotheism, okay? Because this is a revolution in human history and human thought, all right? So there are many scholars who believe that monotheism means believe in one God. What I will show you next class is monotheism it's a radical reconception of reality. Okay? And that's what I will teach you next class. All right. Okay, so good morning. We are doing monotheism today. And I will show you that the first monotheistic religion is Christianity. And monotheism actually marks an intellectual revolution in human history. And it really created the conditions for modernity, okay, the lives we're living today. All right, so let's get started. And I want to review Christianity and why it grew so fast. So if you talk to Christians, they have a very easy and coherent explanation for why Christianity would come to dominate Europe. Okay, so let's look at the Christian tradition. So it's called the Christian tradition, which is to say we don't have much evidence that this is true, but this is what Christians believe and what they tell each other. All right, so in the Christian tradition, Jesus came from heaven to redeem humanity from our evil ways. He sacrificed himself, and after he sacrificed himself, he started a new beginning in human history. He was resurrected, and then he went before his apostles and told them to spread the good news, the gospel, that he has come and he will return, and then he will bring paradise with him. Okay, so there were 12 apostles plus Paul, and they went all around the world to spread the good news. Paul became the apostle to the Gentiles, which meant that he was trying to bring in everyone into the new religion of Christianity. To show their authority and to show that they are actually the true apostles of Jesus, they are all martyred, okay? Martyrdom. Meaning that you know that they were telling the truth because they were persecuted. They went to India, they went to the Levant, they went everywhere to spread the good news, and they interacted or they challenged the traditional religious authority, the pagans of that area, and so they were killed. Okay, they were stoned to death or they were executed. And after they died, their students would continue their legacy. Okay, and these students would become head of the local church they set up, and they became known as the bishops. Okay, and throughout all this time, they were being persecuted by the Romans and by the pagans. But because of their faith in God and because of the miracle that is God, they would eventually triumph, and they would spread throughout Europe and the Middle East and Egypt until they became a very dominant force. Eventually, the Romans said, if you can't beat them, join them. And the first Roman emperor to convert was Constantine. So Constantine was the first Roman emperor to become a Christian himself. And then a later Roman emperor would make Christianity the official religion of the Roman Empire. And this would create the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church is called so because Catholic means universal, or the one and only. And the Catholic Church, with the creation of the Catholic Church, you had a new idea called orthodoxy, or right thinking. And then, so one mission of the Catholic Church was to combat heresy, or challenging orthodoxy, to make sure that everyone stayed on the true path. Okay? And so this is the official history told by the Catholic Church and what Christians believe today. But as we discussed in our class, historically, that's not what happened. Okay? So let's review what we discussed in this class. So, Jesus, I argued, was a religious genius. And his idea would be what we call Gnosticism today, okay? And unfortunately, he got unlucky, and he ran into the Roman governor of Judea called Pontius Pilate. Pontius Pilate had a problem. He was trying to enforce the imperial cult. And the imperial cult basically just means to think of the emperor as God. And so think of a cult of personality. His pictures, his statues were everywhere, including coins. And the Jews hated that because for them, that went against their religion. Okay? The first commandment is, you shall have no God before me, Yahweh. You shall not worship false gods. And so Pontius Pilate was having a very tough time dealing with the Jews. He threatened the Jews, and the Jews said, well, if you don't get rid of this religious cult, then you have to come kill all of us. Okay? And so Pontius Pilate had to back down. He lost face. And he killed Jesus, he crucified Jesus as basically a middle finger to the Jewish people. Right? But because he did that, what he didn't expect is it would make Jesus into a national hero, a martyr. And so his followers became called the poor of Jerusalem. Okay, they established a church in Jerusalem, and they were supported by the Jewish leaders, and they were called the poor of Jerusalem. They were led by Jesus' brother James, the Just. These people will eventually become the Ebionites. Okay, this is important for us because the Ebionites will eventually spread to Arabia, where they will help develop a new religion called Islam. Okay, so from the Ebionites, we will develop a new religion called Islam. The poor got along very well with the Jewish people because they just saw themselves as a branch of Judaism, as following the law of Moses, but in a manner that conformed to how Jesus saw the world. Okay. Then you had a man named Paul, and Paul was a Roman citizen, and he was part of the Roman elite, and he had a problem. He was part of the Jewish diaspora, and because of the religious fanaticism in Jerusalem, that was creating conflict between the Romans and the Jewish diaspora. The Jews believed the Romans were evil, and eventually a Messiah will emerge from the ranks, from the house of David, who will lead them in a final victory against the Romans. So Paul saw Jesus as an opportunity to basically divorce the Jewish diaspora from the Messianic Jews, okay? That's why he created proto-Christianity. Because what he believed, what he taught is Jesus is the Messiah. But rather than a prophet of war, he's a prophet of peace. And so he basically offered an opportunity for members of the Jewish diaspora to assimilate themselves into Roman society. If you consider yourself a Jew, then you believe in the Messiah, who will return and fight against the Romans. But if you believe that, then eventually the Romans might come and kill you. Okay? So what Paul said is, if you believe in Jesus, you can still be Jewish, because Jesus was Jewish, and this is a Jewish religion, but you will be part of the Roman Empire now, rather than part of just this very provincial religion. But what's really important for us to understand is most people refuse to follow Paul. Okay, only a very small minority of people actually follow Paul. Most people who believe in Jesus were following the Ebionites. Okay? There's also other groups of people who believed in Jesus. For example, the Gnostics, which we discussed before. And also, you had these mystery cults. Mystery cults. Mystery cults were the most popular form of religious worship, which meant they were just like small groups of people who practiced the religion secretly. And what made these mystery cults special was their focus on group religious devotion and worship. And they were trying to achieve a sense of oneness, unity. They were trying to be egalitarian. They were trying to be anti-hierarchical, okay? And what made them interesting was they used psychedelics a lot. Okay? They used drugs a lot in order to achieve a spiritual sense. And a lot of them start to believe in Jesus because Jesus could be easily incorporated into a religion, okay? So you have these different early Christian groups around. But what we know is that eventually Paul's group, which again is the smallest of these groups, would eventually triumph. Okay? And the question then is why? Why is it that Paul's church, which was the smallest of all these different denominations of early Christianity, why would they triumph in the end? Okay. First of all, the dominant group were obviously James the Just and the poor, right? Well, what happened was this. From 66 to 73 CE, okay, the Romans fought a major war with the Jews. And during this war, three things happened, okay? The first thing that happened was the temple was burnt down. Remember, the temple is important because it is the site of religious worship. for the Jewish people. It's the equivalent of Mecca today. So when Jews in the diaspora, when they prayed in the direction of the temple. Well, now you have a problem because the temple has been burned down. So now you have to redefine what it means to be a Jewish person. And as it happened, Paul had a new definition of what it meant to be a Jewish person. You believe in Jesus as Messiah rather than make sacrifices at the temple, okay? Second thing that happened that was very convenient for Paul and the Romans was James and his group were wiped out, okay? Not everyone was killed, but the majority of them were wiped out. Their denomination in Jerusalem was targeted and they were extinguished, okay? So this is important because, remember, the major authority figure at this time is James the Just, because he's the brother of Jesus. If he's dead, there's no more authority. Therefore, Paul can claim, as he does, to be the real authority. Okay? And the third thing that's important is that basically scares the Jewish diaspora. It scares members of the Jewish diaspora, and a lot of them now see Paul's church as a very good alternative. They're afraid that the Romans might target the diaspora, and so to show their allegiance to the Romans, but they still want to maintain the Jewish identity. So a lot of them start to join Paul's church. Not a great deal, okay, but an increasing number. This would just start one of 3 major wars between the Romans and the Jews, okay? There would be 2 more major wars, and both wars, a lot of Jews would get killed, a lot would get enslaved, and this would drive more participation into Paul's church, okay? So a lot of Jews are now joining Paul's church because of these wars. The church was seen as an escape mechanism for diaspora Jews from these wars. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. All right. The other thing about Paul's church and why it became dominant is it mirrored the social structure of the Roman Empire. All right? So the Roman Empire, the social structure is called the pater familias. And this is basically the idea of patriarchy. There's one man, the father, who's in charge of the entire household. And the household is basically a small empire unto itself. Okay, you have the immediate family, okay? So you have the sons, the children. You also have the free man, okay? So these are slaves who were freed to work in the household. And then you have the slaves, okay? So they were in charge of their own household, but they also had clients, okay? The patron-client relationship. In Chinese, we call this like 后台, right? So someone who would sponsor your business. And the goal of Roman society was to have as many clients as possible because this gave you the idea of face, okay? Or what at that time was called dignitas. Dignitas. Right? Social prestige. The more clients you had, the more people who obeyed you, the more dignitas you had. Okay? So the Paul's church was a hierarchy as well, modeled on the paterfamilias. Okay, so at the top was the bishop. Okay, and the bishop was in control of something called dogma, which is like how Jesus is to be understood. And this is important because the problem with most early Christians is they were egalitarian, which meant that you could have your own interpretation of Jesus. But in this church, which is hierarchical, only the bishop or the person in charge had the right interpretation, and you had to follow his interpretation. And so this allowed the church to scale out into other churches, right? But much more importantly, after you reach a certain size, it made sense for the church to participate in the patron-client relationship of the pater familias, which meant that they would now invite a local aristocrat to become the bishop. And if that would happen, the local bishop would then convert his entire network and become Christian, right? And the aristocrat would agree to do this because it allowed him to more quickly scale out and expand his patron-client network. The church became a mechanism for him to expand his social network and political power. Eventually, Christianity would reach a point where it actually challenged the authority of the emperor himself. Right? Because remember, throughout history, the nobility was always in conflict with the king, the emperor. And now that the nobility was able to better organize because of the structure of the church, the emperor saw it as a problem. So there were some persecutions, local persecutions, not global, not imperial persecutions of Christians, but there were some local persecutions of emperors because of the power struggle. Right? But eventually, emerged an emperor named Constantine, and he had fought a very bitter civil war in order to reclaim the throne. And as we know from our history, from our reading of history, great kings always want to introduce new religions to consolidate their authority, okay? So think of King David introducing the new religion of Judaism. Think of Augustus introducing the Ennead to the Roman people. Okay? So Constantine wanted to introduce a new religion to unify the empire and to consolidate his authority, and that became the Christian religion. That's why he converted to become Christian. And so he began to sponsor the beginning of something called the Catholic Church. And guess what? He was the first pope, or the head of the Catholic Church, the first head of the Catholic Church. Okay? But now that you have a Catholic Church, you now have the idea of orthodoxy. Okay, orthodoxy. And that's a problem because, remember, throughout this history, there are many divergent forms of Christianity. And so the Catholic Church began a process of eliminating all its competitors until it became the most dominant. But the problem with orthodoxy is that a lot of Christian history is made up. This is made up on the spot. And so there are a lot of contradictions. The major contradiction, one of the major problems in Christianity is, okay, Jesus came from heaven to sacrifice himself, right? So what is the relationship between God and Jesus? Like, who is Jesus, real? Okay? And this is a fundamental problem in Christianity. It was a fundamental problem back then, and it still remains a fundamental problem today. Okay? So, throughout this time, there have been different solutions, different theories proposed to solve this problem. What's the relationship between God and Jesus? There's also something called the Holy Spirit, which we haven't really discussed, okay? But think of the Holy Spirit as the expression of God on earth. So when God wants to do something on earth, for example, he wants to move this table, he does it through the Holy Spirit. Okay? So the Holy Spirit is the expression of God on earth. It's what we interact with. When we pray to the Holy Spirit rather than to God. Okay. So there have been major different theories proposed to explain the relationship between God, the Holy Spirit, and Jesus. Okay? So let's look at them. The first theory is called modalism. Modalism. And it's the idea that God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit are the same being, but they are in different modes. Okay? So the metaphor is, think of water. If it's really cold, water becomes ice. If it's really hot, water becomes vapor. Now, water, ice, and vapor are the same being, but they're in different forms. And that's the idea of modalism. Jesus, God, and the Holy Spirit are the same thing, but they're expressed differently in different times. Okay? But this is logical, but this creates a problem because if you actually read the Bible, you will see some passages where Jesus prays to God, right? That doesn't make any sense because why would you pray to yourself? All right, so it's a theory, but it's not a great theory. Another theory that's popular is called partialism. Partialism. And the idea is that God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit are parts of a higher being. So think of the ocean, right? There's one ocean that covers the entire planet, but it has different parts. For example, there's the Pacific Ocean. There's the Atlantic Ocean. There's the Indian Ocean, okay? And that's the idea here, where God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit are just parts of a higher being. But then the question then becomes, then what is this higher being, okay? So again, this makes sense. It's not a great theory, okay? The last theory I want to talk about is the idea of Arianism. And Arianism was created by a religious teacher named Arius. And his understanding was, look, if God created Jesus, then that means God came before Jesus, which means God has to be superior to Jesus. Okay? So God is a higher being than Jesus. Jesus is still great, but God is the superior being. Okay? And again, not great, okay, but it makes sense. All right? So there's this huge controversy as to the nature of God and the nature of Jesus. And so what Constantine does is in 325 CE, he orders all the bishops of the Roman Empire to converge in a place called Nicaea, okay? The Council of Nicaea. And during this conference, they have to figure out what the nature of God is, okay? So these are all the bishops from the various churches. And the four major churches, of course, are Rome, Alexandria, Antioch, and Jerusalem. And they're all there trying to figure out what the nature of Jesus and the Holy Spirit and God are. Okay? And this is a solution. And this is a solution that even today, no one really can figure out. Okay? But this is a solution. There are three beings, God, Holy Spirit, and Jesus. They are not the same thing. They're separate. They're not equal. Okay? These are three different entities, but they're all God. Okay? This is called the Holy Trinity. And this is the major idea underlying Christianity today. God, Jesus, and Holy Spirit are not the same thing. They're not equal. But they're all God. Okay? This is called the Godhead. All right? So let's try to figure out what's going on here. Why did they pick this theory? Okay. First of all, what we need to understand is these first three theories, modalism, partialism, and Arianism, are really stories. Okay? They're stories of who God is. This, the Godhead, is an equation. Okay? Now what's the difference? Well, in a story, you can personalize it. You can put yourself into the story and you can talk to God. And therefore, you can interpret the story the way you want to interpret it. And therefore, you can argue about the story with others. right? That's what stories do. But you can't do that in an equation. Like, how do you put yourself into this equation? You don't belong anywhere. Right? This system is closed off to you. You're excluded from it. You can't interact with the Godhead. Therefore, you cannot argue here. You understand? There's no room for argument. There's no room for interpretation and argument. Okay? There's no room for debate. That's the first major advantage of the Godhead. You cannot debate anything because there's nothing to debate. You either accept it or you don't accept it. There's nothing in between. Okay? Second thing is, before, we understood faith as something that you experience personally. You can talk to God. You can feel God. But with a Godhead, it's something that you have to believe. Okay? You have to believe in miracles, which forces the idea of faith as blind obedience. Okay, do you understand? Faith is something that you have to, before the Godhead, faith is something that you have to experience for yourself. Now, faith is just blind obedience. You have to accept this as it is. You have to memorize it. Okay? It's like mathematics. When you go to math class, you're not asked to figure out why the proofs work. You have to just memorize the proofs. Right? And the third thing about the Godhead is it's exclusionary. Meaning, exclusionary just means that you can't put any other theories in here. Now, if you look at these three theories, modalism, partialism, and Arianism, you can actually put them together. Okay? They're not contradicting each other. They're not fighting against each other. They're different, but you actually put them together. Whereas with this equation, it's exclusionary. You cannot put any other theories into it. And you cannot put this into any other theories. All right? And so what this means is this. If you put these three things together, something that you have to accept, you cannot debate it, something that forces your blind obedience, something that is exclusionary, okay? It creates a new idea in human history called monotheism. Okay? Monotheism. And this is a new radical idea in human history. Never before could we imagine something called monotheism. Before, there were some religions with one God, right? But this one God would also interact with other gods. Or this one God would create new gods. But the idea of monotheism is there's only one God and that's it. And this is radical in human history. So let's try to figure out monotheism, okay? And by the way, monotheism, I think it's a very hard idea to understand. So it's okay if we don't really understand it today, but over the next few months, as we explore the impact of monotheism on society, we'll have a better understanding of it, okay? All right, so let's look at monotheism. The first thing we have to understand about monotheism is if we memorize this formula, and you are forced to memorize this formula, your understanding of reality changes, okay? And there's only one way to understand reality that makes this true. And the understanding is this. God is nothing and everything. Okay? Does that make sense? There's only one way that reality is structured that makes this statement true. God is Holy Spirit and Jesus, but God is not Holy Spirit and Jesus. And the understanding of reality is God is nothing and everything. Okay? Meaning God is everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Meaning that God is all of reality. What this tells us is this. Symbols become reality. Okay? The symbols of reality, the representation of reality becomes conflated okay, into reality itself. And then if we do that, this creates three new ideas that become the underlying basis of modernity. Okay? And these three new ideas are capitalism, science, and the nation state. Before, we didn't have these three ideas, capitalism, science, and the nation state. But now we do. Because we have come to believe that symbols are reality. We have come to believe that God is nothing and everything. Okay? So let's look at this, okay? What is the underlying basis of capitalism? Money, right? Okay. So let's talk about money, okay? Because I think money is the best way to understand this idea that God is nothing and everything. So you and I go back in time, and we ask the people there, what is the basis of wealth in your society? And they might say, gold or silver. And we ask, why is that the case? Why is gold and silver the basis of wealth in your society? And they say, well, because gold is beautiful. You can make jewelry out of it. Also, it's very hard to get gold. You have to go mine it, and it's very hard to mine it. And also, it's rare. Okay? So you're like, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, gold can be the basis of wealth, okay? Now, let's imagine some people from 1,000 years ago, they transport to our classroom, okay? And they ask us the same questions. What's the basis of wealth in your society? And we say, money. And then they ask, what is money? And then we say, well, money are, paper that the government prints. And then they're like, okay, but wait. That makes no sense because the government can print as much money as it wants. And we're like, yeah, that's right. And you're like, and how can you trust the government? How can you trust the government not to print like $20 trillion today? How can you trust the government to behave itself? And we're like, we don't know. And they're like, then why do you think money is valuable? Do you understand? Okay? So why do we think money is valuable? Because we believe money is God. Because money is nothing and everything, because the symbols have become reality. You understand? Okay, now the question then is, why do we believe this crap? Why do we believe money is God? Why do we believe money is valuable? Because the power of monotheism is that it destroys other realities, okay? It crowds out realities. The first is it symbols become reality. Second is that it crowds out realities. Because before, in human history, we believed there were many realities. There was a spiritual reality. There were many spiritual realities. And in those realities, money didn't really matter. Okay? But now, with monotheism, we've destroyed those other realities. Only the material reality exists. But not only that, but for monotheism to work, it has to expand until it becomes true. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, okay? So aggressive expansionism. Not only will it expand, but it has to destroy those who criticize it, okay? So in society, you are not ever allowed to ask a question, wait, what if money has no value because the government can print as much money as it wants. You are not allowed to ask this question. You are not allowed to think of this question. You're not allowed to imagine the possibility of this question. Okay? So that's what monotheism is. There are three main characteristics of monotheism that has enabled it to create the world that we live in today. Okay? First is it destroyed the idea of symbols. Symbols are now reality. Okay? Money does not represent wealth. Money is wealth. Second is the idea that it has destroyed all realities except for the material reality that we live in today. You are not allowed to think of spiritual realities. In school, we do not teach the idea of a spiritual reality, even though in our hearts we know it must exist. The third is the idea of aggressive expansionism. It is always expanding because only by expanding can it be true. And that's why the two major monotheistic religions of our time, Christianity and Islam, are so violent. Okay? They're the source of most major wars throughout human history. All right? So we think capitalism, science, and the nation state are all really good things, okay? But why? Let's look at science. Science only concerns itself with the material reality. So if you can't see it, it doesn't exist. But then this creates a problem because science refuses to engage in hard questions. Okay? One question that I think is very interesting is, what is thought? What is consciousness? How do we think? And science, the response of science to all these questions is, don't think about it. It's not a problem. And you're like, wait a minute. Consciousness is what makes us human. We can't figure out what consciousness is, then we will never know what it means to be human. And science response is, a human being are just the sum of biological parts. Right? You are just your brain and your head and your eyes and your arms put together. Because that's what we can measure. But the question of what is consciousness? How do we imagine things? How do we understand things? Science doesn't know. And it refuses to engage in this problem. All right? One more point about symbols. So, one thing that you're taught in school, which is not true, is we're so much more sophisticated than ancient civilizations. Because ancient civilizations had these superstitious beliefs, like gods, okay? Like Apollo and Athena. And obviously they don't exist. So the fact that these ancient humans believe they exist demonstrates how stupid they are. But here's the thing. If you go back to these societies and you were to analyze thoroughly how they understood Apollo and Athena and other gods, you would understand that they didn't actually believe these gods existed, okay? But they believed these gods were metaphors and symbols for forces in nature that could influence our lives. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay? So, for example, take the idea of hatred and vengeance. Well, hatred and vengeance would become manifested in gods like strife, okay? And nemesis, okay? Nemesis, strife. And the ancients believed this was a better way to understand the world. They understood that these forces were so powerful that we couldn't really control them. Therefore, we must be conscious of these forces and control them better ourselves. And unfortunately today, we believe that because these gods don't exist, they're just symbols, then hatred and vengeance don't really exist either. They're just states of mind. They're just emotions. And you can just pretend they don't exist, and then you're fine, okay? The word we use for this is positive psychology. Right? Have you studied positive psychology? It's the dumbest idea in the world, okay? It's the idea that if you think you're happy, then you're happy. Whereas the ancients thought that these were external forces, and we have to work hard to tame them or to understand them. And I think the ancients had a much more thorough and nuanced understanding of reality than we do. Okay? Another idea that we don't have today is evil. Right? The ancients, okay, struggled with the idea of evil. What is evil? Where does it come from? And what's a very popular book at that time is something called the Book of Enoch. And the Book of Enoch explains why there was a great flood. Remember in the Bible, there's this flood that wipes out humanity. Only Noah survives, right? So the Book of Enoch tells a story of why God had to destroy the world. So after God created the world, his angels, called the Watchers, saw humans, and they thought that humans were stupid and evil. So they came down to better manage us, okay? But then they started to lust after women, and they started to have children with these women. And these created giants, okay, called the Nephilim. The Nephilim, okay? Sorry. Nephilim. And these are giants. And so we humans just saw them as like gods. So remember the Epic of Gilgamesh? Well, Gilgamesh was a Nephilim. And so we started to make sacrifices and pay tributes to these giants. But over time, these giants became more and more greedy. And so they started to devour us and fight amongst themselves. And so now God, up in heaven, he recognizes this problem. And so he creates a flood to destroy these Nephilim, these giants. Okay? So now they're wiped out. But because they are born of angels, they are immortal. And so they become these evil spirits. These evil spirits that roam around the earth. Okay? And they try to create chaos. There's one great king called Solomon, King David's son, and he discovers these evil spirits, and he captures them with a ring. But these evil spirits recognize that we as human beings are all flawed. So they tempt him with a beautiful woman. And Solomon wants to have sex with her, but she says, to have sex with me, you must worship my God. And so Solomon agrees, and he becomes controlled by these evil spirits. Now, after monotheism, after the Catholic Church, they banned the Book of Enoch. Because obviously, if you're a powerful person, you don't want ordinary people thinking that you can be tempted by evil. If you're an evil spirit, you're going to go tempt powerful people, right? Because it is the most advantage to you, and the powerful people are most easy people to tempt because they love power, right? So today we're not allowed to ask the question about evil. Where does evil come from? Why are people evil? You're not allowed to think it, okay? So monotheism is crowding out different realities and possibilities from us. And we live in a world that I think we live in a world that even though we are much more wealthy and technologically advanced, we are much less sophisticated than in historical times. All right? So let me conclude by summarizing what we discussed and explain what monotheism is and the consequences on our lives because of monotheism, okay? Okay, so the first thing is Back throughout most of human history, we humans believe that gods are everywhere. Every day we're interacting with gods because we believe in spiritual realities. Okay? So, and again, gods are metaphors. So this is pre-modern. This is modern. Now, what do we believe? We believe that money is God. We structure our lives around the idea of money. Why do we come to school? To get good grades so that we can get into university. Why? Because we need a job to make money. Why? Because buying things will make us happy. Okay? That's what everyone believes. God is money. Money is God. And the ultimate consequence of this in our lives is life is alienating. Think about the number of depressed people in the world. Depression is a new idea. It didn't exist before. Think about the number of people who live depressing lives, who are unhappy, who are angry, who just hate themselves in their lives. Okay? Second thing that we believe throughout most of human history is spiritual reality is real. Okay? There's a higher plane. There are higher dimensions. There are these spirits who roam in these dimensions. When we die, we will enter these spiritual realms. And therefore, we must prepare for our entry into these spiritual realms by living spiritual lives on earth. Okay? Spiritual reality is real. Now, today, we only believe that material reality is real. And only material reality is real. When we die, we're nothing. We came from nothing, we live our lives, then we die, we become nothing. That's pretty depressing. Okay? So what this means for our society is facts matter more than truth. In school, you learn facts. You don't learn truth. Okay, does that make sense? In science class, you're learning facts. You're not learning truth. There's a huge difference. Facts are things that happen in the world. Truth is how the world works. There's a difference. You don't learn how the world works in science class. You just learn things that happen in the world that happen to be true. All right? Now, last major consequence is this. Pre-modern, we believe that slavery was the worst evil. Okay? If you believe in spiritual realities, and you believe that when you die, you will just ascend to the spiritual realm, then you want to live your best life on earth. You don't want to be a slave. But now, what are you taught? You're taught dying, death is the worst evil. The worst thing that can happen to you is dying and death. Because when you die, you become nothing. So what does this mean? It means we are all slaves. Okay? If you're afraid of dying, you can't live your best life. You're not going to take risks. You're not going to ask questions. You're not going to explore. We are all slaves, every one of us, because we are afraid to die. Okay? And so if you think about it, monotheism is what creates the world we live in today, and it explains why we live the lives we do today. All right? Now, what's important for us to understand is this is not an instant change, okay? This is something that will have to be thought over for about 1,000 years. Because monotheism, this Godhead, it is such a strange idea that people refuse to believe it. This is a minority religion at that time. But again, because this is a religion that must expand, it will eventually triumph and create the world we live in today. But only by killing millions and millions of people in these religious wars. So from the first day, from the day the Catholic Church was built, it was engaging in crusades and inquisitions against people who refused to believe in this orthodoxy. Right? Okay. So I know this was a lot to take in, all right? But are there any questions that you have?
Yeah. One thing I think is pretty interesting is that you mentioned you think today we are less sophisticated compared to historical times.
That's right.
Then, like, what's that case? Is monotheism the only cause?
Okay, so I argue that we are less sophisticated than before, because before, everyone was very intuitive and very imaginative, meaning that they could imagine themselves living in different realities at the same time, right? There's the physical reality that you experience, but then there's also this higher dimension, the spiritual reality that you could feel, okay? So, for example, if I were to fight with you, okay, if we had a fight, I would experience that. But I could also see maybe this God behind me pulling my strings, and the God behind you pulling your strings as well. Okay, so when you read the Iliad, there are all these other realities that exist on top of each other. The reality that we live, but also a higher reality where the gods negotiate amongst themselves. And again, this is a metaphor, a symbol for these structural forces that govern the universe. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. So when I mean sophisticated, I really mean much more intuitive and much more imaginative than we are today.
Yeah, then what made us lose that ability to imagine, like today?
Okay. What made us lose the ability to imagine, right? Okay, well, it's these three things really. Capitalism, science, and the nation state. Right? Do you understand? Because of capitalism, what it teaches us is that money is the only good, the highest good. So it crowds out other things, like, for example, love of each other, interconnectedness. Right? If you are a mother who loves your child, guess what? It doesn't matter. But if you think about it, the most beautiful thing in the world is a mother loving her children. But because of capitalism, we're taught that doesn't exist because you cannot financially exploit it. You can't measure it, okay? Then you look at science. Science is the ultimate religion because everyone believes it has to be true. It's objective. But what you will learn next semester, okay, we won't do it this semester, but what we will learn next semester is the idea of objectivity, okay? Objectivity. It doesn't exist. And this is something proven, okay? This is something that elite scientists know, but which no one else, but like which we don't really understand. Objectivity doesn't exist. All right? In fact, what elite scientists now know, and this is a very strange idea we will explore next semester, is the universe, reality, it is a collective, hallucination. Do you understand? We'll learn this next semester, okay? But the idea is that the universe is what we imagine it to be. It doesn't exist on its own. Does that make sense? Okay? But we believe it exists on its own because of science. All right? So when you go to science class, you think you're learning the truth, but you're actually learning a religion that hinders you from imagining other realities. Okay? And of course, the nation state. The nation state now is like God. Right? Who are you? Well, you are a Chinese citizen. But before, we didn't think like that. We just saw ourselves as members of a community. And it could be a global community, okay? And you could have many identities. But now, if you're a Chinese citizen, you're not an American citizen because you're in competition with each other. Okay? Does that make sense? So these are the three underlying ideas of the reality we live in today. And this wasn't true before. Okay. So this is a hard idea to understand, but next semester it'll become clearer and clearer, okay? Any more questions? Okay. All right. So, good. Okay. Good morning. So we are doing Augustine today, and even though Augustine is not as famous as some other thinkers we've looked at this semester, he's actually very important because he's actually the intellectual architect of the Catholic Church. And in this world, the Catholic Church is the largest organization. It has 1.5 billion members, and it's been around for almost 2,000 years. So, and Augustine really is the individual who conceptualized the idea of the Catholic Church. So, for us to understand what the Catholic Church is and why it's endured for so long, I want to introduce a new idea to you called the end of history. This is a concept that was introduced by an American State Department official named Francis Fukuyama at the end of the Cold War, when the Berlin Wall fell. And his argument is that history has been a struggle of ideology. We've had paganism, we've had communism, we've had socialism, we've had democracy. And through this dialectic, through this constant struggle of ideas, we have now reached the end of history where liberal consumer democracy is the best idea. Not only is it the best idea, but it's the perfect idea that will allow us to endure for the rest of history. Therefore, it is the end of history. Now, of course, we know this idea is wrong. But what's interesting for us is this has been a recurring theme in human history, where every major political leader who's come to power has announced that this is the end of history, that all of history has led to this point where I am now ruler. And from now on, we can enjoy paradise on earth. Okay? So let's look at some examples that we looked at this semester. First example is King David, right? Remember that we discussed that when King David came into power, he sponsored the writing of the Bible as an apology to explain why he's king. And we also looked at the story constructed by the Yahwehs, how Yahweh, the God, he builds the world because he's a poet, because he's lonely. And his history is a journey of Yahweh trying to find a good friend that could accompany him for eternity. And it turns out, eventually, he finds David. And so when he finds David, he anoints the house of David as the permanent rulers of our world. Okay, so that's the Bible. But then you have Augustus, who sponsored the writing of the Iliad. And remember, the Iliad, it's really the journey of the Trojan hero Aeneas as he leaves Troy, and he is destined by the gods to found the city of Rome and the Roman Empire. And why does he do this? Because eventually, Rome will become the greatest empire on earth, with Augustus as the first emperor. And so that's the end of history. Once the Roman Empire is constructed, then peace, eternal peace, is now on earth. Okay? And then you had Constantine, who was emperor after he fought a brutal civil war to reunite the Roman Empire. And once he rebuilt the Roman Empire, he converted to Christianity, and he organized in 325 the Council of Nicaea, where they agreed to introduce the idea of the Godhead. Remember we discussed last class how the idea of the Godhead, it marks a major intellectual revolution in human history. It's the beginning of monotheism. It's the idea that God is both everything and nothing, which is also the idea of empire. Okay? There's also a major civil war after Constantine dies. Another Roman emperor, Theodosius, comes to the throne, and in 380, he issues something called the Edict of Thessalonica, which established Christianity as the official religion of the Roman Empire. And when he does that, they begin to root out paganism and other religions. And at this point, you can also think this is the end of history. We've discovered Christianity, which will make paradise on earth. The problem, though, of course, is that in 410, Rome is sacked. And this is a problem. This creates something called a crisis of faith. Why? Because a lot of people believe that Rome was sacked by the barbarians, by the Visigoths, precisely because Rome converted to Christianity. Before, Rome was a pagan society. And they believed that by converting to Christianity, two things happened. The first thing happened was the old gods, Jupiter and the others, became furious at the Romans and were determined to punish the Romans by sending the barbarians. Okay? Also, they believed that Christianity, it's a religion of slaves. It teaches us to be merciful and kind and compassionate. But that's not the way the world works. Okay? So now you have a crisis of faith. And the very authority of the Catholic Church is challenged. And so at this point, Augustine, who is a bishop of the Catholic Church in Northern Africa, he comes up with this theory that establishes the Catholic Church as beyond the world. Okay? So other individuals have introduced the idea of end of history. But what Augustine does is he takes the Catholic Church out of history. Okay? Out of history. What does that mean? It means that history is really about mortals battling for power. But the Catholic Church, it is a representative of God on earth. Therefore, it will remove itself from history. You guys can battle it out. But we will always be the representative of God on earth. Okay? And to establish this, he writes a book called City of God. And he talks about two cities. You have Rome, which is the earthly city. It's a city of power and greed and the self. And then you have a city called Jerusalem, which is the spiritual city. It is the city of God, of spirit, of selflessness, of paradise. Okay? And the Catholic Church will always be centered in Jerusalem. And if you follow the Catholic Church, if you're obedient to God, then your spirit can also enter Jerusalem. Otherwise, you'll always be trapped in Rome. Okay? What he also does, that's very important, is by establishing this theory, he solves a major problem for political leaders. Remember, before David, Augustine, Constantine, whenever they came into power, they faced three major problems. The first is legitimacy. Why are you the king? The second is cultural cohesion. How do you unite the people behind a common ideology? The third problem was cultural differentiation. Why are you different from other people? Okay? And what the Catholic Church under Augustine proposes is, we'll solve all three problems for you. We, the Catholic Church, will give you legitimacy because you are the representative of God on earth. Okay? And that's why, even though in the following few centuries, there will always be power shifts, the Catholic Church will always be at the center of these power shifts because they are the ones who are able to provide authority and legitimacy to whoever comes into power. Like, for example, Charlemagne. Okay? So that's what Augustine is proposing. So today what I want to look at are some of Augustine's writings to see what is the ideology or doctrine that underlies the Catholic Church. This is important for us because it is Augustine's ideology that will drive European history for the next 1,000 years. In fact, I will make the argument to you today that it is his ideology that will mark the coming of the Dark Ages in Europe. 500 years when society lacked social innovation and you weren't allowed to criticize authority. Okay? So that's the argument to you today.
I'll sit over here and talk.
Oh, thank you. Okay. All right. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. This is why I don't use computers. Okay. Yeah. It's fine. Okay. All right. So we are going to look at two major works of Augustine. The first is Confessions, and Confessions is very famous. It's something that most people would have heard of, and it's really the autobiography of Augustine. And in fact, it's considered the first authentic autobiography in the world. And in the story, he talks about his life, where he grows up with a pagan father and a Christian mother named Monica. And in the beginning, he is a very disobedient young man. He refuses to follow the wishes of his mother and refuses Christianity. And he goes on a long journey of youthful sin, okay? He has a mistress who he doesn't marry. He explores heresies like Neoplatonism and Manichaeism. But then one day, he has what we call a Damascus moment, right? God speaks to him and says, Augustine, open the Bible. He opens the Bible, and this starts his religious journey. And at age 42, Augustine becomes the bishop of Hippo. And from then, he begins to construct the ideology that will underpin the Catholic Church. Okay? Now, for whatever reason, historians think this memoir is authentic, or he's telling the truth. And the one thing that you will learn in life is whenever a politician or a powerful individual writes a memoir, it's complete BS, okay? There's something authentic or true about it. So we're going to read a bit of Confessions, and this is really the most famous part of the Confessions. It's really Augustine's rewriting of the story of the Garden of Eden, okay? So this is what he says when he's a young man or a young boy. I wanted to carry out an act of theft and did so, driven by no kind of need other than my inner lack of any sense of or feeling for justice. Okay? So one thing that he points out over and over again is we are born in sin, we are of sin, we are evil people. Okay? And that's why the Catholic Church is important. Because only the Catholic Church can steer us into goodness. If left to our own devices, we can only commit sin. And this starts from the womb, okay? We are born in sin. We are born of sin. I saw something which I had in plenty of much better quality. My desire was not to enjoy not what I sought by stealing, but merely the excitement of thieving and the doing of what was wrong. Okay? Why do we sin? Because we enjoy sinning. Because that is our nature. When we steal, it is not because we're hungry or because we need something. It's because we enjoy stealing. Okay? It's pure pleasure. There's a pear tree near our vineyard laden with fruit, though attractive in neither color nor taste. Okay? So again, this is the retelling of the Garden of Eden, where there's a tree of knowledge, right? Well, here there's a pear tree. Okay? To shake the fruit off the tree and carry off the pears, I and a gang of naughty adolescents set off late at night after we had continued our game in the streets. We carried off a huge load of pears, okay? So they stole a huge load of pears from someone. He doesn't tell us who, but it's someone, okay? And then They didn't eat any of the pears. They just gave it to pigs. Okay? They just did this because they enjoyed sinning. Now, okay, let me make a few comments. First of all, we would think it's just boys having fun, right? They don't mean any harm by this. They're just playing. They're just being curious. They're just exploring, which is part of human nature, right? What Augustine is saying is that's exactly the problem. Curiosity can only lead to evil. Exploration can only lead to sin. That's why we commit sin, because we think curiosity is a good thing when in fact it's an evil thing that can only harm others. Okay? And the other thing is, this is clearly a retelling of the Garden of Eden story, right? Where Adam and Eve, they eat that fruit. And here, what Augustine is saying is, first of all, Adam and Eve are stealing. Okay? Stealing is not a word used in the Bible, okay? But Augustine is saying they are stealing. That's the first thing. Second thing is, Augustine is saying that the stealing was intentional. They knew what they were doing was wrong, but they did it because it felt good. Okay? So this is a radical reconceptualization of the idea of original sin. Remember, Paul introduced the idea of original sin to us, where why did Jesus have to come to redeem us? Because we disobeyed God in the Garden of Eden. It was a mistake, and Jesus had to pay ransom for that mistake. Okay? That was Paul's argument. What Augustine is saying is something radically different. He's saying that, first of all, we didn't make a mistake. We are the mistake. All right? We are the ones born to sin. Therefore, we will always disobey. And then what else he's saying is this, and this is really important. This happens in about 350, right? This is about 300 years after Jesus sacrificed himself for us. And he's still sinning. So he is negating the sacrifice of Jesus. Just because Jesus sacrificed himself does not mean we've stopped sinning. In fact, we continue to sin. Okay? So, this is a radical reconceptualization of the Christian faith. We are born sinners and we will always sin unless we are taught to obey God. That is our fundamental mission on earth, to obey God. Okay? Okay, so let's go to the city of God now. And again, the city of God becomes the intellectual blueprint for the building of the Catholic Church. And one thing that he talks a lot about in the city of God is the idea of rape. And so what's happening throughout this time, and what was very common is, if a woman were raped out of wedlock, or if a woman were raped by her husband, what they will often do is kill themselves. Why? Because the Christian faith taught them that chastity was very important. Okay? And if you're the Roman Empire, this is a problem for you, right? Because you can't have women killing themselves because of rape. Rape happens all the time. If women kill themselves, then eventually you're going to have a population implosion. Okay? So actually, what Augustine will do is spend a lot of time explaining why rape is not a bad thing. Okay? So to do so, he talks about Lucretia. Remember who Lucretia is. Lucretia, we discussed Lucretia when we discussed the history of the Roman Republic. At first, Rome was a monarchy, and the king's son, he was a sinful person, and he liked to rape other women. He liked to rape women. And Lucretia was famous in Rome for her chastity, for her virtue. So he thought it'd be fun to rape her. After she was raped, she called her husband and her husband's best friend named Lucius Junius Brutus together. And she made them swear that they will avenge her dishonoring. And they did. And to make sure that they would follow out on this, she took out a knife and she stabbed herself in the heart, killing herself. And this marks the beginning of the Roman Republic. So in the eyes of Romans, her death, her suicide, is what gave birth to the Roman Republic. So she's honored and considered a hero by the Roman people. And what Augustine will say is, no, she's not a hero because she killed herself not for the good of Rome, but for her own vanity, for her own pride, for the fact that she lost faith. She was embarrassed. She didn't have the glory of being considered the most chaste and virtuous woman in Rome, and that's why she killed herself. And this is pride. This is arrogance. This is ego, which goes against the will of God. Okay? So let's look at very quickly what he's saying. What he's saying. Her killing herself, or suicide, because although not adulterous, she had suffered an adulterous embraces, was due to the weakness of shame. Okay? The weakness of shame. She died because she felt ashamed. Not to the high value she set on chastity. She was ashamed of another's foul deed committed on her, even though not with her. As a Roman woman, excessively eager for honor. Okay? Pride. That's what killed her, her pride. Sorry, let me, I hate computers. Okay. But Christian women do not kill themselves. If you are a true Christian, you would never kill yourself. Why? Because murder is a worse crime than rape. Also, rape is something that happens in the mind. It's not real. Christian women do not kill themselves. They have the glory of chastity within them, the testimony of their conscience. They have this in the sight of God. If you were raped, but you didn't consent to it, don't worry, because God knows, and so God will forgive. But if you kill yourself, that's committing wrong against God. Okay? So this argument, it's really gaslighting, okay? And he does this a lot in his logic, okay? It's really gaslighting. He's making certain points about the nature of humans, okay? First of all, each and every one of us is God's property. We are not free of ourselves. We are God's property. Therefore, when we kill ourselves, we are offending God, okay? That's the first thing. Second thing that he's saying is, we can do no good because we are burdened by our pride and our sin. If we choose to act, we can only do wrong. Okay? So what he's saying is this. If you are walking in the forest and you see a young boy drowning in the lake, don't jump in the lake to save him. Because one, you might die, and two, everything is controlled by God, therefore everything has an intention. So when you jump and save the boy, you might be interfering in God's plan. Therefore, the only solution to salvation, how do you make yourself good in the eyes of God? Don't do anything. God knows everything. God has a plan. Just obey the will of God. And the will of God means doing nothing. And in fact, doing nothing is the best thing you can do, because if you are born of sin, and you're only capable of sin, when you do nothing, you are doing good in the world. Okay? So again, this is gaslighting, but this becomes the doctrine of the Catholic Church. And it begins what we call the Dark Ages. Because it forces people, and most people want salvation. Most people want to be good in the eyes of God. It forces people to be passive and obedient and unable to question and explore. Okay? So any questions so far before I move on? Okay, let's look at another line from the City of God. Thus, when man lives by the standard of man and not by the standard of God, he is like the devil. All right? Think about this. When you choose to follow your nature, you are like the devil. It is only by negating yourself, it is only by denying yourself, can you be good. All right? If you trust your instincts, if you trust your intuition, if you use your imagination, you are like the devil. Okay? This is exactly what he's saying with this sentence. The other thing that he does is he's very repetitive, so he'll keep on going like this for a very long time. All right? I mean, this is all just repetition. Even an angel should not have lived by the angel standard, but by God's, so as to stand firm in the truth and speak the truth that comes from God's truth, not the lie that derives from his own falsehood. Okay? Even angels must live by God's standard. So only God has the power to choose. We can choose, but we can only do evil. So we should not choose. Okay? So this is so the thing about Augustine that's very important for us to understand is he studied rhetoric. And so he's very good at gaslighting. Okay? So twisting things in order to force your compliance. All right? So he says, when man lives by the standard of truth, he lives not by his own standard, but by God's. He's just repeating himself. Same sentence, but he just repeats it over and over. Okay? So why is he doing this? Why is he doing this? And any thoughts? What is the City of God? The City of God,
Sorry. If I could turn the question back to you.
Yeah.
The one thing I'm curious about, both with the confessions and with the City of God,
Yeah.
is that at this point, who is his audience? Who is he writing for?
That's a great question. That's exactly it. Who is his audience? Exactly. His audience is clearly not for us or ordinary people, because at this time, most people don't read and write, right? So his audience is actually for the priesthood. Okay? His audience are for those individuals who are about to be anointed by the Catholic Church to preach to the layman. And as a priest, you are forced to encounter a lot of theological issues, right? And so what Augustine is doing when writing City of God and Confessions is creating a rhetorical manual for the priests to basically gaslight their constituencies. Does that make sense? Okay, so think of this in many ways as the equivalent of the Confucian classics in China, right? So when you apply to become a bureaucrat in China, you have to take the Confucian examinations, right? And how do you pass examinations? By memorizing this crap, right? And if you look at it, if you think about it rhetorically, if you think about the underlying theories, it's really the same thing. Okay? The emperor is always right. Just do what the emperor wants. Right? So this is in many ways, all it is a rhetorical manual that priests have to memorize if they are to become anointed by the church. Right? And once you memorize this, then whatever problems that you may encounter, you can just recite from this manual. Right? And the main argument is, hey, we're born of sin, therefore you can do no good. Even by asking questions, you are exposing the devil in yourself, right? Even by questioning the church, by asking me this question, you're showing the devil in you. And our responsibility, the only path to salvation in this world is by fighting the devil within us. Okay? So focus your attention on the devil within you. Ignore the fact that the world is corrupt and evil. Ignore the fact that the landlord is exploiting you. Ignore the fact that the Catholic Church is stealing from you. Okay? Ignore all that. That doesn't matter. What matters is the internal world in you. Life is a constant struggle against sin because the devil is in you. And you must purge the devil if you are to find salvation in God. Okay? So that's the logic of the argument. Any questions? Okay, are we clear about this? Okay, it's not a sophisticated argument, but it's a clever argument that becomes the basis for the dominance of the Catholic Church during the Dark Ages and the Middle Ages. All right. All right. Now what he's going to do, and this is very important, is he's going to analyze the story of Adam and Eve. Okay? He's going to explore, why did this happen? Why did Adam and Eve in paradise, why did they disobey God? All right, so let's look at his logic. It was in secret that the first human beings began to be evil. And the result was that they slipped into open disobedience. Okay? What this is saying is, why did they disobey? Because Eve and Adam conspired in secret against God. Does that make sense? Okay, that's what he's saying here. It was in secret, okay? They conspired. That the first human beings, Adam and Eve, began to be evil. It was because they talked to each other that they conspired to disobey God. All right? For they would not have arrived at the evil act if an evil will had not preceded it. Why did they do this evil act? Because they themselves were evil. All right? That's important to understand. They were not tricked by the serpent. They were not curious. They were just evil. For pride is the start of every kind of sin. And what is pride except a longing for a perverse kind of exaltation? Okay? They want to become God. The serpent told them that if you ate the fruit, you become God. That's what tempted them, okay? The pride. For it is a perverse kind of exaltation to abandon the basis on which the mind should be firmly fixed and to become, as it were, based on oneself and so remain. What this is saying is, pride means we are leaving God and becoming more of ourselves. Okay? There's two ways you can go. You can move towards God, which means to obey God, or you can move towards yourself, okay, which is to sin. This happens when a man is too pleased with himself, and a man is self-complacent when he deserts that changeless good in which, rather than in himself, he ought to have found his satisfaction. Pride, okay? Pride makes us happy. It makes us ambitious. But it will blind us from God. This decision is voluntary, for if the will had remained unshaken in its love of the higher changeless good, which shed on it light to see and kindle in it fire to love, it would not have been diverted from this love to follow its own pleasure. Okay? We abandon God. And the will would not have been so darkened and chilled in consequence as that the woman believed that the serpent had spoken the truth, and the man to put his wife's will above God's commandment. Okay? So here's the problem. The man listened to the woman. Adam was tricked by Eve. All right? And to suppose that this was a venial transgression when he refused to desert his life's companion, even though the refusal entailed companionship in sin. Okay? So Adam was forced to make a decision. Eve had already eaten that fruit. So either Adam could follow God and disavow Eve, or he could follow her in sin. He followed her in sin. And that's why we are doomed. Okay? So what doomed Adam? What doomed Adam? It was love. He loved Eve. And that's why he decided that, yes, yes, Eve is doomed, but I love her, so I must doom myself as well. That's why Adam ate the fruit. Because he could not stand to leave Eve. He was blinded by his love. So what is this telling us? This is telling us that there's only one true love, and that's the love of God, which is obedience to God. Every other love, our love for each other, is a falsehood. Okay? It is a lie. It can only lead us to sin and disaster. Now let me ask you a question. Who else said this? Love can only lead you to disaster. It is a disease. You must deny it. You must recognize it for the disease that it is. Who else said this? Virgil, right? Virgil. Virgil in the Aeneid, remember, talked about Dido. How Dido fell in love with Aeneas. And Aeneas fell in love with Dido. But then the gods tell Aeneas, obey us. Go to Italy so you may found Rome, which is your destiny. And Aeneas, because he's a pious man, abandoned his love and did his duty. So he was honored by the gods. But Dido became consumed by her love for Aeneas. And so she committed suicide. She destroyed herself. Love will destroy you. Love will blind you. Love is evil. Okay? Only obedience is good. Let's continue. Thus the evil act, the transgression of eating the forbidden fruit, was committed only when those who did it were already evil. That bad fruit could only come from a bad tree. Further, the badness of the tree came about contrary to nature, because without a fault in the will, which is against nature, it certainly could not have happened. Okay? But only in nature could have nothing, could have destroyed it by a fault. Consequently, although the will derives its existence as a nature from its creation by God, it's falling away from its true being, it's due its creation out of nothing. Okay? So this raises a very important question for us. If it is true that we are born of sin, it is also true that God created us, then is that a contradiction? God is perfect. Why would God create a flawed, sinful person? All right? And the answer is this. Because God created us out of nothing. We are a creation out of nothing. In other words, we are a failed science experiment. We are in a science experiment gone wrong. God created Adam out of dust. And he created Eve out of Adam. Adam's rib, basically. Right? So he's creating us out of nothing. And this was an experiment. And because we were created out of nothing, we were born of sin. So the only path, the only way forward is for us to embrace God, to become more like God by obeying Him, and to deny who we are. Because if we were to become more of who we are, if we listened to ourselves, if we loved, if we thought, if we were curious, if we move into our nothingness. But the more we obey God, the more we move towards enlightenment and salvation. Okay, so that's the logic here. Okay, so he concludes. That is why humility, okay? Humility just means self-denial, self-negation, all right? Complete obedience. Forget who you are, it doesn't matter. Just obey God, which is the Catholic Church, right? Okay, so God really means the Catholic Church. This is why humility is highly praised in the city of God, and especially enjoined on the city of God during the time of its pilgrimage in this world. And it receives particular emphasis in the character of Christ, the King of that city. We are also taught by the sacred scriptures that the fault of exaltation, pride, the contrary of humility, exercises supreme dominion in Christ's adversary, the devil. Okay? So he's creating a dichotomy. In the city of Rome, in the city of earth, pride triumphs because that's the seat of the devil. In the city of God, humility triumphs because that's the seat of Jesus. This is surely the great difference that sunders the two cities on which we are speaking. The one is a community of devout men, the other a company of the irreligious, and each has its own angels attached to it. In one city, love of God has been given first place. And the other, love of self. Pride, ego, will. All this is found in the city of Rome. But in the city of God, the only thing that exists is humility and love of God. Okay? Okay. Any questions so far?
One question. Augustine suggests that because it's after 300 years after Jesus died, right?
Yeah.
So Jesus can't even save us. Then why is God saving Jesus?
Oh, that's a great question. Okay, so Jesus is dead, and Jesus didn't really do anything because we're still born of sin. Right? So why did God send Jesus? And the answer is to awaken us, to show us that there's something wrong, and we must correct ourselves, to lend us, to show us the light. But it is we who must walk towards the light. Okay, does that make sense? All right, so we'll conclude with this passage. And this is towards the end of the city of God, okay? In the heavenly city, then, there will be freedom of will. So this is really curious because for the entire book, he's been talking about how freedom of will is bad because we're born of sin, right? It will be one and the same freedom in all and indivisible in the separate individuals. It will be freed from all evil and filled with all good, enjoying unfailingly the delight of eternal joys, forgetting all offenses, forgetting all punishments. Okay? So what's the logic here? The logic is this. When we are on earth, we are by ourselves. We are separate from God. But when in the city of God, we'll have achieved reunion with God. We will have returned to God. We will be the same as God. God is in us, and we are in God. And therefore, we will be incapable of sin. And at that point, we will have complete freedom of will because our will is the same as God's. Okay? So, I know that it's hard. Life sucks on earth. You're getting exploited by the landlord. You're getting raped by the landlord. You're getting killed by your neighbors. Who knows, okay? Life sucks. But just focus on your internal salvation. Focus on obedience. Because when you do so, you will ascend to Jerusalem. And at that point, you will be one with God. And everything that you suffered on earth will be forgotten. And it will just be endless paradise. You are making a sacrifice so that you may be saved. You are sacrificing yourself so that you may be saved. Okay? And this is a very powerful logic because this becomes the logic of many powerful movements throughout human history, including that of communism. Right? Think about the logic here. Communism. What is communism? Communism is we work really hard today to build a socialist paradise. But once we build the socialist paradise, we have complete freedom of will. We will be one and the same. We will be indivisible from each other. We will have complete freedom to do what we please. We can, as Marx says, we can fish in the afternoon and read in the evening and discuss politics with our friends whenever. Okay? We will achieve paradise. So it's the power of the city of God. Not only does it provide a framework for the Catholic Church to assert dominion over all of Europe, but it becomes the catalyst for revolutionary movements throughout human history, especially communism, but including other movements as well. Okay? All right? So any questions?
So can you talk a bit more about who and
Okay, you want to know more about the biography of Augustine, okay? All right. Okay, I'll do so, but this is the very ending of the City of God, okay? So let's look at the ending together, and then I'll discuss the biography of Augustine. Yet it will not forget its own liberation, nor be ungrateful to its liberator, okay? So we have escaped this world of evil and of sin, and we are with God, who are our great liberator. It will remember even its past evils as far as intellectual knowledge is concerned, but it will utterly forget them as far as a sense experience is concerned. Okay, so what this means is, yes, we will remember the pain we suffered on earth, but the pain will mean nothing. Okay, we will remember what we experienced, but we will not remember the pain. It will be eternal paradise. No more pain, no more suffering, no more sin. Okay? For the highly trained physician is acquainted with almost all diseases as far as they can be known in theory, while he is ignorant of most of them in respect of personal experience, since he has not suffered from them. Okay? We will become God-like in our understanding. We will understand why we suffered. And then we will understand suffering means nothing, because we are now united with God. Okay? Does that make sense? So that's the logic of the Sea of God and Augustine. All right, so now you want to know who this guy is. All right? So there's a lot of controversy over who he is. In his biography, and again, remember, if a biography is written by a politician, it's going to be BS, all right? Just so you know. He tells us that he comes from a pretty normal family. His father's a pagan. His mother, Monica, is a devout Christian. And then through his own hard work, he started to study rhetoric in university. He became a professor of rhetoric. And then when he was converted, when he saw the light, when God spoke to him, when he had his Damascus moment, he started to study the Bible rigorously. And then he was spotted by his talent, by the church. And at 42, he was appointed to become the bishop of Hippo, okay, which is in northern Africa. And he was in that position until his death. One thing that Augustine is known for is the fact that he's prolific. All right? Prolific. Which meant that he wrote a lot of books. It's possible he wrote hundreds of thousands of pages. And his two most famous are Confessions and the City of God. Okay? So, most people, most scholars, take his story for what it is, okay? They believe him. But one thing that you learn in this class is to always be skeptical of power, okay? So if at age 42, he's appointed the head of the church in this region, what does it tell us? It tells us that he comes from an extremely powerful family, right? Because one thing that you learn in this class is the way the Catholic Church grew, the way that Christianity grew, is by marrying itself to power. Christianity had a very strict hierarchy, and that enabled it to be co-opted by the power elite. Okay? So this tells us the fact that he was appointed bishop, that he comes from an extremely powerful family. It's possible his father was a governor, a Roman governor, was possible a general, okay? But this is not a typical, normal, middle-class family. It can't be. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing is, he was prolific, which meant he wrote a lot. Now, in our class, there was also another individual who was extremely prolific. Who was that person? Meaning that he wrote a lot, like way too much. This person is Aristotle, right? And the thing that we said about Aristotle is he was a censor, a propagandist for the Macedonian Empire. Okay? He was trying to justify the supremacy of Greek civilization. And so when he wrote, he probably didn't write anything by himself, but he had like a team of students around him who wrote everything for him. So you can surmise something similar to Augustine. As bishop, he had hundreds of scribes, hundreds of priests, who basically took his theories and turned them into books. And that's how he was able to be so prolific. So think of him as a professor, basically, right? A university professor, a science professor, who's in charge of a lab. He doesn't actually do his own work. He has assistants for that, but he's the one directing the research and the writing. Okay? You can also see him as a propagandist. Does that make sense? All right? But he's clearly a genius. Okay? There's no denying he is a genius. Okay? Any more questions? Okay, so even though this is all genius, it's only because they're an empire and they can gaslight their people. Okay? So the logic is basically like this. The logic is, I push you down, and you turn around and says, hey, why did you push me down? And I say to you, I didn't push you down, you slipped. There's a difference. All right? And I can do that because I'm powerful and you're not. So this is really the logic of empire. All right? Augustine is really using the logic of empire. And he's trying to force people to be obedient, right? Because obedience leads to salvation. Hey, you can disobey me, you can fool around, but this means you'll burn in hell for all of eternity. Do you really want to take that chance? Most people don't, okay? So most people at this time choose to become passive in order to avoid sin. And this will mark the beginning of the Dark Ages in Europe. Okay? But there are many people who choose to rebel. There are many who believe that exploration, curiosity, intuition, imagination is fundamental to being human. If you refuse to let me be human, then I will go somewhere else. So where do they go? Well, they go east, okay? They go east to two places. The first is the Sasanian Persian Empire. But another place they'll go that's very interesting is Arabia. Why do they go to Arabia? Because Arabia is basically like a lawless desert. There's no real authority in the desert. And there are lots of Jewish people and Christians who escaped Arabia in order to practice their faith. One thing that you learn in class, and that you will learn in this class, or that you have learned in this class, is that people take their faith very seriously. I'd rather die than not practice my faith. Okay, so all these people are going to the desert in order to practice their faith. Why is this important? Because from Arabia will come a new religious movement called Islam. All right, so these are the people who will give birth to a revolutionary new religion called Islam that will challenge the authority of the Catholic Church and of Augustine. Okay? And this is what we will discuss next class. Okay, good morning, class. So we are today doing the rise and fall of the Roman Empire. And this topic is extremely relevant today because there's a country in the world that purposefully modeled itself out of Rome. And this country is the United States of America. The similarities between Rome and the United States, it's very striking. Both of these societies were of their time the most powerful nations. Rome dominated the Western world for centuries. And today, America is the world's most powerful nation. In fact, America is so powerful that if the entire world were to get together and decide, for whatever reason, to invade and attack America and not stop until America was defeated, well, if that were to happen, America would win. America is really invincible. It's protected by two oceans, and it has infinite resources, and it has an extremely aggressive population and the world's most sophisticated military. So by studying Rome, we gather insight into America, where America is right now in its history and where America is headed. And the central argument I will make to you today is that both of these societies, Rome and America, are really war machines. They're extremely aggressive. And if they cannot turn their aggression outwards, they turn their aggression inwards. Rome, throughout its history, was either fighting wars against its enemies, and then when it ran out of enemies, it fought wars within itself, which ultimately led to its decline and collapse. America is in a very similar situation. After the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991, America became a hyperpower. It had no competitors. It has no peers in the world. Even though it tries very hard to look for enemies, for example, for the past 10 years, America has been trying to paint China as a new threat. America really has no adversaries. And as a result, it can't really be aggressive abroad. So this will lead to, if the history of Rome is an indicator, it will probably lead to a massive civil war in America in the next 10 years. Okay, so that's what the history of Rome tells us. Okay, so today I want to look at 3 questions. The first question is, why did Rome rise? What allowed Rome to become an empire, a superpower of its time? The second question is, what did Rome ultimately decline and fall? And the third question is, what is the legacy of Rome? What is the impact and influence of Rome in today's world? Okay, let's look at the first question. So Rome, the tradition, we don't actually know if this is true or not, but the tradition is that Rome was founded in 753 BCE. And for that early history, Rome was a monarchy. It had a king. Then in 509 BCE, it became a republic. Not a democracy, a republic. And at that point, Rome was very much a poor, backward, and isolated city along the Tiber. And at that point in its history, no one, okay, not even the Romans, could have predicted that in 300 years' time, Rome would become the master of its world, the Mediterranean. Okay? So, to understand why Rome was able to succeed, let me very quickly draw for you a map of the world, the Mediterranean, in about 500 BCE, when the Roman Republic was founded. So, at the center of this world was really the Persian Empire. The Persian Empire was in control of the world's 3 most prosperous regions: Egypt, Anatolia, which is modern-day Turkey, and Mesopotamia, which is modern-day Iraq. And these are the 3 most fertile regions of the Western world. It was extremely prosperous, very heavily populated. And the Persian Empire was in control of all 3 regions, okay? So the Persian Empire is like this. Across the Aegean and the Mediterranean from the Persian Empire are the Greeks. You had Athens and you had Sparta, okay? And these were the 2 dominant city-states, or what we call polis, on the Greek mainland. Across the Adriatic is, of course, Italy. And the dominant power actually in Italy at this time are not the Romans, but a culture, civilization we call the Etruscans. And the Etruscans, for the longest time, were dominant over the Romans. In fact, some people believe that Rome was originally a colony of the Etruscans, and the first kings of Rome were actually Etruscan princes. Okay? And then over here is a place called Carthage, which is an emerging power. Okay? And over here, above the Greeks, are the Macedonians. So these are the major cultures and powers of that time. Now, one of these powers will eventually dominate and then provide the cultural framework for all of Western civilization. And if we were to go back in time and we were to analyze this situation, then we could make some predictions, okay? Our first prediction would be that Persia would eventually conquer all of Europe, right? Because Persia had infinite wealth, it had infinite resources, it was a superpower that was intent on aggression, okay? And in fact, as we know, eventually it will launch an invasion of the Greek mainland. Okay, so if we were to predict or guess who would dominate the world, we would think it would be Persia. That's our first guess, okay? But let's just say, then who would be second? Well, we would think that either Athens or Sparta would be second. Why? Because Athens has a navy, and it is a really powerful navy. And at this time, Greek civilization, it's really growing. Okay, so we would guess Athens or Sparta. And remember, Athens has a navy, but Sparta is really a military hegemon. It is focused on being a military powerhouse. And it has really the best military in Greece at this time. So our third guess might be Sparta. Then we could guess Carthage. Why? Because Carthage is strategically located in northern Africa, which gives it access to all trade routes in Africa, over here, into all of Europe, and then back to the Mediterranean. Okay? So Carthage would also be a good guess. We would not guess Macedonia. Okay? Why? Because Macedonia is a poor, backward kingdom north of Greece that's being controlled right now by the Persians. We would never guess the Macedonians. But then there's one city that we would never, ever believe could dominate the world, and that's Rome. Okay? Rome would not be on our list. Macedonia might be on the list because it still has a strategic location, it has a very militant population, but we would never, ever guess Rome. Now, what's funny about these predictions, of course, is that eventually Rome does conquer the entire Mediterranean world, and it becomes the superpower of its time, and then it develops the cultural framework for all of Western civilization, okay? But not only that, but close to Rome is Macedonia. Because remember, Macedonia is where Philip II builds the world's most powerful military, and where Alexander the Great comes from to conquer all the Persian Empire. Okay? So it's very strange that the nations that either are not on the list or are the bottom of the list will eventually conquer the world. All right? And this goes back to our first class where we talk about the oceanic currents of history, how empires are destined to fall, to decline, but in the process, they energize these borderlands and empower these borderlands to rise and eventually, over time, to overwhelm the empire, okay? So this was true for Macedonia, and this was certainly true for Rome, okay? So this fits into our pattern of the oceanic currents of history. So there are many different reasons why Rome would eventually win out over its competitors in the Mediterranean. What I want to focus on today are the cultural reasons. So my argument today is that Rome, in opposition to its enemies, developed a cultural system that allowed it to triumph over its enemies. This cultural system made it ideal for military competition against its major enemies. Okay? So, let's talk about this cultural system. And to understand this cultural system, I will compare and contrast it with the Greeks, who are also, who are basically the most culturally dominant people in this area at this time. Okay, so what do the Greeks believe in? Well, the Greeks believe in three things, okay? The Greek system. When I mean Greeks, I basically mean the Athenians, okay? Because the Athenians were the culturally dominant nation in the Greek world. All right, so what do the Greeks believe in, and how were the Romans different? Well, first thing to understand is that Greeks were culturally dominant. And so what happened was that Romans developed a lot of their cultural system in opposition to the Greeks. Or they learned lessons from the Greeks. Okay, so think about, as an analogy, the relationship between China and Japan. A lot of Japanese cultural systems and values were developed in opposition to China and because of the lessons that the Japanese learned from Chinese history. Okay? So, let's talk about the Greek values and then what values the Romans developed in opposition to the Greeks. Okay? So the first value the Greeks developed was the idea of freedom. What is freedom? Freedom represents an egalitarian society in which everyone has the right to speak his mind. His, not hers, okay? His mind. So every citizen was considered equal. And that was the basis for Greek democracy. Everyone has the right to speak if you're a citizen. Okay? Now, what is the Roman counterpart? The Roman counterpart is what we call liberty. And they sound similar, but they're actually very different concepts. Freedom is the right to speak your mind, the right to live your life. Liberty is the respect for the laws, history, and traditions of your culture, because that's what enables you to be free. If we don't respect the laws, it'd be anarchy. Also, liberty means basically no king. Okay? We will never allow a king to rule us because he takes away our liberty. What's interesting for us is the modern Western concept is more aligned with the Romans than the Greeks. When we think of freedom and liberty, we think of the Roman idea, not the Greek idea, okay? So liberty. The Roman word for this is, of course, libertas. All right, so the second idea, value of the Greeks is the idea of eudaimonia. Eudaimonia is the pursuit of human flourishing, to be the best that you can be, to be better than your peers, and to win respect for your peers, to seek glory, to seek honor. So let's go back to last semester and think about Achilles in the epic, the Iliad. Achilles was in Troy not to win glory for the Greek people, but to win glory for himself. He was extremely selfish. He was extremely competitive. And he was so competitive that when he abandoned the battlefield, he basically asked his mother, Thetis, the goddess, to get Zeus, the high god, to favor the Trojans, okay? This is treason. This is sedition. And for the Greeks, this is good, because what's important is to win eudaimonia. You, in order to achieve eudaimonia, can do anything, because that's what matters. Okay? And the idea of eudaimonia, if you think about it, it's what led to Greek creativity, because everyone saw society as a competition, and they want to be the best. Okay? But if you think about it, it also leads to corruption and selfishness. Okay? So the Romans didn't like eudaimonia. Instead, their highest virtue was the idea of re publica. And this is where we get the word republic from. Re publica means for the greater good, for the public virtue. So what's important is not that you win glory for yourself, but to sacrifice yourself for the greater good, for the good of Rome. That's what made you a good person or the best person, to fight and die for Rome. And the third value for the Greeks that mattered was the idea of arete. Arete just means excellence. So even though Achilles was a jerk, the Greeks still admired him. Why? Because he was a great soldier. On the battlefield, he was fabulous. He was excellent. And therefore, he should be admired. Okay? The Romans didn't like this, okay? They didn't want people to outshine everyone else. So they prefer the concept of piety. Obedience, loyalty to your fathers, to Rome, to the gods. Piety is what mattered. The highest virtue in Rome is not arete, it is piety. And again, a lot of Roman values was developed in response to the Greeks, especially to the Athenians. Okay? Because remember, the Athenians in 480, they defeated the Persians. And the Athenians became basically an empire. And they were the dominant military force in the Mediterranean and the Aegean all of that time. But 80 years later, 400, they had been decimated. They had been destroyed. They fought against Sparta in the Peloponnesian War, and they lost. The Romans witnessed all this, right? Because they were just across from the Adriatic. They knew all this. And so they were determined not to repeat the mistakes of the Athenians. And that's why they developed a system in opposition to the Greeks, the Athenians. The Athenians had democracy. And it was common wisdom at that time that it was the democratic system that caused the collapse of the Athenian Empire. And in response, the Romans developed a system called the Republic. Now, there's a huge difference between democracy and republic. They sound the same. And in today's world, we use these two concepts interchangeably. Okay? We say American democracy, we say American republic. It means the same thing, but back then, democracy and republic were two opposing systems. So let me give you an example to show you how different the system is. Okay? So democracy is basically one man, one vote. It encourages competition, it encourages debate, it encourages free thought. Republic is to be ruled by institutions, basically the Senate, okay? Institutions, by laws, and by history or tradition. All right, so what's the difference? All right, let's pretend that we're all going to go out for lunch today. And each of us has a different opinion. I want to go to McDonald's. Eva wants to go and get dumplings. Echo wants to go to pizza. Who knows, okay? But we all have these different opinions. In a democracy, we resolve this issue by having a debate. I make my argument for my idea, then you all make your argument for your ideas, okay? And then we vote, and then majority wins. Simple, right? Okay. A republic is different. A republic, you make your decisions based on tradition. So, for example, today is Thursday. And for whatever reason, we don't know why, but every Thursday, we go out to get dumplings. So, guess what? We just go and get dumplings. We don't ask why. We don't even know why. We may not even like dumplings. It doesn't matter. What matters is you respect and follow the tradition set by your fathers. Okay? Does that make sense? Now, what's interesting is these two systems have benefits and consequences. And it's the idea of the republic that allows Rome to eventually conquer the entire Mediterranean. And the reason why is the idea of a republic solves a problem that democracy cannot solve. It's the idea of citizenship and identity. The way you organize your society is basically through citizenship. Okay? Who gets to be a citizen, who doesn't. In a democracy, it's actually very hard to be a citizen. Because if we are having a debate and competition, we don't want others coming into the system. Right? There's 4 of us in the classroom, we debate. But let's just say we let in 5 other people. And these 5 other people all love noodles. Guess what? We're stuck going to noodles every day. Right? So we don't want newcomers. And that's why the Athenian Empire fell. The Athenian Empire had to fight these wars to protect its empire. But in each battle, it had to lose soldiers. Even if you win battles, you have to lose soldiers. And it could not replenish these soldiers because it did not want foreigners to become citizens. Does that make sense? But in a republic, you do not have this problem, right? If we are a republic and we're all stuck going to noodles every Thursday, we let in 100 people. Doesn't matter. We're all going to noodles, right? It doesn't affect us. So the beauty of a republic is you can allow immigrants and foreigners to come into your system, which allows you to replenish your military. And they become citizens if they are willing to fight for you and if they're willing to follow your traditions, your customs, your history. And it's very similar in America, right? In China, how are you a citizen? Well, you're born here, and both your parents are Chinese, and that's it, okay? There's no other way to become a Chinese citizen. But in America, you can immigrate and just say, I swear to obey the Constitution. I swear to protect the Constitution. If you say those words, you can become a U.S. citizen. Okay? So that's the power of the republic. Okay? So let's talk about some historical examples to illustrate the difference between a democracy and a republic. Well, in a democracy, people understand polis, or society, as a community of people. Okay? So the example is, in 480, the Persians invaded the Greek mainland, and they were about to attack Athens. And there was no way that Athens could withstand the Persian onslaught. So what did they do? Well, what they did was they got onto their ships and they sailed away. The entire Athenian people, the entire city of Athens, got onto the ships and sailed away. And the Persians were like, well, you can't do that. And the Athenians says, yes, we can. Because as a community, we can be wherever we want. We don't have to be in Athens. As long as we're a community, we will be Athens. We can leave Athens and go sail to Africa, and we will still be Athens. Okay? That's the idea of community. But the Romans didn't believe that. Okay? Remember, in 216, Hannibal comes and attacks the Italian peninsula. He destroys and wipes out all the Roman armies. Rome has no army. And at this point, Rome has options. It can surrender or it can leave. It cannot leave because to leave Rome would be to abandon its identity as a Roman people. If you're a republic, the place does matter. Once you leave the place, you abandon the values, the culture, the history that makes you distinctly Roman. So the Romans said to Hannibal, we will not surrender. We will fight to the last man if you come and attack us. And Hannibal never did. Okay? And what's really funny about this incident is it's really the proudest moment in Roman history. Okay? They were up against impossible odds. They had no army. Hannibal was the greatest general in human history. He had a huge army. But the Roman people were willing to make all the necessary sacrifices in order to protect their identity and their values and their history. they refused to let Rome fall. So every person, whether it's woman, man, or child, would have taken arms and defended the city against Hannibal. And this was really the highlight of the Republican system. It refuses to surrender, because to surrender would mean abandoning its identity. Okay? So that's why Rome was able to defeat all its enemies, because the Roman idea of citizenship was flexible. If you're willing to fight for Rome, you could become a citizen. And as such, Rome was able to draw soldiers from all of the Italian peninsula. From 280 to 272 BCE, there's something called the Plague Wars. Pyrrhus, who was a Greek king, came to the aid of the Greek colonies in Italy. Okay? These Greeks were complaining and saying, the Romans are bullying us. Can someone please help us and build us a Greek empire? So Pyrrhus comes and attacks the Romans. And he won every battle. The Romans were terrible soldiers. He had the best soldiers in the world, and he was winning every battle. And at a certain point, Pyrrhus said, okay, we're killing a lot of Romans, but if I win one more battle, if I just win one more battle, I'm going to run out of soldiers. So he had to retreat. Okay? And this is because of the idea of citizenship. The Greeks could not replenish their forces, whereas the Romans could. Okay? And this is what allowed for social mobility and innovation in Rome. The fact that Rome was constantly fighting these battles, these wars, against everyone, and learning from their mistakes, and growing as a military power. Eventually, Rome comes in conflict with Carthage. And Carthage is, at this point, the greatest naval power of the Mediterranean. Rome did not have a navy. It doesn't know how to sail ships. Guess what Guess what happened? They decided to build a navy. And they lost a lot of battles against Carthage, but again, because Rome was so persistent, because Rome was not afraid to lose soldiers, eventually it overwhelmed Carthage. Okay? So this is the reason why eventually Rome was able to conquer the entire Mediterranean world. No one could stop Rome. Okay? So by about 200 BCE, Rome was the greatest military hegemon of that time. And by 100 BC, 100 years later, it was an empire. Okay? So, are you guys clear? Any questions so far before I continue? Are you guys clear about this? All right. But there's a problem when Rome became an empire. A republic is not the same as an empire. An empire needed a bureaucracy. It needed an emperor. You need a top-down system. And that's in conflict with the idea of a republic, where you have to obey the history and the institutions. If you're an empire, you have to absorb new people into your culture. But the Romans didn't want to do that because it meant giving up their own culture. Right? So this created a contradiction. This created a paradox. And this will eventually lead to a series of civil wars that really never stops until Rome collapses. All right? So to understand this idea, think about America today. America, again, it is our humanity's greatest empire. It controls the entire world, basically. It has 800 military bases around the world. China has about 2, okay? It has no peer competitor. But there's one thing that you cannot say about America. If you go to America and say you guys are an empire, you'll be shut down. How dare you say we're an empire? There's nothing imperial about us. We're a republic. We're a democracy. We're not an empire. for whatever reason, Americans refuse to believe they're an empire. It's ridiculous. And you have some silly things. For example, when Americans talk about the Middle East, right? Clearly, America wants to control the Middle East for its resources. But when you talk to American academics, American people, for whatever reason, they believe American Middle East policy is being controlled by Israel, a nation of 8 million people in a desert. Israel is able to control the American empire. And you're like, that makes no sense. Like, how is it possible for Israel to control America? But Americans really believe this. When you talk about the war in Ukraine, there are a lot of Americans who believe that it's the Europeans who are making America assist Ukraine. It's all European manipulation. Okay? And it's like the silliest thing. It's like, what are you talking about? The Europeans are a vassal state of America. Israel is a vassal state of America. And the reason why is Americans cannot understand that they're an empire because it goes against their idea of themselves as democracy, as a republic. All right? This is what we call, the word for this is called cognitive dissonance. All right? You guys should have studied this in psychology, okay? But it's impossible for your mind to hold in place two contradictory ideas. America cannot both be a republic and an empire, therefore it's a republic. And don't ever mention the word empire. Okay? And guess what? The Romans had the same problem. They could not conceive of themselves as an empire, and they refused to be an empire even though they were an empire. And this led to lots of civil wars and conflicts between Rome and the people around Rome. Okay? So the example is that from 91 to 89, Rome fought something called the Social War. Remember, this is after Rome became an empire. It now has no peer competitor. It has no adversary. So now it starts to fight wars among its own people. The Social War was fought between Rome and its Italian allies or neighbors. For most of its history, Rome was drawing soldiers from its allies. And after Rome became an empire, its allies, Italian allies, rightfully said, listen, we fought for you for decades. We've lost many men. We demand to be given citizenship. And Rome said no. And so they fought a civil war. And Rome lost the civil war because, guess what? Its military was from the Italian peninsula. Okay? So it could not defeat its allies, and so it had to make its allies into Roman citizens. Okay? And Rome will keep on doing this, where it has all these subject people, and subject people rebel because they want citizenship. But again, for Rome, what matters is the protection of its cultural identity. And if you give citizenship to too many people, that dilutes your cultural identity. Okay? They were afraid that Rome will stop being Rome. And that led to conflicts throughout its history. And it never really ended. Okay? So, you can't ever use the word empire or emperor in Rome. Then the question then is, wait, wasn't Augustus Caesar, after the Battle of Actium, the first Roman emperor? No, okay? The idea of an empire, the idea of an emperor, the idea that Augustus Caesar was the first emperor is something that later historians decided on. The Romans did not see themselves as an empire, okay? And Augustus Caesar did not see himself as an emperor. The word he used, the word the Romans used, is the idea of princeps. Okay? Princeps just means, in Latin, first citizen. We are still equals, meaning senators, okay? But I'm just a bit better than you. I'm the first among equals. Okay? And this is where we get the English word prince from. And Augustus Caesar did not see himself as building an empire. He saw himself as saving the republic. Okay? Now, what's important to understand is that Augustus Caesar was considered the greatest Roman leader because he ruled for 50 plus years. His was a very stable regime. And the reason why, if you recall from last semester, is he was the heir to Julius Caesar. And there's tremendous regret and guilt among the Roman people for having killed Julius Caesar. And so they allowed his heir, his son, to be king or emperor without much opposition. That was not true for his heirs, okay? So after Augustus Caesar died, all these civil wars and conflicts that were suppressed were now fomented again, okay? And this would now lead to a massive period of civil wars. Now, our understanding of Roman history comes a lot from Roman historians themselves, specifically two individuals, Livy and Tacitus. And we basically listen to what they wrote. For example, so what we mean by that is we take their word as gospel. We take the word as truth. But what we need to recognize is they were senators, okay, part of the nobility, who hated the emperors, who hated the princeps. So they did whatever they could in order to make the emperors look bad. Okay, so there were there were 3 emperors after the death of Augustus: Tiberius, Caligula, and Nero. And they were all made to look very, very bad, especially Nero and Caligula and Tiberius. Okay? So let me give you an example of this. So after Augustus dies, Augustus names 2 people here to his legacy, okay? The first is Tiberius, who becomes the emperor. Tiberius is not his son, it is his adopted son, okay? So that is a Roman tradition where you can adopt someone outside the family to be your heir, okay? And then after Tiberius died, Augustus anointed Germanicus to be his successor. And Germanicus was considered an extremely talented and capable leader. Okay? The problem, though, is that Tiberius, who is now emperor, didn't like the fact that Germanicus was appointed his successor. He wanted to anoint his own successor. Okay? So Tiberius, what he did that was very sneaky was he made a man named Sejanus the head of the Praetorian Guard. And the Praetorian Guard was basically the secret police of Rome. And Sejanus, because he was very ambitious, he started to kill not just Germanicus, but everyone in Germanicus' family. Sejanus wanted to be the heir to Tiberius. And then after Sejanus was done killing everyone, basically in Germanicus' family, Tiberius had him killed. Okay? This is a very common pattern in imperial history. Okay? After Sejanus was killed, there's a purge of Sejanus' allies. His children were killed, and everyone who supports Sejanus was interrogated by the Senate and put to death. And most of these people claim innocence. I had nothing to do with Sejanus. I was forced into an alliance with Sejanus. Okay? Now, there's one person, a Roman nobleman named Marcus Terentius, who in 31 CE, he appeared before the Senate for his trial, and he decided on a different strategy. Everyone else before him claimed I had nothing to do with Sejanus, and the Senate didn't believe them, and they were all killed, okay? So Marcus Tyrannus tries a different strategy. And this is recounted in the history book Annals by Tacitus, who was writing about 100 years later, okay? And this is what Marcus Tyrannus argues. He argues, yes, I was his friend. In fact, I tried very best to be his friend. Why? Because Sejanus had the favor of the emperor. Because if I wanted to get anything done, if I wanted to become wealthy, I had to become a friend of Sejanus. And why did I do this? And why was this right? Because it is not up to me to question or think about why Sejanus is a friend of the emperor. All I need to know was the emperor favored Sejanus. And it is my duty to obey the emperor, and therefore I became his friend. Okay, that was his logic. Now, let's look at what Tacitus wrote. Okay, and it's really one of the most striking paragraphs in the history. Okay, but this is Marcus Tyrannus' defense of himself before the Senate and the emperor. It is not ours to ask whom you, the emperor, exalt above his fellow, or why you, the gods, have made sovereign arbiter of things. Okay? It is not my place to ever question the emperor. If the emperor made Sejanus his right-hand man, I now must also obey Sejanus. If the emperor wants me to marry a dog, I will go marry a dog. To us has been left the glory of obedience. To search out the hidden thoughts of the emperor and the designs he may shape in secret is unlawful and dangerous, nor would the searcher necessarily find. Okay, what does this mean? It means the emperor is God. He has a secret design. He has a secret logic that we could never know, and because we're too stupid. And if we try to figure it out, we will be breaking the laws of Rome and the universe. And we could only get into trouble. So it's not up to me to question the emperor. It is only my duty to obey the emperor. The firmness of this speech, okay, so he's finished speaking, defending himself in front of the Senate. And this is how the emperor and the Senate respond to this speech. The firmness of this speech, he speaks with conviction, okay? And the fact that a man had been discovered to utter what the world was thinking made so powerful an impression that his accusers were penalized by banishment or death. Okay? So rather than punish this man, the Senate punished his accusers, his enemies. Why? Because they had found a man to speak the truth about the world. The emperor was in command. We had to obey the emperor. And they wanted to make a role model out of him, and therefore they killed all his enemies and let him go and rewarded him lavishly. Okay? Now, this was written in contrast to Roman history. This marks a radical departure from Roman history. Remember, in 509, the Republic was founded because they threw out the king. In response, the king organized his allies, the Etruscans, and they marched on Rome. And Rome was surrounded by a huge army. And there was nothing Rome could do about it. So a young nobleman named Mucius went to the senators and proposed a daring plan to assassinate the king. He swims across the Tiber. He goes into the camp of the enemy, and he's captured. He's interrogated by the king. And Mucius says, "We Romans have sworn to kill all kings." And to show that he's serious, he puts his hand into a fire and he burns his hand in front of the king. And the king is scared. So he runs away. Okay? So this story shows us the nature of the Roman character. Romans hate kings. Romans will always disobey kings. Romans will always find a way to kill kings. And this speech shows us that the Roman character has fundamentally changed because of empire. Okay? So, Romans, throughout most of its history, the Roman people have been grappling with what it means to be Roman and how to protect this precious identity. Now, we know that even though Tacitus wrote this, the Roman identity didn't really change. How do we know this? How do we know that even though Tacitus says, okay, empire changed the Roman identity, it didn't really change? How do we know this? Because he's writing about this, right? He's writing about this. He's telling us that the Roman identity changed because of empire. Well, if the Roman identity really changed, people wouldn't know it changed. It's only because people are resisting the change in nature, the change in character, that people appreciate what Tacitus is writing. And Tacitus is really saying that, oh, that empire, it's gone now because the new emperor has restored the republic. Okay? So throughout its history, Rome was constantly in a battle between empire and republic. And every new emperor believed that he was restoring the republic. But then someone else would come along and says, no, he was the dictator. He was the emperor. Okay? So this was a conflict throughout Roman history. And so now we go on to the second question, which is, all right, how did the empire fall? Okay. Well, the standard explanation is that eventually Rome became too corrupt. And this is the explanation provided by most Roman historians, as well as the famous British historian Edward Gibbon in his most famous work, History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. Okay, it's corruption. It's because the Romans became more like the Greeks or like the Persians. They started to appreciate the luxury, decadence, and corruption of empire more. Okay, and the explanation is that over time you had all these Germanic invaders from the steppes. Remember, the steppes is where the Yamnaya people come from. These Visigoths are being pushed out by the Huns. Okay, so remember, the steppes is really this massive, competitive whirlpool, hurricane that makes people more and more aggressive. And more aggressive tribes will push out less aggressive tribes. And these people are forced to go into Europe. And over time, the Romans are trying to absorb them into their empire by making them soldiers or by giving them land, okay? But over time, this pure population will force the empire to collapse. Okay? And that's the central explanation. I want to make a different argument. My argument is this. It really has to do, again, with the idea of citizenship and identity. Throughout most of its history, Imperial Rome has been struggling with this identity issue. And then at some point, an emperor came along and said, screw this, we no longer want to be a republic, we want to be an empire. Okay? And the way he resolved this issue is, in 212, the emperor Caracalla issued the Edict of Caracalla, which made everyone in Roman Empire a citizen. So he basically destroyed the idea of citizenship. If everyone can be a citizen, citizenship means nothing. Before, you had to fight for Rome, you had to die for Rome in order to become a citizen. You had to believe in the customs, the history, the tradition of Rome to become a citizen. You had to fight for it. It was valuable. In fact, it was the most valuable thing in the world for people. But now everyone got it, so it's absolutely worthless. Okay? And because everyone was now a Roman citizen, there was now no more Roman identity. It was now a clean slate. The emperors were now no longer bounded by tradition or history, by institutions like the Senate. And so now they could build the imperial bureaucracy. And this imperial bureaucracy will replace the republic. And the major change is in 330, the Emperor Constantine will move the capital from Rome to a place called Byzantium, which will become the Byzantine Empire, or the Eastern Roman Empire. Okay, we'll talk about this next class. But this is something that was unthinkable. How could you move the heart and center and soul of the empire from Rome to somewhere else? It was unthinkable. If to be Roman was meant to die for Rome, but now the capital was somewhere else. Okay, and so this marks basically the end of Rome as a cultural identity, as a cultural beacon. Okay, this marked really the death of the history of Rome. Okay, does that make sense to you guys? Okay, now historians argue about this. And historians argue when the Roman Empire fell, all right? But the consensus is 476, when a German warlord deposed the last emperor named Romulus Augustus. Okay, but I disagree. I believe that it really happened in 212 when Rome announced everyone could be a citizen. Okay, and we'll talk more about this next class, when we get to the Byzantine Empire. And, okay, so any questions so far? I know this is a lot, but we'll try to clarify a lot of the issues over the next few classes, okay? But if you have any questions now, please ask. Any questions so far about this? Is this clear to you guys? Yeah?
So, like for this Tacitus,
Tacitus.
Tacitus died. So, like, he claims that people should be following their emperor. So he's for the empire, you think?
Okay, all right. Let me clarify, okay? Tacitus was a senator, okay? The senator was always in conflict with the emperor. Okay? The Senate, okay? Let me clarify about Senate. The Senate was basically the Roman aristocracy. It was where the ruling families of Rome sat. And they were supposed to be in charge of the empire. And the emperor was basically like the CEO, okay? He was basically in charge of managing the empire. But it was the Senate that was supposed to make the decisions. In reality, it was the emperor who was in charge because the emperor controlled the army and he controlled the Praetorian Guard, which was secret police. So he could kill senators who disobeyed him, okay? And this was always a very complex relationship. So when Tacitus, again, who is a senator, who comes from one of the elite families of Rome, when he's writing about the history of the Roman Empire from the time of Augustus to Nero, he's trying to paint them in a very bad light, okay? Because he's trying to tell us emperors are bad. What's good is the Senate. Okay? And that's why he's producing this speech. Because if you're a Roman citizen and you read this speech by Marcus Tyrannus, you are appalled. You're disgusted. We're Romans. We hate kings. We do not obey. We fight. We do not surrender. Okay? So this speech goes against the very heart and soul of what it means to be Roman. And that's why Tacitus is writing this and saying, you see what empire does to the Roman character. It corrupts us. It destroys us. It weakens us. And therefore, we must resist the emperor and protect the Senate. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? Okay. So thanks for that. Okay. So I apologize because I'm running through a lot of history in a short amount of time, so I'm missing a lot of important details. What's really important for you to understand is, in a republic, the Senate is in charge. Okay, meaning the ruling houses, the aristocracy is in charge. But in an empire, the emperor is in charge. But Rome never resolved this issue. Who should be in charge, the Senate or the emperor? And it changes over time. Okay? Sometimes the Senate's in charge, sometimes the emperor is in charge. But they all believe they're protecting the republic. And this creates cognitive dissonance, okay? And it creates a lot of confusion. And then in 212, the emperor said, screw this, let's just be an empire. I don't want the Senate anymore. Okay? And this begins a process of creating the Byzantine Empire, which does not have the idea of a Roman character. Okay? Did you have a question, Echo?
So basically, are the senates like made of the nobles?
Exactly. Yeah. The Senate is filled by, again, members of the ruling houses. And what's interesting about this system is it's almost like a federal system. I'm not sure if you know what a federal system is. But the emperor is in charge of the army, and he's in charge of the secret police in Rome. But the senators are actually in charge of the provinces. So basically, each senator gets a certain province to control. Okay? So it's like the United States where governors are in charge of the state. The president is in charge of the nation. Okay? Now, what's important for you to understand is, technically, each state is independent. Each state has its own army, has its own, basically, legal system. And it agrees to be part of the federal system, which the president is part of. And this is very similar to the Roman system, okay? Not exactly, but it's very similar. All right? Okay, any more questions before I conclude? Okay, so the last question I want to look at today is, what's the legacy of the Roman Empire or the Republic? And the answer is, we still live in the Roman world. Even though we like to think that we are heavily influenced by the Greeks, it's institutions of Rome that we've inherited. Okay? So the idea of the political system, the legal system, the cultural system, it's something that the Americans basically copy and pasted. The American system is very, very Roman. And right now, of course, America controls the world. And therefore, it's able to disseminate Roman values and culture. Okay? And throughout the semester, we will be examining how Rome came to control the cultural framework of Western civilization. Okay? Because even though Rome collapsed and the character of Rome is now dead, the Roman legacy is still there. And all these people fighting, these warlords, okay, these basically German warlords, they're now going to fight the civil war after the death of Rome. They're claiming to be carrying on the legacy of Rome. Okay? From their perspective, Rome has not died, but Rome has spread out. And these warlords will adopt a lot of Roman practices. And these warlords will build the culture that will give rise to new nations called France, Germany, Britain, basically the European world, okay? So that's the legacy of Rome. That's why it's important to study Rome. What lessons can we draw from Rome? Well, one really important lesson that we have to learn here is the idea of citizenship and identity. You cannot be a strong and coherent nation if you do not have a strong cultural identity. That's why the Romans were so insistent on protecting that identity against the Greeks, against foreigners. Okay? And this is important because if you look at the Western world today, immigration, identity, and citizenship are huge political issues. I'm a Canadian citizen. I grew up in Canada. And over the past 10 years, the population of Canada went from like 30 million to 40 million. These 10 million people are all foreigners who have no sense of Canadian identity. They have no interest in being Canadian. They just want a better life for themselves. 40% of Canadians now were either foreign born or have a parent who is a foreign born. So there's no more Canadian identity. And this is a problem. Why? Because the United States, Trump, wants to take over Canada and make Canada into the 51st state, okay? And this is a problem because Canadians don't want to resist against this. 10 years ago, all Canadians would say, nope. But now you have 10 million Canadians who are very happy to join the United States because it means more economic opportunities for them, right? They don't care about cultural identity. So without controlling immigration, you as a nation can't be coherent and you will cease to exist over time. And the same is true the same is true of what's happening in Britain, throughout the Western world, basically. They're letting in too many immigrants, and they're diluting their own cultural identity. So over the next 10, 20 years, a lot of people are predicting massive civil wars in the Western world as these nations grapple with the consequences of unlimited immigration these past 10 years. Okay? So that's one thing to think about. One lesson that we can learn from the Roman world. Citizenship does matter. Make it hard to become a citizen. Make it valuable. Make it an honor to be a citizen. And your nation will be strong. If citizenship is cheap, if you can just buy it, then it's worthless. And you will cease to be culturally coherent. And eventually, you will cease to exist as a nation. Okay? So that's the first major lesson. Second major lesson about Rome is it won out because it was an aggressive nation. But once you win out against your enemies, this aggression has to go somewhere. And it usually turns inward. Okay? And that's why Rome kept on fighting these civil wars amongst itself. And the same is true for America. America is a nation that worships aggression. For example, think about the number of guns in America. There's like, I don't know the exact statistics, but there's about 400 million guns in America. America only has 300 million people. There are more guns than there are people in America. It worships violence. Also think about this. The most popular sport in America is American football. There's only one nation in the world that plays American football, and that's America. No other nation plays it. Why? Because it is barbaric. You literally have people trying to kill each other for the entertainment and pleasure of spectators. It's barbaric. I'm not sure if you know this, but after 5 years of playing football, these athletes, their brains are mush, and they commit suicide at age 30 or 35. Okay? So it's no different from gladiator sport in Rome, which Romans loved. Okay? So America is a violent society. If it cannot turn its violence outside, it will turn violence. It will direct the violence and aggression inwards. So I think within the next 10 years, America will most likely start a war, probably against Iran. Okay? So I'm predicting within the next 5 years, America will start a war against Iran, probably sooner. And then America will start a civil war as well. So civil war does not mean two sides fighting against each other. It just means that there'll be a lot of political killings, assassinations, a lot of violence in America, okay, based on religious, political differences. All right? So that's the second lesson to learn from Rome. Aggression and violence will allow you to defeat your enemies. Once you do, this violence and aggression will turn inwards. Okay? And the third lesson that we can learn from Rome is, again, no societies are stable. Everything changes over time. So even though Rome was the dominant superpower of its time, it still collapsed. And the same is true for America today. So the world will change, and it always changes. Okay? So next class, we will look at the Roman Empire, which is basically the Byzantine Empire. Okay? Any questions about today's class? Are you guys clear? Okay, great. So I will see you next